Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of Lone Wolf. What if Naruto Uzumaki walked a darker path, not out of hatred, but out of resolve? After bringing Sasuke back, Naruto continues to grow stronger as a shinobi of Konoha. But words spoken in anger leave a deeper mark than any blade. Determined to prove himself not with words, but with actions, Naruto accepts a path few shinobi ever walk. The path of the ANBU. Behind a mask and under the codename Black Wolf, Naruto becomes something entirely new, a silent protector of the hidden leaf. A shadow in the night. A weapon for the village he still swore to protect. And soon, the name Black Wolf of Konoha will become legend. Lemon's warning. This story contains lemon scenes for mature audiences. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Anime Enthusiast, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 12 Wound in Pride. Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, shouted Sasuke before a huge fireball blasted upon the lake behind the Uchiha compound. It's been several months when Sasuke was reinstated as a shinobi for the Leaf, and by now his Chunin team were able to complete a great number of high-ranking missions. The cursed seal didn't bother him anymore, and that was a feat to celebrate. In times when he used it, he would listen to Orochimaru voicing his satisfaction upon seeing the young Uchiha becomes more and more corrupted with power. However, there was something deep inside his mind that no matter whom, no matter what, nothing will extinguish. The Uchiha clan's pride rumored to rivals with the Hyugas. Thus, whenever he hears how certain shinobis perform in missions, his blood boils. He can't help it. Just by saying that someone is stronger than him or faster or even smarter, he becomes angry and states that the Uchiha blood is the best there is. A few days ago, he heard of a team composed of ANBUs that managed to defeat an S-class missing nin from Iwa and also defeated Akatsuki member and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, Hoshigaki Kisame. Rumors said that this team is composed with high-level ANBU Junins that seems to have mastered all forms of elemental manipulation and are also Kenjutsu masters. After knowing about this, Sasuke really wanted to become an ANBU himself. Although the missions that he took were actually high-level for a Chunin, ANBU-level missions were even higher a danger and no Chunin would be allowed to participate. Those were the words of Kakashi, Aoba-sensei and the Hokage when they turned him down. Truth be told, they've only authorized for Naruto to speak to ANBU HQ to see if he could enter the forces. It was the ANBU's decision to cast Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, wasn't called in simply because of the wrong reasons. He wanted glory above all things. Sasuke Uchiha wanted to be acknowledged above others, but being an ANBU means you hide your identity, hence the fact that although Team 5 became well-known throughout the village, only a few know of their true identity. However, Sasuke smirked at the idea of becoming a Junin in a few months, and then he would receive all the so-called glory that all Uchiha seemed to achieve in the past, except of course for Uchiha Itachi, who killed his own clan. With Naruto opening his eyes because of the sunlight, Naruto looked around and spotted someone lying down next to him. Upon seeing who said person was, the blonde smiled. The Genjutsu mistress was ecstatic upon reaching a hotel yesterday so that the couple could begin their 3-day vacation. To Naruto, being able to see Kurenai peacefully asleep next to him was the epitome of his day. According to him, the woman was perfect in every sense. Suddenly, Kurenai let out a silent snort as the sunlight reached her face, earning another smile from Naruto upon seeing that said girl was not a morning person. "Good morning, Kure-chan," said Naruto as he went down and kissed her in the cheek, earning a smile and a hug from the Genjutsu mistress. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. Oh, I can't believe we can finally get some time for ourselves. It's been ages since I saw you waking up," said Kurenai while smiling, but that soon faded when she saw that the blonde was looking down. "What's the matter, Naruto-kun?" asked Kurenai, a little worried. Being an ANBU consumes a lot of my time and I can't be with you, Kure-chan. In times I wondered why all ANBUs have to present at such an early hour, and that sucks because I can't even see you waking up," said Naruto, not even able to look at his lover. Nonetheless, Kurenai just smiled and grabbed his chin before adjusting it so that Naruto could face her and just smashed her lips with his passionately. "I know how you feels, Naru-kun, and it's fill my heart with joy seeing that you wanted to be late for presenting at ANBU HQ just to see me waking up. However, you are part of the force who protects Konoha. There were times I cursed your job, but now I understand the importance of it, and I want you to know that while we can't see each other much, moments like this will be even more pleasurable," said Kurenai before once again kissing Naruto on the lips. "Now, how about a nice message, Naru-kun? You are all tensed up. Let me work on you for a while, okay?" whispered Kurenai closely to the blonde's ears, resulting in a hormone explosion inside the Junin. "You always know the right words to say, Kure-chan. Now that you mentioned, I'm a little bit tensed up in the back," said Naruto innocently, to which Kurenai noticed and smirked deviously. "Oh, you poor thing, here lie down and I'll work my magic on you," said Kurenai before taking off her robe and also Naruto's before massaging the blonde's back. While Kurenai was applying such a wonderful massage, Naruto was just surrendering to the soft touch of Kurenai's hands on his back. "Kurenai-chan, your hands are so soft," whispered Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled before continuing the massage while slowly bending her body to touch his. Suddenly, Naruto felt something in his back that weren't his lover's hands. Punching himself in realization, he realized that Kurenai was rubbing her tits on her back in a very sexual manner. Upon turning to see his lover, he didn't even have time to open his mouth as Kurenai smashed her lips with his and used her hands to massage his chest and arms. A little while later, Kurenai was already in control of the situation and the blonde was happily letting her. In Konoha, Tsunade was doing what she always did inside her office when a knock was heard. Ushered whoever it was to enter, Tsunade was surprised to see Yamato dressed up as the ANBU chief. "Greetings, Hokage-sama," bowed Yamato, to which Tsunade nodded in tune to ask. "Greetings, Yamato, what can I do for you? I was looking at some of Konoha's chunin who are about to become Junin and I was wondering if they would like the opportunity of joining ANBU forces. I have several candidates in my hand that they complete one of my teams. ANBU Team 3 recently suffered 2 casualties and said team is in need of new personnel," said Yamato, to which Tsunade nodded and turned to think for a while. "Can you tell me the names and I'll see if they are suitable for joining ANBU forces." Black Wolf was an exception to the rule. "I didn't know he would fit in like he did and I wondered if he hid a lot of his abilities in missions," asked Tsunade, to which Yamato nodded. Without even thinking, Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino. From what I've read, Shikamaru is an excellent strategist and Shino excels in battle efficiency. Both their respective Junin senseis Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai states that these two are really good in what they do and Aburame Shino is already learning elemental manipulation. Shikamaru's shadow manipulation will rival his father in few years," explained Yamato, leaving time for Kurenai to think about it for a second. "Shino, I don't have any problems with. He of course, is an excellent shinobi and will be able to provide help for ANBU forces. It's Shikamaru, though, that I have a problem," said Tsunade, to which Yamato inquired as to the problem. "The boy is lazy as hell. He once rejected the Fire Daimyo's offer to become one of his 12 guards and the reason for the most part is that he thought it would be troublesome. However, another reason as to why he rejected, was because he didn't want to leave his comrades and strangely enough, Naruto as well. He feels that if he leaves, he would be extremely worried about them and he wouldn't be able to protect them should need arise. We could ask them if they want to join. I believe none of them are on missions right now. I call them here," said Tsunade before summoning an ANBU to go fetch Shikamaru and Shino. "Now, what are the other names?" asked Tsunade, to which Yamato picked up some paper and started reading. "Although they are good candidates, only Shino and Shikamaru has what it takes to become an ANBU. The others in my list are in need of improving their own abilities before I would recruit them. Uchiha Sasuke, extremely talented but greedy with power and fame which don't go on an ANBU officer. Hyuga Neji, also extremely talented but already placed with Maida Guy, Rock Lee and Tenten. Therefore I don't think he would enter an ANBU, and last is Tenten herself. While master in all forms of weapons, she is in the same spot as Neji. said Yamato, to which Tsunade nodded. The last two already formed a team, so they won't be entering. I agree on Sasuke, though, about the greedy part. I didn't think he would be like Fugaku, but then again the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, said Tsunade before listening to a knock on the door, and then Shino and Shikamaru entered. You called us Hokage-sama? Asked Shikamaru, to which Tsunade nodded. Yes, Shino and Shikamaru. I want to present the shinobi responsible for the ANBU program codenamed Yamato, said Tsunade, earning a bow in respect from the two future heirs of their respective clans. Captain Yamato here has read your personal files and was impressed with both your analytical and battle skills. Therefore, he's offering both you a place in ANBU forces. There is a team that's currently in need of 2 replacements, and I believe that both of you are able to fill said role, said Tsunade before analyzing the two in front of her. Shino for his part always wondered how he could be more of service to the village. Even though he enjoyed the company of Team 8, the bug user wanted more training, wanted more experience, and being in a reconnaissance team could not do so much. Plus, of course, he knew that Naruto was making a name for himself in ANBU forces, and Shino wanted once to do a real mission alongside the blonde, so to see if he could learn more about rating manipulation. Shikamaru for his part wasn't so thrilled as Shino was. In fact, he wasn't thrilled by mostly anything other than staring at clouds and playing shugi with his sensei. However, he wasn't stupid to the fact that his lazy attitude could cause someone to die while on a mission, and he didn't want that. Not to mention that he would be together with Naruto, so it wouldn't be so bad. He was about to open his mind when Shino beat him to it. Yamato Taiko, I don't know if you would supply information regarding one of your staff or not to us, but I wanted to have an assessment of Naruto's abilities before ANBU, and now if I may, asked Shino, to which Tsunade inquired the bug user as to the reason. Naruto's affinities are futon and Sweden. However, he is pretty much mastering raiden manipulation, and I wanted to know if ANBU provides such teachings, asked Shino, to which Yamato nodded and turned to answer. ANBU HQ is composed of several training grounds in which our members can improve their abilities without worrying about having to go outside for practice. Also, once you are an ANBU, you have access to a more specialized library which contain information about all the shinobi arts, except of course for the more secluded family information which stays within the compound's walls. Naruto developed his raiden manipulation entirely from scratch, starting with some books. Also, he improved his affinities up to a point of leveling an entire training ground with a futon technique called Futon Kyumu Shippu, wind release. Fierce hurricane, explained Yamato, to which Shino lifted an eyebrow and Shikamaru was stunned. From what I understand of your files, Shino, you have a lightning affinity, but you Shikamaru didn't bother to find yours yet. Care to explain me why? Asked Yamato, to which Shikamaru explained. Shadow manipulation takes a lot of knowledge to improve and master. I just wanted to reach such level before I began elemental manipulation, said Shikamaru, to which Yamato nodded and gave the Nara a piece of paper. Won't harm to find out what your affinity is, this will just go on your file. Just channel chakra to this piece of paper and we'll see what your affinity is, said Yamato, to which Shikamaru mumbled troublesome and channeled chakra to the paper. To the Nara's surprise, the paper became soaked. Okay, I guess I have a Sweden affinity. Troublesome, mumbled Shikamaru, to which Yamato slammed his hand on his forehead for seeing how much lazy the Nara really was. Sweden is one popular element in Konoha, and although it's troublesome to learn elemental manipulation, being a Sweden user grants you an advantage against Kaden users, explained Yamato, encouraging the young recruit, but sadly to no avail. Element manipulation takes lots of chakra that can be used for dodging and evasion purposes, not to mention that shadow manipulation alone takes a considerate amount of chakra to perform. I could eventually learn fire manipulation, but it would be just in order for me to have a wild card against an unsuspecting enemy, said Shikamaru, to which Tsunade chose to elaborate further. Shikamaru, you know well that in order to become a Junin, you'll need to master at least 2 forms of manipulation. While I understand that shadow manipulation could be labeled as one of the 2, you'll need the other one to be qualified to being a Junin. Therefore, learning Sweden ninjutsu will let you apply for Junin status, said Tsunade, to which Shikamaru shrugged it off with his favorite word, troublesome. Seeing no need in talking much longer, Yamato chose to sum up the conversation. Well, welcome to ANBU forces, you two. Both your Junin senseis will be notified of the promotion and will also know that you'll have 2 weeks remaining before you have to present yourselves to ANBU HQ. Once you enter, your squad leader will interview and test both of you in order to see if you are qualified as being ANBU material. You must understand that ANBU are the elite of Konoha's shinobi force. Thus all members must feel the need to constantly progress their levels with perfection being their goal. See both of you in 2 weeks, said Yamato before vanishing, thus leaving Tsunade, Shino and Shikamaru inside the room. I'll call Kurenai and Asuma here in order to tell them the news. However, Kurenai is currently on vacation, so we'll wait for her to return so then I can address them both at the same time. In the meantime, you're both welcome to explain it to your comrades that you two won't be joining them much longer, said Tsunade before seeing the two in front of her nod in respect and then leave the office. With Naruto and Kurenai, after the interaction inside the hotel room, the couple chose to go outside to enjoy the nighttime in the village. Both were enjoying the quiet time both of them were sharing as opposed to the complicated life of a shinobi in Konoha. Now, Naruto was carrying a little bag which carried a little gift that Kurenai bought for her friend Anko. The conversation was getting along nicely with being the topic how many times a day does their Hokage falls asleep. Of course, at first Kurenai told Naruto not to belittle their Hokage like that. However, when Naruto made a fun comment about comparing her snoring with the noise of an earthquake, Kurenai couldn't hold herself and started laughing a lot. Other topic of discussion soon followed, like how many times the blonde had to rescue Jiraiya from a mob of angry women and how many times did Naruto just leave them be. It was safe to say that Kurenai smiled deviously upon knowing that that perverted got what he deserved in more than one place. Being a gorgeous woman such as herself, she was already victimized by Jiraiya's peeping and she did already threatened said man that if she ever caught him again, she would use a specific type of genjutsu that lead the man to believing that he just got his dick cut off by a guillotine. At the time, she smiled upon seeing the face that every man does when she mentions such treatment to their sensitive body part. However, while she had the feeling that she was being peeped, she frowned seeing that being a Sanin, the man probably knew of a technique that managed to fool everyone's senses into believing that no one was there, which frustrated her a lot. Kurenai also asked Naruto if he ever joined the damn pervert in peeping at girls while on their trip. In response, he said that he despises such behavior, however he said that he often got to look at her a lot after they got together, earning a giggle from the girl who smiled in return for the little teasing. Just as they were about to head off to the hotel and end their second night together, Kurenai looked up to see that they were in front of a shop that happened to sell women's lingerie. Having a wild idea, Kurenai entered the place together with Naruto since they were holding hands together. Naruto for his part, wondered about Kurenai's smile, however when he noticed what were the shop's contents, he figured out instantly. Truth be told, he was impressed with his girlfriend's boldness to take her boyfriend to a lingerie shop, but he wasn't about to complain. Getting inside, he was amazed by the different types of lingerie there was and also supplying him with lust images of Kurenai wearing each and every one of them. Kurenai saw the look of her boyfriend and wondered if he ever got into a lingerie store before. Nonetheless, she shrugged it off seeing that in order for her plan to work, Naruto would have to be caught by surprise with the type of underwear she was about to purchase for him as a gift. Placing Naruto in the few benches of the shop, which by the way was in front of the fitting rooms, Kurenai smiled deviously at him and went inside with her choice of lingerie. While Kurenai was putting on her lingerie, Naruto was dying in anticipation. He managed to see Kurenai's choice of underwear and started imagining how much sexier she would become when she got out of the booth. When the booth's curtains opened, Naruto couldn't do anything other than send his chin to the ground and just stare at the goddess in front of him. Kurenai for her part was smiling on the outside, but inside, she was screaming in joy that her plan worked. She knew that her choice of lingerie was the right one when she saw it from outside the store. The lingerie was all black with the bra barely able to hold Kurenai's perfect breasts and the panties strapped together with black sexy stocking pants. Overall, Naruto could die right now and be thankful for having the opportunity to appreciate such a view. However, Kurenai was far from over and she moved closer to Naruto and started to tease the blonde some more by whispering dirty talk at Naruto's ears. At some point, Naruto was having trouble with controlling his hormones. In his mind, he already reached the part where he ripped all Kurenai's clothes apart and just possessed her like a maniac. In Konoha, At the dango stand, Anko was satisfying her stomach with some dango sticks when Yugo entered. For a moment, both just stared at each other and then Anko greeted the ANBU Kunoichi. After that, Yugo sat next to her and ordered some dango sticks for her as well. "Fancy meeting you here, Yugo-chan," said Anko, to which Yugo looked at Anko for a moment and then replied. "Anko, I want to ask you something. What do you think of my crush on Naruto-kun?" asked bluntly Yugo, earning a surprised look from Anko, who wasn't expecting for such talk to happen anytime soon. However, she knew how important was such issue to both her best friends and realized that she would have to get involved in this. "I don't know. Perhaps it's just physical. I mean, the blonde has some well-toned muscles around, not to mention that he looks like the Yondaime, and you very well know that the fourth Hokage was one if not the most handsome man in Konoha." "Did you bump to Hayate yet?" asked Anko. "Not yet. Rumors said that he is acting a lot stranger than I thought. Genma-san told me that he is following the steps of a chronic drunk. As to Naruto-kun, I don't know. I mean, sure, part of the crush is physical, yes. Also, there is more about him that intrigues me," said Yugo before eating one of her dango sticks. Anko was curious about what could impress Yugo this point in her life, seeing that the only person that she really trusted in the past ended up backstabbing her by cheating. Seeing Anko's questioning look, Yugo chose to elaborate a little further. "When I saw Hayate kissing another woman, surprisingly, I saw that Naruto was trying to take away my attention so that I couldn't see what was going on. Then, when I kind of came on to him in desperation of teaching Hayate a lesson, he saw this and called kurenai to help me deal with the treason. I never would have guessed that he could see such a thing. Now, outside the physical crush, I can see that he is such a wonderful person who, in spite of everything that happened, he could still smile. I guess I just wanted to know him a little better," said Yugo, to which Anko smiled upon seeing that she as well often wondered about such side of the blonde. Anko also had to deal with a sin she didn't commit. However, while Orochimaru was hated by the shinobi part of the village, Kyuubi's hate was far superior. Not to mention that not only the shinobi but also the civilians hated the Kyuubi. She knew to some aspect of Naruto's growing up and wondered how much hatred he had to overcome in order to be where he is right now. "I admit that Naruto is an enigma as well, but you have to realize that he is with kurenai right now. She also knows of your feelings for him. If I was in her position, I would deal with you right away, but you know how she is. She is more interested in trying to solve this without having to lose your friendship, so she came to me and asked me to help," said Anko, to which Yugo nodded. "Kurenai is smart and she knows of my crush. I thought for a moment and realized that unlike Hayate, Naruto is faithful for whom he loves. Although it pains me to say it, I'll have to learn not to interfere with their relationship. It will be tough finding someone him, though, that's for sure. I often wondered if Hayate was husband material and was definitely worried if I would find someone to have a family with," said Yugo, shocking Anko, who never realized that her friend wanted to get married and become a mother. Seeing Anko coming in terms with what she told so far, Yugo chose to continue. "I wanted to marry Hayate and have children with him, until I found that he was acting funny and then I saw him cheating on me. Now, I'm alone, though, unable to have a family of my own," said Yugo, now letting some tears fall. "Yugo-chan, you need some time for yourself. When was the last time you took a vacation? Naruto and kurenai are on their trip. You should get some vacation," said Anko before seeing Yugo leaving. "Thanks for hearing me, Anko, I'll think about it." The next day in Tsunade's office. After Shizune left the office with a stack of paper, Tsunade picked up a sake bottle and poured some sake. She was surprised that this headache wasn't caused by the blonde. This time it was the Sarutobi heir who was causing some trouble, and Tsunade figured that the boy learned such behavior from Naruto. "Damn, just when I thought that Naruto was starting to behave better, damn Konohamaru goes and just follow the blonde's steps," thought Tsunade when suddenly she heard a knock on her door. Ushering whoever it was to enter, she was surprised when Yugo entered and without her usual ANBU attire. "What can I do for you, Yugo-san?" asked the Hokage, slightly worried about what was going on. "I was wondering if you could take a vacation, Hokage-sama. Since I became an ANBU, I've never took one," said Yugo, to which Tsunade nodded. "Sure, Yugo-san. As soon as Naruto returns, I'll assign you for a week-long vacation. Is that okay for you?" offered Tsunade, to which Yugo nodded. "Yes, thank you Tsunade-sama. However, I would like one other thing as well if possible, asked Yugo, to which Tsunade nodded and let her continue. I would like to become a Junin sensei, said Yugo, surprising Tsunade. While I know you're already an ANBU for more than obligated to, I also know that you liked being an ANBU. What happened? Asked Tsunade, to which Yugo, looking at Tsunade with respect because of her position, and found that she couldn't say the actual reason to her decision. However, she found that if she didn't come out of the blue, this story would haunt her forever. The true reason, Hokage-sama, is because I no longer can be on Naruto's team, and being a Junin sensei can take my head away from what happened with Hayate, said Yugo, earning a nod from Tsunade. The Hokage remembered what happened with Hayate and also knew that Yugo was looking at Naruto with second intentions. Tsunade liked the girl and always approved of her decisions as second in command. Now hearing another mature decision, Tsunade smiled and nodded in respect. Alright Yugo, since you no longer is an ANBU, you do not need to wait for Naruto to arrive, as I'm putting your team on probation and find a suitable replacement, said Tsunade, to which Yugo nodded and left the office. After Yugo left the office, Tsunade sighed, seeing that she now had 2 ANBU teams to complete. At first, she would put Shikamaru and Shino on Team 3, but now Team 5 is also short on 1 member. Also, she wouldn't be able to move the already existing teams simply because it's not only her authority to do so but also because the other teams already formed for every situation. Sighing in frustration, she called someone who might help her decision. Shizune, call Captain Hawk from ANBU Team 5 for me, please, shouted Tsunade before hearing a word of acknowledgement from her assistant. 5 minutes later, a flame Shunshin appeared in front of the Hokage and Hawk appeared with his arms crossed. The Hokage, while seeing the show, wondered why it's difficult for some folks to just enter inside her office normally. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Asked Hawk, to which Tsunade nodded. Hawk-san, I have some bad news for your team and it involves your second in command, said Tsunade before seeing that Hawk didn't even move a muscle. What happened to Kat, Hokage-sama? Asked Hawk, as I'm sure you noticed how devastated Kat was from what Hayate-san did to her. Sadly, the one who was there to comfort her was Black Wolf, and Kat ended up having some sort of feelings for him, but for reasons I still don't know and maybe don't even want to know. Anyway, Kat came in my office and asked to be resigned of ANBU duty and become a Junin sensei. From my point of view, her attitude was mature, seeing that since she couldn't stop looking at Naruto, she ended up making a choice and gave up the position she treasured the most. However, for her is all settled, but the reason I called you here is that now your team is short of a member and I don't know how I can fulfill her place, said Tsunade, to which Hawk changed his pose to a thinking one. Truth be told, he was suspicious of the way Yugo looked at Naruto from time to time, but since Naruto was already compromised with kurenai, Hawk figured that Yugo would stay out of it. However, the situation was far deeper than that, and now he lost his second in command. Replacing her would be tough, but he already has Bear as his third member. Even though he believed that Black Wolf had what it takes to be second in command, Hawk thought that the blonde was still ways from knowing the responsibility of a leader. Now there is the search for a new 4th member, and if the Hokage called him to discuss this, then it means that she doesn't have a suitable replacement. Black Wolf's generation brought some fine shinobi and kunoichi, however while Black Wolf ended up excelling in ANBU, I don't believe the ones from his age group are suited for ANBU business. Also, operating as a 3-man group would really downsize out effectiveness in battle. Said Hawk, but was interrupted when a familiar voice appeared from outside the office's window. If I hear it correctly, Hawk's team is short of 1 member, right? Said Kakashi before entering inside but not making eye contact because he was just finishing reading a chapter of the Orange Book. Kakashi, what are you doing here? I didn't call for you, snorted Tsunade, becoming even more aggravated by the silver-haired Junin copying Jiraiya's way of pissing her off the most. While Hawk found it amusing how the man would appear to ignore the most important person in the village, Kakashi was just finishing the chapter and didn't even focus on his surroundings enough to hear the Hokage. When he closed the book, he was scared by the angry face of Tsunade and wondered what happened for her to behave like this. Hawk just sweat dropped when he saw that Kakashi wasn't ignoring the Hokage but instead being more focused on reading the book. After this, we'll discuss your intrusion here, Kakashi, without me calling for you, but yes, me and Hawk were discussing about the search for a 4th member for Team 5. Do you have any ideas? Asked Tsunade with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. As a matter of fact, I do, Hokage-sama. Me, said Kakashi, smiling before seeing Tsunade and Hawk look at him like the man was crazy. Excuse me, Kakashi-senpai, but what do you mean? Asked Hawk, filling in for the Hokage, who by now was wondering what possessed the man to return to ANBU duty after asking to leave a long time ago. My once genin team is no more. Sasuke is already grouped with Aoba. Sakura is doing wonders as a medic nin, and Naruto is on his way to become an ANBU captain in the future. Also, Hokage-sama, I suddenly felt the need of tougher missions than the ones I've been doing so far. Instate me as the 4th member of Team 5 with Hawk here as the captain, said Kakashi before seeing Tsunade look at him suspiciously. Well, if you'd like to enter ANBU again, Kakashi, you'll be then member of Team 5. I still wonder if you're doing this because of who is on the team, said Tsunade, but was interrupted by Kakashi, who smiled and said, there is also a reason to my decision. I guess I wanted to see the real Naruto in action and even fight alongside him in battles. I also heard about Naruto's coordinated jutsus with Hawk, and I have to say that co-op jutsus intrigues me. While Hawk and Naruto can join together in a futon plus Kaden attack, I can also co-op with him in order to create a Raiden plus Suiten attack, said Kakashi, earning a smile and a nod from Hawk, who began to wonder the different attack patterns that his team could do together with Kakashi. Hawk was beating himself from remembering that Cat was a Suiten user, thus uniting her and Black Wolf to form the Raiden plus Suiten attack. However, now that Kakashi was part of the team, then, as the leader of the team, I welcome you, Kakashi, to my squad. Or should I say dog? Said Hawk, to which Kakashi nodded while remembering the last time he was called by his mask. Tsunade for her part smiled upon being able to close the teams. I guess you still have your ANBU uniform, Kakashi, so when Naruto arrives tomorrow, all 4 of you will present to ANBU HQ. Also, Kakashi, if I hear from the ANBU commander that you're late, I'll burn every one of those books myself, threatened Tsunade, making Kakashi flinch at the possibility of no more Icha. Next day, Naruto and Kurenai were seen traveling back to Konoha while holding hands. They checked out this morning, and while both were sad that their vacation ended, they smiled upon having one another. A while later, the huge gate came to view in front of them, and 2 chunins responsible for gate guarding checked their papers. Once inside the village, 3 beings appeared in front of the couple wearing ANBU masks. Naruto instantly recognized Hawk and Bear, however the last time he saw them, there was a cat mask instead of a dog. When Naruto noticed the silver hair, though, he couldn't form words in his mouth. Kurenai wondered what the matter with her boyfriend was when Kakashi spoke out of the blue. I see you recognized me easily, Naruto, welcome back. As you can see, I'm now a member of your ANBU team, said Kakashi, to which Naruto smiled and nodded. That's great, Kakashi-sensei, but what happened to Kat-senpai? Asked Naruto, to which Hawk chose to answer. I guess I'll say it now, since it involves both of you. Yugo-san asked Hokage-sama to resign from ANBU duty for personal reasons. Kakashi-senpai here volunteered to be in her position for reasons that will be discussed once inside ANBU HQ, said Hawk, earning a surprised look from the couple in front of them. Kurenai was shocked that Yugo would quit being in ANBU. She knew how much her friend treasured the position and wondered why the hell she dropped out. She was curious as hell to know, and she needed to know. Looking at her boyfriend, she saw that he nodded for her. For some reason, the blonde was thinking the same way as Kurenai, so he also knew that Kurenai would want to talk to Yugo the first thing. Excuse me, gentlemen, I have to talk to someone, said Kurenai before vanishing a swirl of leaves. Naruto, after seeing his girlfriend leave, turned to his new team. I guess we have to present to HQ now, right? So, would you all accompany me to my apartment for me to change, and then all 5 of us can go? Said Naruto before walking towards his apartment. At Naruto's apartment, when Naruto and Co. arrived in front of his apartment, he was surprised to see Inuzuka Hana standing there, presumably waiting for something. Good afternoon, Hana-san. What are you doing in front of my apartment? Asked Naruto, curious, to which the woman smiled and responded. Oh hi Naruto. I was just walking with my dogs when one of the triplets vanished. I managed to track her inside your place, but I couldn't just barge in, so I was here waiting for you to arrive, said Hana. scratching the back of her head, earning a sigh from Naruto, who pretty much guessed what was happening inside. "Hana-san, may I ask you something?" "Yes, Naruto, what's up?" asked Hana, slightly suspicious of the blonde's questioning. "Would you be mad if by chance, your dog is having an affair with my wolf?" asked Naruto before seeing the surprised look from Hana and sweat drops coming from his ANBU peers. Without waiting for a response, Naruto opened the door of his apartment before being shocked at the sight before him. Inside a basket, there laid 5 puppies and Hana's dog sleeping near them while Ace was licking his mate's face. When Ace turned to see who was opening the door, he looked at Naruto's face and also Hana's. Safe to say he wished to face the wolf boss. Naruto for his part waited for the woman to scream and go all ballistic at him. However, upon looking at her face, he wondered why the hell she was smiling. "Naruto, Ace is a wind wolf, right?" asked Hana, getting all her hopes on changing the clan for the better. "Yes, he is. Why do you ask?" asked Naruto, now knowing what Hana looked at him. "Can't you see? Now, the Inuzuka's breed will be able to do futon jutsus as well as my clan's signature techniques. Oh my god, I have to take them to Ka-san, so she could take a look at them," said Hana, but before she could take the basket, Ace was there to intervene. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. With all due respect of your clan Inuzuka, these are my puppies as well," said Ace in a threatening manner. "My excuses, Ace-san, I mean no disrespect. We of the Inuzuka clan excel in dog care, both in nutrition and in health. With us, they will be in better care and will grow much healthier. Not to mention that they will receive training both from their father and my clan," said Hana, to which Ace turned to think about it. However, the puppy's mother licked his face. He knew that she would like her puppies to be treated with care, so he accepted Hana's terms. After seeing Ace nodding in acceptance, Hana smiled and took the basket towards her family compound. Naruto smiled to his companion and told him of his new team while he went to put his ANBU uniform and the black wolf mask. When he was ready, all 5 of them went to ANBU HQ in order to be briefed on missions. In ANBU HQ, already inside, Team 5 was standing in front of the ANBU commander and said man was having difficulties in speaking to Kakashi and not addressing the man as he used to. After all, Kakashi could very well be in his position if he didn't leave. "Kakashi-senpai, it's great to see you as one of us again. I heard about Yugo resigning and was also worried about how to find a suitable replacement for her. Also, Naruto, I'm glad to tell you that the ANBU just recruited 2 chunins from your age group in order to complete Team 3 inches, said Yamato, to which Naruto looked at him in question. Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino are to present here in 1 week from today. Tsunade-sama is already conversing with Asuma and Kurenai, said Yamato. Shino, I'm okay with it, but how did you convince Shikamaru to join? I mean, he doesn't like having more responsibilities than he has to, asked Naruto, to which Yamato sighed, remembering the conversation he had. It was tough, I'll tell you that. Shino wanted to enter so that he could improve his skills. Actually, it's thanks to your efforts in learning Raiden element here that made him join. He wants to improve his Raiden affinity. As to Shikamaru, he was hesitated at first, but with aid from the Hokage, we managed to convince him to join, said Yamato, earning a smile from Naruto. Well, let's proceed. Team 5, you all have an ANBU A-ranked mission. According to a report of our reconnaissance team, there's been some strange movement going on near Tanzaku town. Apparently, a group of missing nins from different countries are terrorizing the place and claiming as their own. However, our reconnaissance team wasn't able to see their strength or their weakness, so try gauging their abilities before engaging into battle with them. Also, when you guys return, tonight is Team 5's day of guarding duty. Dismissed, said Yamato before seeing the team leave towards Tanzaku City. With Kurenai. Kurenai was seen leaving the Hokage's office after a meeting regarding Shino's joining the ANBU. Of course, she was happy for him being promoted and the fact that Shino would be closer to Naruto now, thus being able to form a bond. She also learned that Shikamaru entered also, so she knew both of them would contact Naruto, thus creating a little group of friends. What concerned her, though, was the reason to Yugo's resignation from ANBU service. According to Tsunade, Yugo said that she couldn't be in Naruto's team nor would she like to be with another team, so she chose to abandon everything and start over as a Junin sensei. Kurenai feared that the situation was even deeper than she realized. She initially thought that Yugo's crush on Naruto was more physical than emotional. Kurenai always believed Yugo to be a power of strength, but then I guess her love life was at first taken care of by Hayate, so she didn't need to worry. Now that Hayate cheated on her, she was devastated. Kurenai wanted to talk with Yugo, but according to the Hokage, the woman was on vacation right now and was due to arrive only next week. Kurenai feared that she would lose Yugo's friendship because of this and really hoped that Yugo could at least talk to her about her decision. Sighing in frustration, and since her team was sent on a mission with Genma, she figured the only thing she could do right now is pay a visit to Anko. With Team 5 charging towards Tanzaku City in unimaginable speeds, all members of the team except Kakashi were wondering what would be like working alongside the silver-haired man. The only time Naruto saw the man fighting for real was against Momochi Zabuza, but at the time he was just a kid, so everything more than an academy jutsu was cool in a kid's eyes. Now that Kakashi returned to ANBU, Naruto smiled at the opportunity of seeing the real Hitaki Kakashi in battle. Not to mention that Hawk and Bear were also there. Black Wolf, I heard of your Shippu Ukami name in the Hidden Clouds bingo book, congratulations. I'm proud of seeing one of my students in a foreign bingo book. Your reputation is growing, I can tell, said Kakashi while jumping through trees, earning Naruto's attention. Thanks dog. However, I'm not sure if I being in a bingo book was a good idea. ANBU are not meant to be individualized, hence the meaning of using masks and all. Tsunade said that putting my name in Cloud's bingo book would save Konoha from their attacks and increase the village's economy, so I ended up accepting, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded. Yes, although being in ANBU means that our identity is to be a secret, having a name on a bingo book ends up drawing unwanted attention. I talk out of experience here. Copycat Ninja Kakashi was created when I was still in ANBU duty. In fact, one of my hidden reasons for resignations was the fact that I ended up calling too much unwanted attention to myself, thus placing my team on very difficult situations. Don't worry about you, though, our team is very tough and I believe we can handle pretty much everything. If you and Hawk manage to take out Kisame, then it will be tough to find someone who could go up against all of us, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded. Dog and Ace. We are arriving Tanzaku City. What can you tell us about the enemies? Ordered Hawk as the team leader, to which Ace chose to go first. From what I gathered from my nose, it will be a tough job. The missing nins are smart, since I believe they mingled with the citizens so as to not get caught. I believe Dog will be of more assistance with his Sharingan once we arrive at the place, said Ace, to which Hawk concurred and looked at Kakashi, who also nodded in response. Black Wolf, me and Bear will place a henge on ourselves as well and search for them inside. Dog and Ace will be up the walls looking from above and communicate to the team below the location of the enemies. After establishing the enemy's position, Dog and Ace are to hide and catch the enemy unprepared while we take their attention, explained Hawk before seeing all of his team nodding. Upon arrival, each teammate set out to do what they were supposed to do. Ace and Kakashi went up the city walls and started looking out for the enemy's position. Meanwhile, the rest of the team disguised as regular citizens and entered inside. Hawk, being the most experienced of the three, already located a suspicious one near the vending machines. Transmitting the info to Kakashi, said man recognized the henge and also was able to see that the man was from Hidden Cloud. Hawk, the man was from Cloud. I can see the crossed headband. Ace is sniffing right now and was already able to locate another three of them. From what he told me, all of them were from Cloud, however we still need to find the other ones, said Kakashi on the intercom. Dog, I was able to locate another one, directly in front of me at the sushi stand, said Naruto, to which Kakashi diverted his attention in order to look for the suspect. Huh, that one was from Iwa. Me and Ace have already gathered some of the targets and will follow them to see where they are going, reported Kakashi, to which Hawk nodded. Ace, try to sniff around for their hideout. The missing nins must have settled a base of operations inside the city, ordered Hawk, to which Ace acknowledged and began using Futon Chakra to increase his sense of smell. At one point, he managed to find what looked like the city's hotel. Inside, he covered a couple of powerful scents. Hawk, it appears that they using the city's hotel for their little base. Dog also pinpointed some chakra signatures inside, said Ace, to which Hawk acknowledged and signaled for Black Wolf and Bear to go somewhere when they can regroup in order to formulate a plan for an attack. Once the team was reunited once again, Hawk began to speak. Okay, From what we've been able to see, we have missing nins from Cloud and Iwa to take care of. It's not safe to assume things in ANBU, but it's presumed that we are up against Raiden and Doden users. Black Wolf, you and Ace are better equipped to deal with Raiden users, seeing that you are a Futon user. Dog, you will be up against the ones from Iwa since you are a Raiden user. Bear and I will provide backup to each of you, explained Hawk before earning nods from the group. After the plan was formed, they needed a suitable way of getting in without alerting the enemy of their presence. Kakashi, however, just smiled and made some hand signs for Sweden Kirigakure no Jutsu, and instantly a mist was formed around the team, catching at least 5 missing nins inside. 3 from Cloud and 2 from Iwa. Getting ready for an attack, the missing nins cursed themselves from not being prepared in case Konoha discovered them. Suddenly, 2 thunder spears, Raiden Akatsuki no Yari, lightning release, thunder spear jutsu, and 3 wind swords. Futon K's no Yeba, wind release, wind sword jutsu, struck the designated targets and 5 heads fell on the floor. After that, the mist vanished and showed Dog side by side with Black Wolf followed by Hawk and Bear behind. Seal them inside a scroll and impersonate one of them in order to capture the rest of them, shouted Hawk, to which Kakashi complied without question. But he was wondering what got Hawk into being angry like that. Naruto for his part eyes his captain for a moment before transforming into one of the missing nins on the floor. When he was about to ask, however, Kakashi landed his hands on his shoulder and told him to drop the subject till later. Realizing that this was maybe a tough subject, Naruto nodded and left with Kakashi to lure the rest of them to the trap, leaving Hawk and Bear to look each other. I wanted to kill this bastard for what he did to my brother, shouted Hawk before Bear rested his hands on his shoulder and asked him to drop this until arriving in Konoha. Hawk was hesitant at first, but then complied. With Naruto and Kakashi, they were able to locate the next 4 missing nins that needed to take care of. Approaching the group, Kakashi used sign language to the group since he knew that's how missing nins talk with one another. The group got the news that one of them wanted to have a meeting with the entire group in order to discuss some issues concerning their plan. All of them bought it and were following Kakashi and Naruto to the trap ahead of them. However, before they could arrive, Hawk deliberately appeared and started attacking the group of 4, startling Naruto and Kakashi since the plan was to lure them inside the hotel. Immediately joining Hawk's side, Naruto and Kakashi dropped the henge, earning the frustration of the group. "Damn it, Hawk Taiko, everyone close your eyes," said Naruto as he began a series of hand seals for Ukami Hijutsu. Suki Kurigari, Wolf Secret Style. Total Darkness Jutsu. Luckily, Kakashi listened to his student and closed his eyes so he wasn't hit by the technique. When he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto calmly walking towards the enemy and with his ninjutsu, he sliced all 4 of the enemy's heads, hence killing them all. "Dog, would you please seal these ones before the technique runs out?" "You only have a minute," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and went to seal the bodies. When Hawk and the rest of the crowd opened their eyes, something was missing. "Where are they? Where did they go?" asked Hawk on the verge of snarling in anger. Thus Kakashi went close to him and tried to calm him down. "Relax, Black Wolf took care of them. Let's reach Bear and go back to Konoha. We still have guard duty to do tonight," said Kakashi, to which Hawk looked at Black Wolf for a moment and then relaxed. "Okay, team, let's head back," said Hawk with a dejected voice that made Naruto wonder yet again what was the relation between the missing nins and his captain. In Konoha, once back, the ANBU team presented the report for the ANBU commander. Yamato knew of what happened by Hawk himself, who admitted that he was wrong in letting his emotions almost ruin the mission. Yamato sighed and rested his hands on Hawk's shoulder. "As ANBU, we're expected to have control of our emotions. However, I know why you went ballistic on them. Your brother's death hit you pretty bad, and upon seeing the one who murdered him, no one could be so cold and act calmly. I'm not holding you responsible for what happened. However, from what the reports indicated, if it wasn't for Black Wolf and Dog, the mission would end in failure and the people from Tanzaku City could be dead. I also won't report this to the Hokage. You're one of the best captains and pride of the ANBU force. Now, it's guard duty. Use it to pay your respects for your brother and then move on," said Yamato, earning the nod from Hawk. After Yamato dismissed the team, all of them head out to each side of Konoha for an advanced guard duty around the entire village. Naruto, of course, chose the side which he would be able to watch Kurenai's apartment, and the rest were divided to the rest of the teams. Team, first of all, I'd like to apologize for my behavior, and I appreciate that Kakashi-senpai was there to take control of the mission. Bear, thanks for the concern, and Black Wolf, thank you for killing those sons of bitches. Now, it's guard duty for us. You all know the drill. Communicate through the intercom should you find anything suspicious, said Hawk, to which each of the group nodded and left. Kakashi, however, called Naruto for a little talk before he left. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto, to which Kakashi turned serious. Naruto, I wanted to ask how you felt after decapitating the enemies so ruthlessly. While efficient, I found it slight vicious. What happened? Asked Kakashi, clearly concerned that the blonde lost forever his innocence. Naruto for his part wondered why Kakashi asked, but answered anyway. They were the enemy, Kakashi-sensei. If you're wondering about me being sane, don't. I used the Ukami jutsu so that no one had to see it. As to what I felt, my stomach flipped after I witnessed the heads falling on the floor. I had to do it, though, for the sake of the mission and avoiding unnecessary damage to the team, said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled. Sorry to question that, Naruto, it's just that I've never seen this side of you in a mission, thus I was caught by surprise, that's all. Let's proceed with the guard duty, said Kakashi before sunshining out of the way, leaving Naruto to nod and then leave in a sunshin as well. Chapter 13 Rasengan Evolution. Higashi Takeda was considered one of the best ANBU members ever to serve Konoha. However, his life growing up was tough to say the least. Being an orphan at birth, Takeda had only his brother Higashi Yusuke as family. At the time of his birth, Yusuke graduated at the Ninja Academy. As Takeda grew up, he began visioning his older brother as his idol and role model for when he graduated at the academy. When Takeda managed to graduate from the academy, he ran to his house so as to tell his brother the news. Upon arrival, though, Takeda saw Yondaime Hokage inside along with a dog-masked ANBU. At the time, Takeda was surprised to see the most powerful shinobi of the village standing in front of his house. Growing up without his parents taught a lot to Takeshi, and he knew the Hokage wouldn't be there to bring good news. Immediately, his heart ached. Yusuke was the only family Takeda has in this world, and if something happened to his brother, Takeshi wouldn't know what to do. When he reached the front door, the fourth Hokage looked at him with a sad smile on his face. Takeshi-san, we need to talk. Please get inside, said Minato before entering inside, followed by the ANBU and Takeda. After all of them got comfortable, Minato sighed and turned to look at the little kid who was about to receive the worst news of his life. Takeda-san, it's with great sorrow that I say that your brother was killed on the line of duty. His team was sent next to Kumo to investigate some attacks, said Minato as he looked Takeda in the eyes. It didn't take seconds until Takeda cried. He screamed to the heavens and cursed Kami from taking his brother away from him. Minato could only wait for the new genin to let all go, while Kakashi, the dog ANBU, was sympathetic. At the time, Kakashi remembered his father committing suicide after a failed mission, thus leaving him to grow up by himself. Back to Takeda, he was now more controlled, even though the tears were still falling. Once the tears dried, Takeda looked at the ANBU in front of him and had an epiphany. Takeda looked at the man's mask and wondered if he got one of his own then things would be better. People often used masks to hide from something. Takeda now wished no different. Being an ANBU, he would focus entirely on the mission and cut all his emotions. Minato, upon seeing Takeda's face hardened, could only sigh and wish that the boy wouldn't cut his emotions like this. Minato knew all too well about ninjas doing this, and it pained greatly in his heart to see a child doing this. The Hokage asked Takeda if he wanted to take a break and then be assigned to active duty. However, the new Takeda didn't find any reasons for such. After the tears dried, Takeda's mind was only focused on growing stronger and, maybe, in the future, enters inside ANBU forces. When he voiced his reasons to the Hokage, Minato flinched at the sudden coldness, but he knew only time would be able to solve things. After that, Takeda closed his heart and managed to pass the Chunin exams, by almost killing a genin, and he would have had the proctor not stopped him in time. At the time, Minato thought best to put him under the care of Kakashi inside ANBU to train Takeda. After entering ANBU, Kakashi managed to break all Takeda's emotional defenses upon explaining how it was for him after his father committed suicide. Takeda became a part of Kakashi's team and learned a great deal with the silver-haired Junin, ANBU captain at the time. 5 years later, here he was standing in front of his brother's grave. It was a raining night and ANBU Team 5 split in order to cover all 4 corners of Konoha. Hawk found it strange that the sky was crying and wondered if it was because of his brother. At some point in life, Takeda wished for vengeance against the man who killed his brother. However, he never managed to find his brother's killing, which led him to give it up and move on. When Naruto killed the man responsible for everything bad in his life, at first Hawk was pissed that wasn't he who revenged Yasuke's death. Now, however, he appreciated that Black Wolf managed to take care of this, hence not getting his hands dirty with the enemy's blood. Looking at the grave once again, Takeda prayed for his brother. Yusuke Nichin, I hope that you're not crying because of what I did today. After I saw the man who killed you, I lost my mind and wanted to attack him blindly. I know for a fact that you would never do such a foolish thing, but I'm ashamed to say I did. If it wasn't for Naruto, I'd put a lot of citizens at risk, thus endangering the mission. However, it's just like you said, every bad situation is a good one in disguise. If I never found him, I never would be able to take this pressure off my chest. Rest assured, brother, that I'll make you proud of me, and hopefully when my time is up, I'll get to see you yet again, prayed Takeda to the gods and then looked up to notice that the rain stopped. Smiling behind his mask, Takeda then vanished and positioned himself to his side of Konoha and continued the mission of guard duty. With Naruto, Kakashi told Naruto about what happened to Hawk because of the missing nin, and now the blonde understood Hawk's behavior. As he landed on top of a gate on his side of Konoha, Naruto couldn't stop but think of how bottled emotions could kill you in the future. Truth be told, Naruto knew that if he didn't act quickly and killed all the missing nins, the battle would spread and could seriously kill a lot of civilians. Looking at his companion Ace, who was currently shaking himself in order to dry his fur after the heavy rain that fell, Naruto smiled and told him to pay visit to Kurenai. He had a surprise to his lover stored inside a scroll and he wanted to deliver it to her when she least expected. A while later, they arrived at the place where they could see Kurenai's window and with care, floated the scroll with futon chakra until the message landed inside the apartment. Naruto waited a while until he saw said woman pick up the scroll and then look at whoever sent her this, only to smile upon seeing the mask that belonged to her boyfriend. Waving at Kurenai for a while, Naruto then left towards his next stop for the day and then returns to HQ. Meanwhile, Kurenai opened the scroll with a smile and began reading it. As she read, she blushed at yet again being called Red Rose. The scroll also said that he would be home shortly and sleep together with her. At the end of the scroll, Kurenai saw a seal that was used for guarding documents and weapons inside scrolls. Blaming her curiosity, Kurenai unsealed whatever was inside only for a bouquet of red roses to appear on her hand. Blushing at the immense beauty of the flowers, she was surprised upon hearing Naruto speaking from the door. That isn't enough to describe how beautiful you are, Kure-chan, said Naruto, but was surprised when Kurenai jumped at him, hugging him fiercely as well as landing her lips on his with intensity. In little time, the couple was already undressed and began making out on the bed. Naruto being patient enough and cover Kurenai's body with his mouth and Kurenai to just relax and let the hormones do what they do best. However, Naruto wouldn't let his girlfriend relax and reached Kurenai's private area, earning a good and sexy moan out of the brunette. Seeing that the woman was longing for Naruto to be inside of her, the blonde complied and began the ritual, making the woman go crazy, thus having her orgasm. After the lovemaking, Kurenai laid on top of Naruto's chest while both of them began conversing about today. Naruto talked about his captain and the mission in Tanzaku-gai, picking Kurenai's interest instantly. She became sad upon knowing of Hawk's brother and him growing up alone. Suddenly, her boyfriend's life played in front of her and she imagined what would be like if she didn't have her parents to guide her through growing up. The couple also talked about Yugo's reasons for doing what she did, with Kurenai wanting to talk to her when she returned and Naruto cursing Hayate for causing Yugo grief. After a while, Kurenai fell asleep on Naruto's chest like always and the blonde closed his in order to get some sleep. Next day, placing his mask on, Naruto was about to leave when he heard his lover calling his name. Surprised to see Kurenai wake up so early, Naruto went to the room to see her only grumbling incoherent words that anyone would formulate under these circumstances. Kurenai wanted to wake up earlier than usual so that she could see her boyfriend before he left to present to HQ. However, Naruto had to present exactly the time the sun appeared, so it was really soon. Kneeling next to her in the bed, Naruto kissed the woman's forehead and said smoothly for her to get some sleep. But, Naruto-kun, I wanted to see you off, said Kurenai as she fought to control her urge to just close her eyes and just lose herself in her dream world. Naruto for himself smiled at the woman's effort and kissed her once again, but now on the left cheek. However, he had to get her to sleep, otherwise it would be tough for her to fight through the day. So, Naruto leaned over and whispered softly into her ear. "Sleep tight, my him, and please dream of us back in that hotel." "Okay," said Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled once more before her eyes drifted off to sleep, but not before she could mutter, "I love you," to Naruto. Kissing her once again, this time on the lips, Naruto returned the phrase and then left towards the HQ. As he jumped through the buildings, he was suddenly joined by Kakashi and Ace, who happened to return from the Inuzuka compound. Then, without warning, Naruto stopped and turned to look at the dog-masked ANBU. Sure, Kakashi entered his team now, and Naruto was sure that the day his old sensei was on time for something would be the day when Orochimaru openly admits he likes little boys. "Why you stopped?" asked Ace, to which Naruto looked strangely at Kakashi for a moment. "Although I didn't expect much time with Kakashi-sensei, I can say for sure that he never was on time for anything. Now, either you are an imposter or Kurenai-chan is making fun of me by casting a genjutsu on me," said Naruto, to which Kakashi's sweat dropped for a second over the blonde's suspicion. However, he found he couldn't fault Naruto for questioning. "Okay, I admit I was late for everything most of the time we're on the same team. However, not that I'm back to ANBU duty. It doesn't seem good to be late like I once was. Not to mention the fact that Tsunade-sama would destroy my entire collection of Icha-Icha," said Kakashi, making Naruto sigh, seeing it was his sensei alright. "Sorry about that, Kakashi-sensei. It's the first time this happens and all," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and told them to go to HQ. At ANBU HQ, once inside and after presenting himself to HQ, Naruto felt like going for a little training. For long now, he wanted to learn a new Raiden attack. That being said, the blonde rushed to the library of scrolls and picked one called Raiden Shichu Shibari, Lightning Release, 4-Pillar Prison Jutsu. After learning a great deal of attack-based jutsus, it was time already to learn other uses for jutsus. He already had some defensive Suiden ninjutsus, but the one he picked was a trap Raiden jutsu. Reading for a while, Naruto learned that the jutsu invoke 4 electricity-powered pillar around the enemy and establish a lightning current around them so that the enemy cannot escape. Going straight to his favorite training ground only to see 2 figures standing there, presumably waiting for someone to show up, Naruto smiled. He knew who these 2 are and turned to voice his presence so that both Shino and Shikamaru could turn and meet him. "A little bird told me that you 2 joined ANBU forces. However, I was kind of skeptical over the news. Shino, I'm okay and all, but seeing Shikamaru using this uniform sends shivers down my spine. I wonder how many times you used the word troublesome before finally accepting to join," said Naruto. Shikamaru would have muttered troublesome towards the blonde remark, however he knew that Naruto was expecting him to say that. So he explained, "At first, I didn't want to join. Tsunade-sama and Yamato could be very persistent," said Shikamaru, to which Naruto smiled and turned to the Aburame heir. "The reason I entered is so that I could be more of service to Konoha. Also, I tend to believe that training here would benefit my elemental affinity," said Shino, to which Naruto once again nodded, already knowing about the bug user's Raiden affinity. After the explanations were over, Naruto could see that Shino and Shikamaru were looking at his black wolf mask. Also, the blonde could see that although they were using the uniform, he couldn't see any masks. "Where are your masks?" asked Naruto, to which Shino and Shikamaru looked at each other and returned the look to the blonde. "We were told to present here and think of a mask to wear. However, neither I nor Shino knows which animal to choose. Truth be told, we're expecting you could help us figure out, since you chose yours." "Why you chose it, by the way?" asked Shikamaru, to which Naruto looked at the mask with a smile. He instantly remembered him talking to Tsunade about the choice and the times he looked into the mirror when he used it. Choosing the mask is not as simple as picking an animal you like. This mask represents my life and all the hardships I overcame so far. As you both know, wolves are distinguished upon the animal realm for always traveling in packs. They attacked together and defended one another, making them incredibly dangerous and feared by most. However, from every pack, there are wolves who choose a different path than the group. This wolf has a path of his own to follow. Whether you believe or not, I'm this separate wolf. This mask is a representation of this path of mine, explained Naruto, earning surprised looks from his peers. Shino and Shikamaru were puzzled. Both of them understood the analogy. The pack is Konoha and Naruto is the lone wolf. However, what they failed to understand is why Naruto believes that, seeing that he has Kurenai as a girlfriend and some friends, including both of them. Immediately, both of them forgot about the mask and became more interested in what Naruto was saying. Naruto, while I understood your analogy of sorts, I failed to understand as to your concept of being alone, asked Shino, to which Naruto smiled upon hearing a frequent question. Naruto couldn't blame them for not understand, simply because they weren't aware of his position as a Jinchuriki. They didn't know who was trapped within his body and, obviously, they aren't aware of what happened to his life because of it. I understand your doubt, Shino. How could I be alone if I have all those precious people that are close to me? The truth is I'm different than you guys. In the elemental nations, there are few that share similar lives with my own. I would gladly tell you about it, however it's better that you two reach the conclusions on your own, said Naruto before seeing Shino and Shikamaru dismiss the issue, while maintaining the curiosity. Now as to choosing your masks, try looking at yourselves and imagine which animal your personality relates to the most, I guess, said Naruto, to which Shino and Shikamaru nodded before another ANBU agent appeared and reached the two new recruits for some medical examinations, thus leaving Naruto alone to train. Looking once more at the scroll in order to remember the hand seals sequence, the amount of chakra needed and how he was supposed to mold it. Naruto was skeptical of his success regarding this technique, simply the theory alone was difficult to picture. As he made the hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground, he was surprised to feel the ground below him starts trembling and look forward to see that two pillars emerged. Although the technique wasn't complete, the blonde was surprised he managed to do it. Figured you'd be here of all places. No wonder you got so strong, Naruto. When you don't have missions, you train, and when you have mission, you train as well, said Kakashi as he entered the training ground with his mask hanging on his waist. Although surprised by his sensei's presence, Naruto smiled at the remark and replied, "Surely, it would be far-fetched if I could do 1,000 jutsus out of the blue. I like it here, though, even though everything in here is an artificial resemblance to outside's training grounds," said Naruto as Kakashi appeared next to him to inspect what Naruto was learning now, only to see two pillars charged with electricity. "Although it's quite amazing, you don't have what it takes to complete this technique," said Kakashi, earning Naruto's interest instantly. "Although this is mainly a Raiden technique, you'd need knowledge of Doten manipulation," explained Kakashi, to which Naruto turned to look at the scroll and sighed since he forgot to read this part. "Well, I guess I'll pick another one, then," said Naruto before Kakashi stopped him and asked why he was bothering to learn another jutsu. "I have both attack and defensive jutsus on my arsenal, however I don't have anything that can trap an enemy, or in other words, attack him through indirect approach," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and chose to explain. "I understand, however, trap jutsus require a solid object to interact with them. I'll explain. Elemental jutsu alone cannot create a field around the enemy, hence the fact that you'd need a conductor to seal the perimeter. Raiden Shichu Shibari, Lightning Release, 4-pillar prison jutsu, requires the knowledge of Doten simply because the pillars are made of earth chakra. The real Raiden technique is aligning the pillars with electrical current, thus trapping the enemy inside," explained Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded and laughed. "I have to talk to the librarian then and settle this at another shelf, then," said Naruto before he left for the library, leaving Kakashi alone to face the deserted yet peaceful training ground. It was a long time since he wasn't able to relieve some steam, and frankly he was already sick of doing regular missions. Kakashi figured that ANBU missions were much physically demanded, hence why he never bothered most to give his all in regular missions. However, now that he was back to ANBU, he could once again copycat ninja Kakashi. He smiled upon being able to focus on what his sensei left behind, thus, the completion of the Rasengan. Even though Naruto managed to add Futon chakra to the Rasengan, thus creating the Rasen Shuriken, Minato's original idea was indeed to fuse Raiden chakra with the ball, hence why Kakashi now vowed to complete on his sensei's behalf. Remembering his sensei once again brought a lot of nice memories to the copy nen, and seeing Naruto without the mask, Kakashi found the resemblance to be quite overwhelming. They are the same person, same eyes, same face, same hair, everything. Well, Naruto's only distinct marking was added by the Kyuubi inside of him, but other that, Naruto was the splitting image of his father. With Naruto, after speaking with the librarian about the technique being in the wrong shelf, Naruto gave the scroll to the woman, who in turn positioned the scroll inside a cabinet for later consideration. Thanking the woman, Naruto went to the elemental ninjutsu section now, but this time he figured he could learn a new Suiden ninjutsu. Since he joined ANBU, he focused either on Futon or Raiden, not even giving his second affinity some consideration. Passing the regular and most common ones, Naruto reached one which was quite interesting called Suiden Mizu Kamakiri, Water Release, Rising Watercutter Jutsu. Signing the regular papers in order to complete the withdraw, Naruto left in order to return at the training ground where he remembered that had a small lake for Suiden practice. When he returned, however, he saw Kakashi carrying a perfectly formed Rasengan with his right hand and kept looking at the spiral ball. "What are you doing, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto as he appeared next to the silver-haired Junin. Noticing his student arriving, Kakashi stopped the Rasengan in front of him and told Naruto of his intentions. After hearing Kakashi's idea, Naruto felt ashamed of not remembering to use the Rasengan anymore and asked Kakashi if such a feat was attainable considering the nature of Raiden chakra. If Kakashi was surprised that Naruto voiced this thought, he didn't show. However, he was well aware of how difficult it would be to add Raiden chakra to the Rasengan. Not to mention that Naruto's method to add Futon chakra was an exclusive one that only he was able to perform. Kakashi didn't have the chakra capacity necessary to summon many Kage Bunshins, and he couldn't maintain the Bunshins once he created them. Upon voicing his concern to Naruto, the blonde smiled upon remembering that Kakashi had an attribute he didn't have. "Although my chakra capacity is bigger, your chakra control is 10 times better than mine. You can optimize your time through other means than summoning lots of Kage Bunshins. Also, Kakashi-sensei, I don't use this method of training since the time I managed to add Futon chakra into the Rasengan," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and turned to look at the scroll Naruto now held and asked what jutsu he would practice. Upon looking at the scroll for a second, Kakashi remembered hearing about this Suiden technique one time, but couldn't figure out how it worked. "Sorry, Naruto, you're on your own on this one. I don't know this jutsu, and Suiden isn't my field of expertise," said Kakashi, to which Naruto dismissed as in no big deal and moved to the lake in front of him. Stepping on it while reading the technique, Naruto was focusing his mind on Suiden manipulation and how he would need to mold his chakra differently. The Suiden Mizu Kamakiri was indeed a complicated jutsu. According to the scroll, Naruto had to manipulate the water and transform into a slice beam, capable of cutting pretty much everything in half. Making the necessary hand seals and molding the necessary chakra, Naruto was suddenly enveloped by a thin layer of water chakra. According to the scroll, once this layer was formed, Naruto now had to shot it forward the intended target with pure chakra. Seeing a tree in front of him, Naruto focused and expelled a large quantity of chakra, thus losing control of the beam, which ended up heading towards his left. Releasing the technique, Naruto breathed slightly from the strain of not molding Suiden chakra for so long. Kakashi appeared by his side and concluded the same thing when he saw Naruto slightly tired. "It's been a while since I used Suiden chakra. I ended up using a lot more chakra than needed. Suiden techniques require more control than chakra, quite contrary from Futon and Raiden. I need to get back to the introduction so that I can get used to Suiden once again," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded. After the conversation, Naruto went back to the lake and sit on top of it. He began molding chakra so that he could manipulate the river water around. The introduction to Suiden ninjutsu was being able to move the water around and control them at will. being this feat that Naruto was doing all too well. Also, while manipulating water, one must be as calm as the very element below him. A while later, Naruto stopped getting satisfied with the practice and then he and Kakashi went to have some lunch. Naruto found it strange that his team didn't get any mission and the fact that he wasn't able to find traces of Hawk and Bear around the facility. At the facility's restaurant, Kakashi and Naruto were discussing about Naruto's life as an ANBU before Kakashi returned and a few new techniques the blonde managed to learn from the library. Naruto told Kakashi about the EUS ranked nin and how tough the guy was from taking his Raiden Denku Raiko, lightning release, lighting roar jutsu, head on and still be able to stand. After that, he told the advancement in futon techniques with the futon Kyumu Shippu, wind release, fierce hurricane jutsu, and how he was able to level the training ground they just now were, earning a look in surprise from Kakashi who imagined Yamato being quite pissed about having to fix himself the training ground. Seeing that it was Naruto who caused that, Kakashi realized how much stronger Naruto must have gotten if he was able to level a whole field like that. When they finished eating, Kakashi and Naruto discussed about the Rasengan and how could Kakashi add Raiden element to the sphere. Kakashi figured that Naruto's futon addition to the Rasengan ended up creating a wind shuriken around the sphere. Perhaps him adding Raiden element could transform the ball into something else, like a magnetic field surrounding the Rasengan. Reaching once again the training field, Kakashi summoned a Kage Bunshin and performed a Bear Rasengan. He figured that it would be impossible to keep the rotation and force of the sphere as well as add futon chakra to it all. So just like Naruto, Kakashi used the Kage Bunshin to take care of the Raiden element and he would be in charge of performing and maintaining the Rasengan. As the procedure initiated, nothing happened. A few minor lightning current left Kakashi's clone but upon reaching the ball of energy, the electricity current would just stop, meaning that more Raiden chakra was needed. However, when Kakashi added more, the electricity mingled with the Rasengan, thus sending now medium-sized lightning bolts in all directions before becoming unstable and glowed dangerously. Kakashi immediately replaced himself with a rock before the Rasengan exploded, therefore escaping from the lethal explosion. Naruto watched this and remembered getting himself blown up several times and continued trying. He knew, though, that Kakashi didn't have a tenant inside his stomach, so Kakashi don't heal as quickly as he does. Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you'll need to use 2 clones for this. While one makes the Rasengan, the other will add Raiden chakra to the spiral ball, said Naruto, to which Kakashi sighed, seeing that isn't much hope to complete such an unstable technique without him having Naruto's healing rate. Naruto's idea seemed okay, because the information would return to his mind once the clones finishes, thus showing him how to do it. Sighing once again, Kakashi summoned 2 Kage Bunshins this time and the two initiated the exercise. As the clone added Raiden chakra to the Rasengan, the real Kakashi was using his Sharingan to understand the chakra molding of his clones. He managed to learn the Rasengan after seeing with his Sharingan how his sensei molded the necessary chakra to keep the technique rotating. He only now had to realize the chakra molding for adding Raiden chakra and then, possibly, expand it just like Naruto did with his Rasen Shuriken. 2 hours later and a couple of soldier pills, Kakashi was resting on the ground from chakra fatigue. Naruto was amazed at the man's geniuses when it comes to ninjutsu. Naruto trained the equivalent to almost 2 years to reach the level of Kakashi. Kakashi's Raiden Rasengan consisted of the regular ball inside a little electric field which upon impact with a tree, its simple passed through like the tree wasn't even there. Naruto remembered the hole created by Kakashi's technique and wondered how much damage it would do once the technique was completed. While resting, Kakashi and Naruto was going over what would be the name of the technique. Naruto, once, joked about the possibility of fusing a Suidan ninjutsu with the Raiden Rasengan, making Kakashi smile, but contradict Naruto's theory. Even if you and Yamato managed that Gufu Suika no Jutsu, Typhoon Water Vortex Jutsu, against Hidan, I don't think the Raiden Rasengan can be used like that. A Suidan plus Raiden attack would need to consist of a much stronger Suidan ninjutsu with a less strong Raiden to increase the current and hit the enemy full force. Now, how about we think about a name for it once we manage to complete the technique? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto turned to think about it. He was lucky since his version was easy to name it. Futon Rasen Shuriken, wind release, spiral shuriken jutsu. But now since he couldn't imagine what form this technique would have, Naruto couldn't figure out a name for the technique. I can't figure out something for the name, Kakashi-sensei. The Rasen shuriken was only named after the wind shuriken was created, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded, thus concurring with the blonde. He was thinking more in terms of an spiral electrical field, however the technique was still due to be completed so it could take a different shape. Hopefully Kakashi wanted it to be just like Naruto's, which initiated as a little shuriken and grew up to a Fuma shuriken in terms of growth. Meanwhile, inside a cavern, the members of Akatsuki were discussing about the sudden whereabouts of one Uzumaki Naruto. The last attack was futile and they ended up losing one of their strongest members, Kisame. Now, with only Itachi, Zetsu, Tobi and Pain, the group would have trouble finding the last two bijus, and even if they could, the extraction process would need a lot more time and only Kisame had enough chakra capacity to last the procedure. Now, the group were discussing about finding some new recruits to aid in their cause. Seems that the last bijus are being difficult and seem to being able to avoid our detection abilities, said Pain, to which the rest nodded in return. Itachi was looking at the leader on the outside, but inside he was pretty much ignoring the man. He didn't really bother anymore to find the Jinchurikis simply because he found no need for them. The Uchiha elder never knew what was Pain's idea for wanting to kidnap the tailed demons, but he went along seeing that fighting Jinchuriki and the ones who protect them would worth the time. Being an Uchiha, he was driven by battle and driven for having the opportunity to fight tough opponents. Itachi remembered the one who managed to kill Kisame back in Konoha and wondered how strong the Black Wolf masked ANBU was. Kisame was one of the strongest members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, and seeing Konoha's ANBU killing him and his sword was impressive to say the least. Truth be told, Itachi was considering leaving the organization and let them fetch the bijus by themselves, however he needed the opportunity for such. Maybe he could use the eight-tailed beast Jinchuriki and leave enough evidence for Zetsu to think that he was killed by him or her. Truly, no member would find the truth, and Itachi could travel around the place and find tough opponents to fight and, if possible, cure his eyes. Back to the conversation, Itachi heard Zetsu mentioning that he didn't sense any demonic presence in Konoha, which meant that either Naruto left once again with Jiraiya or the boy was dead. The latter was quite impossible, seeing that Itachi knew the boy became famous in Konoha from his exploits and never giving up speech. So, either Naruto left or he managed to conceal the demon's presence enough so that Zetsu can't figure out. Also, since he couldn't get inside the village from fear of Konoha finding him like they found Kisame and killed them, Akatsuki was limited to sensing the demonic presence. Suddenly, when Tobi suggested focusing all their hopes in finding the eight-tailed demon, Itachi saw his opportunity appear. Leader Sama, I would like to track the eight-tailed. Our intelligence says that he's located in Kumo somewhere, so we're most likely to find ninjas from Kumo, thus Raiden users. Zetsu is Doden, so he won't have the advantage in case of confrontation, said Itachi, to which Tobi, Madara in disguise, looked at him with suspicion. However, upon hearing the authorization from Pain, Madara rested and decided he would wait to see what Itachi's intentions are. Bowing in acknowledgement for the leader, Itachi maintained the Uchiha trademark stoic face and left the cave towards Kumo. On the way, he would need to formulate a plan in order to appear that he was dead after a confrontation with the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. With Team 8 reuniting with her team, Kurenai managed to see Kiba and Hinata's face after knowing that Shino won't be joining them any longer. Kiba was jealous of his teammate for entering in ANBU before him, but upon voicing his protest to Kurenai and also asking why he didn't get in, Kurenai sighed and explained. Kiba, although you're strong for a Chunin, you don't possess the abilities that are required in ANBU. In fact, it's tough for an Inuzuka to join the ANBU force, simply because of the ninja's companion, said Kurenai, to which Kiba looked at Akamaru and returned his look to Kurenai, obviously not understanding what Kurenai-sensei meant with all this. Kiba, with Akamaru by your side, it would be impossible for you to conceal your identity. ANBUs use masks for a reason, you know, said Kurenai before seeing Kiba look down once again. However, Kiba, you can still be promoted to Junin and also be of service to Konoha. In fact, both of you have the opportunity to become Junin, said Kurenai as she looked at Hinata and saw her smile a bit. Now, let's proceed with elemental training. said Kurenai, to which Kiba and Hinata nodded and began the chakra molding. With Naruto. Our blonde was still on the training ground now on top of the lake. Kakashi had already left, seeing that his team didn't have missions today. Now Naruto was attempting his new Sweden technique. Focusing once again on Sweden manipulation, Naruto began the necessary hand seals and molded the necessary chakra. Sweden Mizu Kamakiri, water release, rising watercutter jutsu, shouted Naruto before sending a slice water beam towards the tree in front of him, slicing the tree in half. Breathing once again, Naruto smiled and left the lake towards his place to rest. On the way, he decided to have some ramen and went to Ichiraku's for dinner. As he arrived, he was surprised to see Sasuke Uchiha there seating alone. Naruto truly didn't have anything against the Uchiha, even though he caused the blonde quite a headache. Approaching the bench, Naruto seated and ordered his usual miso ramen for a yame before picking up a chopstick from the counter. He didn't bother looking at the person next to him, simply because he didn't see the need to. Sure, there were somewhat close as genins, but as they grew up, their paths diverged. After their fight a year ago, which pretty much destroyed the forest they were at the time, Naruto vanished from sight. Sasuke tried to find the blonde one more time, but stopped, seeing that no one would tell him. "Somehow I knew you'd be here of all places. Figured I'd appear here sooner," said Sasuke, but Naruto was silent. After all, Sasuke's first sentence was just something he used to start the conversation, so he wasn't expecting a reply. Sasuke observed the blonde for a few moments and wondered what happened to him. Sasuke only knew rumors here and then, so he wasn't aware of Naruto's turn to the extreme. "I wondered what happened to Naruto, though I'm afraid that he's not here anymore, right?" said Sasuke, to which the blonde just nodded and replied. "If you're referring to the one you knew before, then yes, he's already gone. I wouldn't bother asking questions if I were you, though. It's not like I came here for a conversation," said Naruto, to which Sasuke smiled and nodded. "I see, it's just somewhat unnerving to see you behaving like this, that's all," said Sasuke. Naruto wouldn't budge though and continued eating his noodles quietly. The blonde wondered why Sasuke of all people would want any conversation with him, but he shrugged it off, seeing that when he finished his meal, he would just leave plain and simple. Truth to his plan, Naruto finished the plate, thanked Ayame and then left before extending a somewhat polite ending to a conversation. "Have a nice night, Uchiha-san," said Naruto, to which Sasuke looked at him and wondered what exactly happened now. Sasuke waited a long time to see the damn blonde and demand a new challenge, but upon seeing Naruto behaving like he didn't even met Sasuke before, it kind of frightened the Uchiha. Also, the way Naruto addressed to him as in just a member of a family proved to Sasuke that Naruto didn't bother calling him by the name, which once again unnerved him. For Naruto to change his personality so much in so little time made Sasuke wonder what happened since the time he and the blonde were apart. Instantly, the word bond appeared in Sasuke's head. Sasuke knew he could only count with one hand the number of people who formed a bond with him that was still alive. Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura were in his genin team, and now Aoba was his new sensei. Other than those four, no one would even bother thinking about the Uchiha. He sent Sakura away and he hasn't seen Kakashi around as well. Now Naruto was out as well, which left only his new sensei Aoba. Sasuke wasn't dumb to think Aoba would be with him had the Hokage not assigned the Uchiha under his tutelage. Being that said, Sasuke was truly lonely, not that he minded though. His path was already forged with treason and vengeance, and he didn't even bother trying to see if he could or not change it. Back to Naruto, he at first was surprised as to why Sasuke didn't behave as he always did, demanding things just because of his last name. However, Naruto couldn't care less about the Uchiha, hence the fact that he even bothered to say his name throughout the brief conversation. Naruto could be friendly with the guy. He could maybe leave the past behind and meet him once again, but the blonde wondered why he would even bother to do such a thing. Sasuke wasn't the type of person who would raise his finger to help someone, and even if he did, Naruto just didn't want to have anything with the Uchiha. Arriving at his apartment, he greeted Ace and went straight to bed, seeing that he was very tired. The next day, Naruto woke up with a knock on the door. Usually the blonde would curse the heavens for someone waking him up before time. However, seeing as he was about to wake up anyway, he went to the front door and opened. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. I was hoping you'd like some breakfast," asked Kurenai as she smiled. Naruto, however, was completely lost at the sight before him. The sun was just rising and the sun was beginning to illuminate Konoha, and a few of the sun's beams happened to be illuminating Kurenai's black hair, and her smile was just an addiction to the whole scene. Kurenai looked at the blonde, wondering what got into him to stare at her like that. However, she realized the look of astonishment in his face. "You look even more beautiful than ever, Kurenai-chan. The morning sunlight just happens to enlighten you in a way that only Kami could send to his angels," said Naruto, making Kurenai look at the blonde with heart in her eyes. She knew Naruto always had his way with words, but up to now he never said something so beautiful, and Kurenai was just dumbstruck. Here she was staring at one of Konoha's deadliest shinobi, killer of S-rank shinobi, reciting poetic phrases like that. "Thanks, Naruto-kun, may I come in?" asked Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded and let the woman enter. Fixing the breakfast at his table, Kurenai remembered how much Naruto shows he loves her. When she turned to call him up, Naruto was already leaving the room with his ANBU uniform and his mask strapped on his waist. "Thanks for the breakfast, Kurenai-chan," said Naruto as he sits on the table, followed by Kurenai, who watches her boyfriend fixing a sandwich and some milk. It was strange to her that a 16-bearing 17-year-old guy could do the things he does to her. 5 years back, she wouldn't believe this could be true. Normally, a person of Naruto's age wouldn't have the maturity to handle a deep relationship as well as maintain his obligations as a shinobi. However, upon seeing the blonde managing to show his love to her as well as becoming one hell of a shinobi in ANBU, Kurenai wondered how he could do all these stuff. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade was seen doing her paperwork when a Junin entered her office panting and begging for air. After seeing the man, Tsunade wondered what could be so important that a Junin-level shinobi entered her office in such a state. She remembered sending him to do some scouting on a village nearby, based on some rumors of Orochimaru's activities. Now seeing the Junin, Tsunade was prepared for the worst. "Takato, calm down and report," said Tsunade, to which said man breathed some air and slowed his heart rate. "Tsunade-sama, as per your permission, I went to a village nearby in order to investigate whether or not Orochimaru or his goons were doing some activities there. When I arrived, the village was deserted. As I walked around, I didn't find traces of any presence. However, as the sun set, I was able to feel what seemed to be a similar presence to the cursed seal of Orochimaru. When I went to investigate the source of it, it was safe to say that I was lucky to escape alive," said Takato, making Tsunade's eyes go wide at the man's last information. When Tsunade inquired the man, she saw the sweat in Takato's face and heard him. "I managed to infiltrate a hidden base that happens to be similar to the base Yamato found in Otogakure. Once inside, I heard numerous screams, begging to stop the pain and release them. When I arrived, though, I managed to see the snake himself operating on 5 individuals. However, this time was different. Orochimaru, somehow, managed to apply the cursed seal level 2 directly. Maybe, he's hoping to update the cursed seal." Suddenly, Orochimaru's second-in-command Kabuto spotted my presence, leaving me no choice but to escape and come here," said Takato, to which Tsunade nodded. "Good job, Takato. Now that we managed to find another of Orochimaru's base, we can send an advanced team to take out their defenses and possibly do some advanced search. Rest up for a couple of days and then present here. We'll have a new class graduating next week, so you'll be able to take on a team of genin that you requested to me a couple of times," said Tsunade, to which Takato nodded in appreciation and left the office. Tsunade thought for a while and screamed for Shizune to call of ANBU Team 5, to which Shizune acknowledged and sent the request to Yamato. Inside ANBU HQ. Once inside HQ, Naruto was assisting Kakashi with his elemental Rasengan. So far, Kakashi managed to improve the Raiden Rasengan a little bit, but it wasn't as complete as the Rasen Shuriken yet. Once the clones were dispelled, the real Kakashi and Naruto discussed about what they could do to complete the technique. The problem wasn't the chakra control, simply because Kakashi pretty mastered this part. The problem was how much chakra needed the right time. "Naruto, tell me how you do to go from the Futon Rasengan to the Rasen Shuriken," asked Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded. "After the Futon Rasengan is formed, the clone will slowly push more Futon chakra to the technique, thus elongating the size of the shuriken. Increasing the amount of chakra wasn't a foreign concept to Kakashi, just not very popular. In fact, he didn't know of a technique that needed an increase in chakra during the technique's performance. Looking at Naruto, Kakashi always wondered how the blonde managed to complete the Rasengan apart from the necessity of using clones. Of course, if the whole amount of chakra was used at once, the new Rasengan would become unstable, thus very difficult to control. Summoning once again, 2 bunchins, Kakashi told them to do as Naruto advised and the two set to it. Immediately performing the Raiden Rasengan, the clone started pumping more chakra to the technique. As the electrical field surrounding the ball grew, Kakashi and Naruto's anticipation grew in response. Suddenly, bolts of electricity emerged from the spiral ball in the middle and ended a few inches from the ball from what appeared to be a wider electrical sphere. The clone wielding the technique saw a tree and decided to test it. When he slammed it, though, the results were impressive to say the least. The tree was non-existent and a gigantic field of electricity was formed in front of them, hitting pretty much anything inside the field just like the Rasen shuriken, except the very effect of the two techniques. While Naruto's technique shredded everything, Kakashi's technique would electrocute. So Naruto, tell me what you think of my Raiden Rasen Denkai, lightning release, spiral electric field jutsu, said Kakashi as he fell on the ground, panting for air. Naruto was amazed by the technique and he voiced it to Kakashi before helping her get up and give the last soldier pill to Kakashi. Truth be told, taking too many soldier pills would damage the body in the long term, so Kakashi only took the necessary amount so that he would recover his chakra capacity. Very amazing, Kakashi-sensei. The name is fitting as well, said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled and was about to reply, but Hawk and Bear appeared. Hawk came to gather the rest of his team to a S-ranked mission, however when he saw what happened to the training ground, he turned to look at Naruto and asked which technique did this. Naruto smiled and pointed to his sensei. I and Naruto managed to complete the Yondaimi's technique Rasengan by adding the Raiden element. The result is what you see before you, said Kakashi as he got up. Hawk and Bear looked at the destruction and sighed, seeing that they got another demolition expert on their team. Well, our team received an S-ranked mission. We are to present at the Hokage's office in 15 minutes. Let's go, said Hawk before all 4 vanished and appeared inside the Hokage's office, thus making Shizune jump and threw all documents to the air. In Tsunade's office, after seeing the ANBU team arrive and Shizune drop all the paperwork she managed to complete in 2 days, Tsunade was pissed to say the least. However, just her angered look showed Shizune that she was in deep trouble. Therefore, in record time, the black-haired woman gathered all the documents and left the room, leaving Tsunade and the ANBU. Taking some air, the Hokage eyed the ANBU team and issued their orders. ANBU Team 5, as of this morning, one of our Junins managed to locate a hidden base of Orochimaru, said Tsunade, before seeing all 4 of the team gulp and even a little bit of killing intent, but managed to get control. According to the Junin, the snake has been doing experiments with the cursed seal level 2 and maybe Orochimaru is attempting to achieve a level 3. We can't let he achieve this goal. Black Wolf can attest to how powerful the level 2 can be, since he battled Uchiha Sasuke in this level, said Tsunade, as in authorizing Naruto to share his experience. Well, all of you know that the cursed seal grants the user a boost in power and speed. However, higher the level of the cursed seal, higher chance of Orochimaru reaching to the user's brain, thus corrupting the man's thinking. The cursed seal has a weakness, though. With boost in power and speed, also gains a boost of anger, thus being unstable. So, if we manage to dodge or evade the attacks, eventually he'll become furious and attack blindly, explained Naruto, to which all nodded and turned to the Hokage. Well, Hawk, this is an S-ranked mission. Your team is to find the hideout, take out as many defenses as you can and try capturing one of their experiments. Try saving as much as possible before destroying the place. We cannot let him complete his experiments. In this scroll, contains the place's precise location and our Junin's report on the place. Dismissed, said Tsunade, to which the team nodded and left towards the designated area. Once on top of the Hokage's building, the team established the strategy and then charged towards their destination. Chapter 14, Fight to the Death. Just after leaving the gates, Naruto summoned a clone to inform Kurenai of his mission. After the clone was dismissed, the information came to the real Naruto and he acknowledged Kurenai's concern of his well-being. According to the memory, when the clone mentioned the snake's name, Kurenai flinched and a nervous face was plainly visible. The clone assured Kurenai that nothing would happen and that he would return to her soon enough. Whether or not Naruto was positive he wouldn't face trouble was irrelevant, since he made a promise to return to Kurenai and no matter what changed in his life, a promise was a promise. That's why he felt inclined to go save Uchiha Sasuke and that's why he managed to keep that promise. Now, charging towards the destination, Hawk was giving more precise description of the mission as well as complimenting the Junin Takato's abilities, which earned some confusion to Naruto. Upon questioning about said abilities, Kakashi chose this opportunity to explain about Takato's clan to Naruto. Chisoku Takato is the last member of what used to be one of the most talented clans in Konoha. All shinobis from this clan possessed an ability that allows them to multiply their running speed. The members' bones and body were better adjusted to high speeds, so members of said clan was positioned for specific kind of missions like document delivery or even espionage, since if they were caught, they could use their abilities to escape. Hence what happened now. The Chisoku clan's abilities don't favor much towards battle, but in terms of completing a mission, they could be considered one of the best, explained Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded, before asking the reason as to the clan falling apart. Although said question was expected, none of the one presents wanted to answer, however seeing that it involved a certain sensei and Hokage, Kakashi volunteered to explain. When the Yondaime Hokage invented his prized technique called Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God technique, the Chisoku clan wasn't rather happy about it. At the time of its creation, they sort of blamed the Yondaime for copying their style and ruining the clan's pride. In case you don't know, with this technique, the Yondaime Hokage managed to reach impressive speeds in milliseconds, hence why he was called the Yellow Flash. Well, moving on, the clan heir at the time threatened to leave Konoha if the Yondaime, only Junin at the time, confessed his act of copying the clan's technique. The Sandaime Hokage, at the time, wasn't pleased with the clan's accusations, thus not acknowledging their request. After that, the clan abandoned Konoha, except for Takato's mother who didn't because she had married a civilian in Konoha, so she chose to stay. A few months later, we discovered the entire clan was murdered by the Iwa forces who were lingering around Fire Country at the time, said Kakashi, earning another nod from the blonde who dismissed the issue and returned to the task at hand. Okay, about the mission. According to Takato, Orochimaru's hideout is located within a few miles to the northeast. It's a possibility that since both Kabuto and Orochimaru saw Takato leaving, that they already left from fear of calling undesired attention. In any case, Tsunade-sama sent us in case Orochimaru wished to stay and continue his research. Should the hideout is still in sight, we are to eliminate as many targets as possible, search for researching materials in reference to the cursed seal for further analysis, before destroying the place, explained Hawk, to which everyone nodded and proceeded towards the designated spot. Upon arrival, the team scrambled around the place as to not let anyone there. Since the cave was hidden by a thick forest, all ANBU members chose one tree in order to study the entrance before doing anything. Eventually, the coast was clear and Ace was told to sniff around in order to sense enemies' presence outside the cave. After a negative response from the wolf, the group appeared in front of the cave and proceeded with cautious. Whether or not Orochimaru were expecting them, it wouldn't do good to simply walk inside and face the opponents head-on. Once inside the cave, Kakashi's Sharingan was activated so as to spot any chakra presences inside the vicinity. After saying that the coast was clear, the ANBU team ran swiftly inside the hideout in order to search for their primary objective, which was the research. However, after a while of running, they found the hideout to be completely empty, no sign of enemies whatsoever, not even a single document or a single chemical substance was found. Sighing in frustration, Hawk dismissed the team and ordered all of them to leave the hideout. It seemed that Orochimaru did treasure his research and ran with it elsewhere. After leaving a couple of exploding tags inside the hideout, the ANBU team left the cave. Kakashi was in charge of the explosion, so he just focused some chakra for the detonation device, before a huge explosion soon followed, destroying everything inside the hideout, if there was any. "Let's head back, team. It seems that the enemy had already escaped after all," said Hawk, to which all his team nodded and prepared to leave, before Ace growled like never before. "What's the matter, Ace? Found something?" asked Black Wolf, though he wouldn't be too happy once he received the answer from his companion. "It seems that we're surrounded. I can't count all the scents, they are huge in numbers, I can't count them all," said Ace, making all of the team fall into a battle stance, just waiting for the enemy to appear, when a familiar voice appeared. "I was hoping Konoha would be foolish enough to send a team here to investigate. And since they sent a team of ANBU, that only means that I'll have excellent bodies to work on once you're dead," said Kabuto as his presence appeared, along with 50 cursed seal users behind him. "My master Orochimaru was nice enough to supply me with your bodies once you're all dead, and I'm very grateful to him. Somehow, he knew Tsunade would be tempted to send someone else to investigate after that other Junin managed to escape with the information," said Kabuto, to which Kakashi and Naruto stiffened and wondered why they had to encounter Kabuto so much on their lives. It was bad enough that Orochimaru was going to pain in the ass, but his right hand proved to be more of an annoyance than the snake Sanin. "Hawk Taiko, there are too many. What are we going to do?" asked Naruto, now a little fearful of the odds against him. The captain for his part was sweating bullets. He never faced the cursed seal before, and now his team would be facing close to 50 wielders of the seal. Escaping is not a solution at the moment, they have us surrounded. The best that we could do is engage in battle and hope that we manage to overcome them. At this point, our safety is our top priority. As captain of this mission, I'm changing our priority. We are to engage the enemy to kill, don't hesitate, and if by chance we manage to capture one for analysis, then it's a side bonus. Focus only on rendering them to subconsciousness, advised Hawk, earning a nod and a war cry from his team. "Hawk, Dog and Bear, I have an idea for us to try taking out a fair number of them before we strike. It would be a co-op attack with all of us," called Naruto as his team joined in together as Naruto explained his plan. As Naruto explained, the rest were hearing intently to what appeared to be a well-coordinated ninjutsu usage. After Naruto finished explaining, Hawk applauded the strategy and advised everyone to be ready. Seconds later, the army of cursed seal users attacked, thus giving Bear the signal to initiate the attack. "Doden Tsuchi Kairu, Earth Release, Earth Corridor Jutsu," said Bear as he slammed his fists on the ground, and instantly, Earth began surrounding approximately 20 or so enemies inside, leaving only a narrow opening that would be served for the next attack. With Phase 1 completed, Hawk and Dog began their series of hand seals for simultaneous Kaden Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Missile Jutsu, being aimed at the hole created by Bear. While the attack was initiating, Ace gathered Futon Chakra while Black Wolf did the hand seals for 2 Futon Repusho, Wind Release, Gale Wind Palm Jutsu, aiming to merge together with the Fire Dragon missiles. If one were to look from outside the Earth corridor that now happened to be closed, it seemed that nothing was happening. However, seconds after the coordinated attacks, the Earth corridor began to crumble, followed by a massive explosion, thus burning all of the enemies inside the Earth corridor into just ashes. Upon seeing the result of what appeared to be plain futile, Kabuto groaned in annoyance from seeing close to half of his troops getting killed by 3 jutsus alone. Whether or not Kabuto was impressed with the result, he knew this weren't amateurs and considered joining the battle to ensure their deaths. Back to Konoha ANBU team, it was pointless to say that they were visibly impressed. The theory was attainable, sure, but to see it come to fruition so perfectly like that, it amazed the entire group. "Reminds me yet again how you come up with these stuff, Black Wolf, because I stopped trying to figure out," murmured Hawk, to which Bear and Dog slowly nodded and they managed to hear Naruto grinning. "I just reminded of this pattern attack on a mission a while ago. We managed to take out maybe half of their numbers, but they still outnumber us," stated Naruto, to which Hawk nodded, before an idea came to mind. Seeing that it was Naruto who managed to devise their battle strategy, why not let him take the leading of the mission? "So, Black Wolf, what next?" asked Hawk, earning a look from Black Wolf in confusion. "What do you mean, Hawk Taiko?" asked Naruto, though he knew he wouldn't like what his captain was about to say. "Since you devised our attack strategy, you get to lead us to victory against these foes. Now, what should we do next?" asked Hawk. However, Naruto was lenient to proceed, and truth be told, he was expecting Naruto to readily agree and begin the assault. But Naruto was in fact fearful for some reason. Hawk Taiko, I prefer the humility of being ordered. Besides, all three of you have twice as experience as I do, why me? Asked Naruto, to which Kakashi chose to step up and convince his student. Black Wolf, try remembering that I and Itachi were ANBU captains much younger than you are right now. While you're right that we have more experience, you are the one able to reduce their forces to half their numbers. I feel you're ready for this, explained Dog, to which Naruto looked at his sensei for a moment and wondered about whether or not he would be able to lead a squad of ANBU operatives. After that, he turned to his enemies and saw that the rest of them were already with the second-level cursed seal activated. Do I have all your support for this? Asked Naruto, without stopping to eye their opponents, before he sensed 3 hands on his shoulders and a paw scratching his legs. Okay, then, here is the plan. Dog, you'll face Kabuto in battle. He doesn't seem so happy and he'll join in the next attack. So focus only on him, initiated Naruto, earning a nod from Kakashi, who vanished and appeared right in front of Kabuto, and both of them vanished, leaving 3 ANBU and a wolf against the cursed seal army. We 4 will take them out, but we'll do so within a defensive position. The cursed seal affects their mind and make them go ballistic. The only way to beat them is to defend and then attack when they're vulnerable. Me and Ace will supply a wind resistance around us. Bear and Hawk will use the opportunity and strike as much enemies as possible. Ace, we'll have to use a little bit of chakra to hold their attacks for as long as Hawk and Bear needs to. After that, we can turn our defensive wind into an offensive one and hopefully deal with them, explained Naruto, to which Ace nodded and awaited for the attack that was sure to follow. With Kakashi, I can see you went back to ANBU, Kakashi-san. Actually, I'm happy that the black masked ANBU sent you here. I was hoping to kill you once and for all. I had to tell you, Orochimaru wasn't pleasant upon losing the Sharingan to Naruto-kun. He'll be dealt with soon enough, said Kabuto, but frowned once he saw Kakashi laughing, and he admitted something was entirely wrong here. Normally, Naruto's treat alone was enough to unnerve him. I admitted I was getting somewhat sloppy after I retired from ANBU. You couldn't possibly hope to beat me, nor can't you beat Naruto. He managed to fight Sasuke's cursed seal level 2 and he was victorious. Also, I was hoping you could tell Orochimaru to go to hell, but I guess you had a long live so far, Kabuto. I'm sorry to say that your death is today, said Kakashi as he activated his Sharingan, and suddenly Kabuto was trapped within a powerful genjutsu called Meigen Jigoku Goka no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell fire technique. Suddenly, Kabuto was facing the depths of hell as a volcano temperature fire surrounded his body. Normally, genjutsu only affected the opponent's mind, thus sending false information to the enemy's brain. However, this one was quite different, and Kabuto remembered how Sasuke used to do the same technique just by looking with his Sharingan. However, Kabuto prided himself of his excellent chakra control, so he was able to disrupt the genjutsu, before eyeing Kakashi holding a Chidori on his right hand. Took you quite a while to disrupt that genjutsu, Kabuto-san. I was really considering killing you already while you're fighting the genjutsu, but with your little cell regeneration ability, I have to deliver a killing blow. Let's go, said Kakashi before he vanished from sight and hit the Chidori right on Kabuto's right shoulder, thus earning a scream from the man, before Kakashi kicked him in the gut and sent him flying. When Kabuto got up and let his ability do its thing, he was wondering what happened to Kakashi suddenly becoming stronger and faster like that. He couldn't even see or sense the silver-haired man moving and approaching him, except when his Raiden technique already pierced his shoulder. I don't intend to leave you be, Kabuto-san, I'm just beginning. This is for everything you and Orochimaru caused to Konoha. You're in for quite a show, let's continue, said Kakashi before he began a series of hand seals for Raiden Akatsuki no Yari, lightning release, thunder spear jutsu. Suddenly, 2 thunder spears shot at Kabuto, who narrowly managed to dodge and used his momentum to attack Kakashi with his chakra scalpel. When Kabuto was about to cut Kakashi's muscles, Kakashi just caught Kabuto's wrist, thus immobilizing the man, obliging him to stop the flow of chakra through his hands. Do you really think you can cheat the Sharingan from seeing your every movement, Kabuto-san? Said Kakashi as he twisted Kabuto's hands and threw him to the ground with great force. Before Kabuto could even acknowledge what happened, a kunai suddenly appeared right in front of his eyes, but Kakashi missed on purpose, just cutting a piece of Kabuto's ear. Kabuto sometimes prided himself of not cowering even after seeing Orochimaru's glare at him. However, when Kakashi fixed his Sharingan eye straight at him, Kabuto was trembling. Not only the eye, but Kabuto was now experiencing the reason why copycat ninja Kakashi was so feared in the past. This Kakashi was different, he was stronger, faster and ruthless. I seem to reach the position where I'm satisfied. Seeing you tremble in fear showed me that you are nothing but a coward who hides under Orochimaru's skirt. Without him, you're nothing. Now, I will kill you and send a message to Orochimaru, said Kakashi before throwing Kabuto to the nearest tree and pinned him with his ninjutsu. Until now, the only technique that managed to inflict enough damage on your body was Naruto's Rasengan. So, it's only fair that the next attack is even stronger than the normal Rasengan. This technique is similar to the one Naruto used to defeat Sasuke, the only difference is the element. See you in the afterlife, said Kakashi as a clone suddenly appeared and together they initiated the Raiden Rasen Daikai, lightning release, spiral electrical field jutsu. Kabuto couldn't do nothing but observe as the immense electric field surrounded the Rasengan and wondered how Naruto's technique was. If you're wondering about Naruto's jutsu, bear in mind that his technique is far superior to mine. While mine shock your entire body to cellular level, Naruto's damage can shred every cell within your body. Actually, if it weren't for the cursed seal, Sasuke would have been killed instantly. Goodbye Kabuto-san, said Kakashi before he slammed his Rasengan at Kabuto and watched impassively as Kabuto tried with effort to scream, but he couldn't. The electricity that now ran throughout his body was enough to fry every inner organ, so vocal cords were already destroyed by now. After a while, the electrical field was still activated and Kabuto was, surprisingly, still alive, but barely. Kakashi figured that his healing ability was doing its best to heal, but all of it was in vain. After a while, Kabuto's body fell on the ground, all burned. His eye sockets were all white and no vital sign whatsoever remained. Man, I even forgot that I could be like this when I was angry. Better not let this happen again. If Kabuto managed to use this to his advantage, I'd have trouble in fighting. I better check on Naruto and the team to see how they're faring, thought Kakashi as he vanished and appeared at the battlefield, only to lift his eyebrows at what he saw. In Konoha. Back in Konoha, the only word one could describe was peace. People walking around, talking with friends, kids playing at the park with their families and shinobis training at the training fields. However, inside a restaurant, three ladies were drinking some tea and discussing about a certain person. Kurenai and Anko just watched as Yugo, now wearing the standard Junin uniform, finished to drink her tea. Tell me Yugo-chan, what's the matter? Why did you abandon everything? Asked Kurenai, to which Yugo landed her cup at the table and looked at her friend. During her week off, Yugo was able to meditate on the events that happened with her life. Hayate's betrayal, her fawning over Kurenai's boyfriend Naruto, her decision to abandon ANBU and return to being a normal Junin. She went through all these facts and wondered why all these happened to her. Since she could remember, Yugo always thought of her as a warrior. Daughter of a samurai clan, she never focused so much on other topics aside from the shinobi world. She remembered meeting Hayate on her junior years in ANBU and how he changed her thinking, as well as showing her how it was to be loved by someone for the first time, outside her family. When he betrayed her, at first she wondered what animal possessed him to change so much and actually blamed herself for not seeing it sooner. However, after meditating a bit, she became aware that it wasn't her fault and that it was Hayate who changed drastically. Yugo once smiled upon realizing that the only bond they had with the sick Junin was boyfriend and girlfriend. So, apart from the heartache, Yugo acknowledged now other possibilities in life. Now, back at the dango shop, Yugo looked at her two friends and explained it to them. After everything that happened in my life, I felt like I needed some time off to wonder. Hayate's doing was like a kunai stabbed through my heart, and then seeing Naruto with second intentions was even worse, cause not only I was doing the same thing as Hayate did, but also I was hurting your heart, Kurenai-chan. I chose to leave because I felt like a chapter of my life ended. I no longer wished to go to work and fight alongside my ANBU team. I no longer wished to focus only on using a mask and not being able to walk freely with fear of people discovering my identity. I see couples enjoying themselves and I wondered if there is someone out there for me. For this moment on, you're seeing a new Yugo. Kurenai and Anko couldn't help but smile at their friend. Her face was glowing with relief and both of them could see that the weight that she was carrying now doesn't exist anymore. You look happy, Yugo-chan. I'm glad to see you like this, it suits you, you know. Don't worry, you'll find someone, that's a promise. And just like I learned from Naruto-kun, a promise is a promise, said Kurenai, to which Yugo and Anko nodded and drank once again their tea. With Naruto and Co. While Kakashi's battle was going on, Naruto's plan proved to be successful. He and Ace did a coordinated wind shield defense, enabling Hawk and Bear to attack them, landing the killing blow within their necks. They've already managed to take out 10 more of the enemy's numbers, but at the cost of high chakra usage. Since Ace didn't have as much chakra as Naruto, the blonde supplied the extra force to equal the wind shield, however he saw that Hawk and Bear wasn't faring very well either. Because of the wind around them, both had to use chakra to force their movements and attack the enemies with their swords. Now, all that left was approximately 8 of them, but Naruto was the only one with chakra left to fight and he was worried as hell. He couldn't let his partners take the next attack, since they wouldn't have chakra to defend themselves. Stamina was an issue as well, so Naruto summoned 3 cage bunchins and took them to safety before looking at his 8 opponents. Even though Naruto had plenty of chakra to use, he was beginning to sweat from lack of stamina, so he needed to be careful. The enemy wasn't so smart and that was an advantage, however their numbers supplied them with the advantage and Naruto was alone to fight. Lone wolf, thought Naruto. It was a bit ironic that he finds himself alone fighting a group of enemies. He didn't need to worry about others any longer and now his training would come to fruition once more. Flashback on. Inside ANBU training ground, Naruto was creating his next genjutsu attack followed by kenjutsu. He needed a genjutsu attack that would affect an entire group of enemies, instead of one at a time. However, he couldn't think of how to expand the Heki Shuokai no Jutsu, false surroundings technique, thus being able to affect more than one. That being said, he went to the library and searched for area genjutsus. Naruto acknowledged that affecting the entire area instead of focusing on the enemies would be better and the risk of not working would diminish. Naruto remembered the genjutsu on the time of the sand sound invasion that happened to affect the entire arena and wondered how such a feat was possible. According to a book he took, in order to affect an entire area, Naruto would have to expand his point of focus and spread the chakra along the area which will be affected by the genjutsu. The book also had some jutsus to teach, but so far neither of them had the desired affect. What Naruto was looking for was something to mess the enemy's perception of their surroundings, kind like walk right into a tree without realizing it or attack something that wasn't even there in the first place. After almost giving up, Naruto looked at one interesting one and studied. The jutsu was fairly easy to do, since he had knowledge of Raiden element. Flashback off. Upon looking at his opponents once more, Naruto initiated the long series of hand seals for the genjutsu he learned. The cursed seal users, though, attacked him once again, however by the time they began moving, Naruto finished the hand seals and screamed. Magen Nakaru Urashi, demonic illusion hell storm jutsu, said Naruto as he expanded his chakra to catch the whole field, thus trapping every enemy inside. The army suddenly stopped and tried dodging the incoming torrential lightning bolts from the sky. The sky was black and the thunderbolts were destroying the entire field, halting the advance of the cursed seal users. They didn't know what was happening and by now, the cursed seal already reverted back. Naruto used this advantage and attacked all of them individually just like Hawk and Bear did, right in the neck. This was the scene Kakashi saw upon arriving. He saw the lightning bolts tormenting the forest and Black Wolf killing everyone and no sign of the rest. His Sharingan alerted him of genjutsu usage and he wondered if Naruto was the creator of this wide area genjutsu. He saw Naruto killing everyone, but one girl, just knocking her off instead. After dispelling the genjutsu, Naruto fell on the ground, panting from using so much chakra for this technique. Seeing this, Kakashi ran to his student to see if he was okay, to which Naruto nodded and slowly got up. I'm okay, so is the team, said Naruto before 3 cage bunchins appeared, bringing his team. Kakashi nodded and gave Naruto a chakra pill to return to Konoha. When the team gathered again, Kakashi talked about him killing Kabuto and Naruto told about his new genjutsu attack and him only knocking one of them out to bring to Konoha for analysis. Great work, Black Wolf. Now, we'll rest for a bit before returning to Konoha. Dog, please send a message to Tsunade-sama explaining about what happened and tell her that we'd be arriving shortly, ordered Hawk, to which Kakashi nodded and took out a scroll before writing a report to the Hokage. After finishing, he summoned Pakun and told him to give this to the Hokage, to which said Dog nodded and left the premises. With Black Wolf resting near a tree, he was being studied by his peers. Kakashi was visibly impressed with Naruto's performance on missions and was glad that he chose to come back to ANBU duty. It's been a while since he fought seriously, and with his dog mask, he didn't have to worry about being seen by others. Hawk and Bear was also impressed with Naruto's plan of defense. However, both of them cursed their lack of chakra compared to Naruto. When Hawk said this out loud, Kakashi began laughing like crazy from remembering a certain Uchiha complaining about the same thing. What's so funny, senpai? Asked Bear, to which Hitaki Kakashi looked at him. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered Uchiha Sasuke complaining about not having as much chakra as Naruto a while ago, said Kakashi. Little did they know, though, that a certain fox felt tempted to text Naruto once again while he was asleep. Inside his mindscape, once again Naruto was standing in front of Kyuubi's cage. Why you interrupted my sleep, Kyuubi? Asked Naruto, before the fox laughed a bit before speaking. I believe I was clear that I would do this for time to time. First challenge was Zabuza. Now I'll search your mind for an enemy for you to beat, and I also will set the scenery. Let's see. The first challenge was a Sweden Kenjutsu specialist, so Kisame would be the same challenge. I'm not in the mood of settling you against an enemy, this time you'll be facing an allied. I happen to know for a fact that Konoha produces some fine shinobi. So, how about this one, said Kyuubi as a person began materializing in front of the blonde. When the image appeared, though, Naruto could say he was shocked. There in front of him with his arms crossed, was his ANBU commander Yamato. However, something was amiss here. Why him? Asked Naruto, to which Kyuubi laughed a bit and responded. I know for a fact that you'll never get to fight a wood user, simply because he's the only one. However, Yamato's abilities revolve around Doden and Sweden, as well as the fact that he is far superior to you in fighting skills. I won't be channeling my chakra to him, this time, seeing that your state of mind is a little bit affected from your fighting earlier. Being that said, let's choose the scenery. Thought Kyuubi before the scenery changed and they returned to the place where Naruto first learned about wind manipulation. In the real world, all of them felt Naruto's chakra being used and turned to see what was happening. Kakashi sighed and decided to explain. The fox is once again testing him, said Dog, earning surprised looks from Bear and Hawk. What do you mean testing him? Asked Bear. Kyuubi is a proud demon, so he constantly challenges Naruto on a battle. What he does is take an enemy from Naruto's memory and impersonate said person and his abilities. According to Naruto, the demon does this in order to improve Naruto's fighting skills and usage of his techniques. It's open for us to see if we so wish. We just have to touch his shoulder and we, instantly, enter Naruto's mindscape, said Kakashi before seeing Hawk and Bear actually wanting to do it, but both felt hesitant to do so, from fear of seeing the beast. However, they wished to see what was going on, so all three of them went and asked Ace to guard them. When they touched Naruto's body, immediately, they appeared inside the training field. It seems we have audience yet again, said Kyuubi, gaining the attention of the three ANBUs. Kakashi was fine, since he already saw the fox the first time, but Hawk and Bear were trembling like crazy. Don't worry about the fox, he won't do anything to either of you, said Naruto, not even bothering to turn, thus remaining to eye Yamato. Wait, why Naruto is fighting our commander? Asked Bear, after being able to maintaining a calm behavior. I happened to set him up against Yamato, so that Naruto can experience fighting. First one was Momochi Zabuza and now it's Yamato's turn, said Kyuubi, before issuing Yamato to begin. Mokuton Daijiren no Jutsu, Wood Release, Great Forest Jutsu. Instantly, Yamato's arm transformed into a thick log which upon attack, began splitting into sharp edges and attacked Naruto, who in turn made some seals for Futon Shippu no Tate, Wind Release, Hurricane Shield Jutsu. After Naruto blocked the attack, Yamato took his sword and attacked Naruto, who in turn used his Heki Shukai and dodged the attack in time. Seeing the genjutsu immediately, Yamato dispelled it and attacked Naruto one more time, who took his, and the kenjutsu battle began. After a while of sword slashing, Yamato used his foot and landed one heavy kick on Naruto's chest, thus sending him flying towards the water. Using the momentum of the flying, Naruto flipped and landed on top of the water, before seeing Yamato charging against him fast. Making some hand seals for Suiden Mizu Kamakiri, Water Release, Watercutter Jutsu, and sending the attack straight forward to meet Yamato. Being an experienced fighter, Yamato saw the jutsu initiating and made a Moku Bunshin to take the attack and punched Naruto with great force on the face. When I said I wouldn't channel my chakra to him, I didn't say I wouldn't use my experience in fighting and control him to anticipate your movements, Naruto. You have to be faster than he is to overcome him, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto mumbled something about stupid foxes and got up. Making some hand seals and molding his chakra, suddenly Naruto created what looked to be a storm above. Even if Yamato knew it was a genjutsu, he needed a lot more control over his chakra to disrupt this level of technique, giving Naruto enough time to channel chakra to his wrist and landing a straight hit on Yamato's face, this time sending him flying. Meanwhile, Naruto's team were discussing about the battle. Yamato is more inclined to close combat, so it's only logical that he prefers taijutsu over ninjutsu. Naruto is the opposite, though his close combat skills are good. Also, this fight will prolong forever, since in order to win this, one have to land an incapacitate blow. Chakra in infinite in this place, said Kakashi, to which Hawk continued. Not to mention that Yamato is our top commander, so Naruto is, of course, having trouble to beat him, said Hawk. Back to the fight, Naruto and Yamato eyed each other once more, before Yamato charged once again, this time making hand seals. Suiden Hanryu, Water Release, Destruction Torrent Jutsu. Naruto remembered the jutsu he used to merge with Yamato's technique, so he figured that together they would cancel each other. Summoning a shadow clone, Naruto performed his Futon Rasengan and attacked Yamato's attack, managing to cancel Yamato's attack and appearing a water hurricane in the middle of the field. Quite a memory you have, Naruto. Well, let's step things up a bit, said Kyuubi before Yamato began making hand seals for Doden Doryuden no Jutsu, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Projectiles Jutsu. The speed in which the mud projectiles were approaching was amazing, and Naruto had no choice but to use his Hurricane Shield once again. However, as the projectiles hit the hurricane, one of them managed to piss and hit Naruto right in the chest, sending him flying to a tree and hitting dead on. Huh, it seems you're not ready to overcome yourself yet, Naruto, said Kyuubi as he dismissed Yamato, making Naruto look at the fox in question in pure confusion. What do you mean overcome myself? I was fighting Yamato, not me, shouted Naruto, but Kakashi chose to complete. Although Yamato was your opponent, he was already aware of what you could do, Naruto. I could be wrong, but since Kyuubi was controlling him, the fox has all data of your attacks and how to break them. This training was for you to acknowledge this, said Kakashi, to which Kyuubi nodded and completed. The only time you managed to hit Yamato was because you used an attack that up to now you hadn't used it yet, hence why I was taken by surprise. You did become strong, Naruto, but you happened to focus more on ninjutsu and genjutsu, but not so much on close combat skills. Even now, your punch was only strong because you used chakra to power it up, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and wondered why the hell Kyuubi was behaving like a teacher. Well, it seems we need to practice a bit more, isn't it, Naruto? Asked Kakashi as he helped his student to stand up. Just before Naruto was about to reply, all of them were expelled from inside his mindscape and appeared in the outside world. A few minutes later, the group charged back to Konoha, before reading Tsunade's message. According to the woman, even though the hideout was already empty, the mission was a success, seeing that not only Kabuto was killed, but also they managed to send one of the affected for analysis. Kakashi, however, saw that Naruto wasn't so thrilled to lose Kyuubi's challenge, so he slowed down a bit and asked about it. It's been some time since someone kicked my ass, sensei, I'm just coming in terms with it, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and explained it to his student. It's not always a good thing to never lose. No matter how humble you are, you'll end up being arrogant about your abilities and underestimate the opponent. Ever since you brought Sasuke, you've never faced someone you couldn't beat. Sometimes, you need to lose in order to grow as a shinobi. When we come back, we'll train more your stamina and taijutsu. We'll search for a style that suits your fighting skills, said Kakashi, to which Naruto looked at him for a while before nodding. Thanks Kakashi-sensei. In Konoha. Once the team returned to Konoha, they presented in front of Tsunade for advanced debriefing. Apart from the mission outcome, Tsunade managed to hear the fighting and was glad that Orochimaru's henchman Kabuto was finally dead. Tsunade fought the guy once and was ashamed to say she needed Naruto to help her out at the time. Course, at the time, she still suffered from hemophobia and that damn snake happened to throw blood right at her face at the time. Without further ado, Tsunade dismissed the ANBU team and returned to her duties. After leaving Tsunade's office, the ANBU team scattered in separate ways since their job was done for the day. Kakashi, Hawk and Bear went to their homes, but Naruto had one last stop before heading home. He made a promise to come back to his lover and he would kill himself before failing what he promised. As he jumped through buildings, he noticed the sun was a few hours away from setting down and remembered the time when he would just sit on top of Yondaimi's head at the Hokage monument and just watch the sun setting and Konoha turning on their lights. Seeing this, he smiled as an idea popped in his head. After arriving, he knocked the door and waited patiently as he heard footsteps coming for the door. As soon as the door was opened, Naruto and Kurenai faced each other for a while, before the mask was off and they were already kissing each other. I'm back my Heim, just like I promised, said Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled and hugged him fiercely. Thank Kami, I was worried about you. Every time Orochimaru decides to appear, something bad happens. How did it go? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto explained everything from Kakashi landing a killing blow to Kabuto and Naruto's team taking out an army of cursed seal users. However, Kurenai noticed Naruto's light-down look and wondered what happened. Upon asking, Naruto explained that he lost the battle Kyuubi set up. Naruto explained that he was set up against the ANBU commander and that no matter what attacks he used, Yamato would dodge the attacks and attack Naruto when he least expected. Naruto also told Kurenai about Kyuubi and Kakashi's lesson to him, which consisted of him not being able to overcome himself in battle. After hearing this, Kurenai understood her lover's feeling down. Not losing for a while tend to increase the ninja's sense of invincibility, and that could be fatal. You understand that what they are saying is right, don't you? Asked Kurenai, now being serious for a moment. I do. I never thought that arrogance could be so difficult to fight. Kakashi-sensei told me that even the most humble shinobis could grow to be arrogant in their abilities, and he was right. Until now, I didn't find an opponent I couldn't beat, and that boosted my overconfidence into believing that my fighting skills were enough to overcome opponents. Also, I'm ashamed to say that I focused more on genjutsu and ninjutsu than taijutsu, kenjutsu. Tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei and I will train taijutsu and hope to improve my taijutsu style, said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded. Well, at least you learned this the easy way. Imagine you learning this fighting someone for real, said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded, but he was still looking down, which meant that although realization was upon him, didn't mean he liked it. Kurenai, then, lifted his chin so that he would look at her. Hey, don't be like this. You have potential to become even greater than Kakashi or any one of us. Picture like this, you already know what needs to be changed. Chakra-wise, you're as experienced as a Sannin, but you just need to improve your taijutsu. Now, give me a kiss, I missed you, said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled and did just that. However, what first started with a kiss, now the couple began making out. Hands were massaging each other's body. Naruto's hands were caressing Kurenai's soft hair with one and using the other one to caress her soft skin. Kurenai, on the other hand, was using her to feel Naruto's muscles, and safe to say, she adored feeling those rip muscles. She could only tempt to imagine once Naruto focused more on physical workout. Just the thought alone already turned her on, and now that they initiated the path there was no turning back. Positioning to take Naruto's vest off, she ended up giving said indication to Naruto, who in turn smiled and gladly took his vest off, showing to Kurenai his muscled chest. Said girl didn't waste time and began massaging Naruto's chest with her bare hands, before begin using her tongue to have a taste. While she was doing this, Naruto positioned to take Kurenai's top off, which she accepted eagerly and exposed her magnificent breasts. Naruto didn't waste time and began sucking it, earning a moan in ecstasy from Kurenai. Said woman, in turn, grabbed his hair with intensity and began massaging it while Naruto used his tongue to lick her nipples hard. By this time, the hormones already took charge and the couple was only driven by pure lust for one another. Kurenai just loved how Naruto would play with her chests by using his tongue with one breast and using both hands to massage her tits, making her moan for his name and begging for more. Acknowledging the request, Naruto's tongue went downstairs slowly, licking Kurenai's stomach and reaching her private area, or so he would, if her panties weren't in the way. It was only after Kurenai screamed for him to rip it off and continue that he eagerly yanked it with force and stuck his tongue inside Kurenai's inner walls. The scream that followed was enough to make every man go crazy. Kurenai screamed for Naruto to continue non-stop and she grabbed his hair, forcing him to go even deeper. After a while, Kurenai was already biting her lower lip from not screaming Naruto's name, before her body began trembling. "Oh my god, keep it going Naruto-kun. I'm coming, oh my god. This is amazing," shouted Kurenai as his inner walls exploded. "Hearing you moan makes me go crazy Kurenai-hime," whispered Naruto close to her ear, before he was tackled and instantly his pants were off. Kurenai didn't waste time and put Naruto's cock inside her mouth. It was her time now to make him come. After hearing Naruto moan, Kurenai increased the pace until Naruto's body began trembling and he came right inside her mouth. "Well, now we're even right Naruto-kun," said Kurenai as she played a bit with his cock, but was surprised when it got hard out of a sudden. "What next, then, hime?" asked Naruto, though with a hint to which Kurenai smiled and placed Naruto's cock inside her. "You already know the answer to the question Naruto-kun." "Ah?" moaned Kurenai as Naruto became the insertion movement. Kurenai kneeled on her bed for Naruto to position himself behind her and once again positioned his cock inside her. As the movement proceeded, Kurenai was feeling her inner walls being filled completely and she squeezed her sheets so fiercely with her hands, indicating how much she was enjoying this. It wasn't long until Naruto flipped Kurenai and she was now on top of him, going up and down on his member. "Oh god, hime, I'm about to come, oh god," shouted Naruto, and Kurenai screamed the same thing, which indicated that both would come the same time, a feat that rarely happened. When the couple lied down to rest, the bed was all wet from the sex and both laughed for a while, before Naruto remembered his idea. "Kurenai-hime, I want to take you to a place, please come with me," said Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled and went to change, but her curiosity was too much. She asked where it was, but Naruto said it was a surprise, so she accepted and got change. After they were done putting on some clothes, Naruto sunshined with her and appeared right on top of Yondaimi's head, right as the sun was setting. Upon arriving, Kurenai noticed the sight before them and her eyes widened instantly. This was the most amazing view of the sun she ever got. When she looked to her boyfriend, he was already sighted on top of the Yondaimi's head and ushering her to join him. "Naruto-kun, this place is wonderful. How did you find this?" asked Kurenai, to which Naruto explained that he used to come here every time since he was a child and also explained that he always chose Yondaimi's head to stay on, to which Kurenai smiled, but instantly a suspicious thought came crushing like an earth jutsu. She remembered seeing the Yondaimi when she was little and compared Naruto's face with. Apart from the whisker marks, the two were like clones. Kurenai chose to let go for a moment and just appreciate the view, but her curiosity forbid her to let this subject go. She would definitely ask someone later, maybe Kakashi can supply her with the answer. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, the new graduates of this year were showing their hite atesh to their friends, when Amino Iruka entered the place. "Alright everyone, I'm proud to say that you managed to graduate and are now genins. However, your path is now commencing. Your life as shinobi will depend upon the choices you make and the battles you face. No matter what happens, carry the village symbol with pride and always look out for one another. You'll now be divided in teams of 3 under the command of a Junin who will be in charge of your training and will be performing missions with you," said Iruka as he initiated the team nominations. Team 6 Junin Sensei is Azuki Yugo and Team 8 is Chisoku Takato. Well, good luck out there for all of you and I hope to see all of you rising in ranks. Now, you'll have an hour for lunch and then come back here to meet your Junin senseis, said Haruka, before the selected teams joined and went to lunch to get to know each other better. Chapter 15 Demon Calling. Inside the ANBU HQ, Naruto and Kakashi were training taijutsu. It's been a couple of days since their mission against the cursed seal users and so far, no word on Orochimaru's response to his second-in-command getting killed by Kakashi. Right now, Kakashi was observing as Naruto was going through a sequence of advanced katas while supporting 20-pound weights in each limb. Kakashi was surprised with Naruto's ability as a quick learner, since the blonde managed the ANBU advanced taijutsu style in just one day and now was learning to improve the power of the blows as well as its speed by using the weights. One more time, finish up, stretching your leg over your shoulder height, taught Kakashi, before seeing Naruto kicking up high as drops of sweat fell freely from his body. After that, Naruto pretty much fell on the ground, panting like crazy. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, I never thought your training method was so severe. And here was I thinking Guy-sensei was a slave driver, mumbled Naruto, earning laughter from his sensei who in turn, threw a bottle of water and a fresh towel for the blonde to wipe the sweat and drink some liquid to replenish his breathing a little bit. What are you talking about, Naruto? For your ninjutsu to come this far, you must have been more exhausted than this. As to Guy, why do you think he picked me as his ultimate rival? We do have a keen sense of what appropriate training means and by training until exhaustion appears is the best way to grow stronger, explained Kakashi, before seeing Naruto looking at him like he grew a second hand. Turned to think about it, not once after he entered ANBU, did he read his all-time favorite book and Naruto wondered how different this Kakashi was from his lazy sensei. Well, let's do one last sequence and then finish up for today, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded and got up, before beginning the punching and kicking sequence. While the training was going on, Naruto's team joined by Yamato, Shikamaru and Shino were watching the whole thing. Doesn't Naruto get to rest anytime soon? He's been doing this for a good 2 hours? Asked Bear, earning a shrug in response from Hawk and Yamato. However, Shino and Shikamaru were speechless. Both of them entered ANBU in order to become stronger, but seeing Naruto's unreal training was something they never seen before and Shikamaru was comparing Naruto to Lee and Guy's level of stamina. Yamato looked at the new recruits and smiled upon seeing that they were impressed with Naruto's training. Actually, he thought that Kakashi was being a bit too harsh on the blonde's training. Yamato was told about Kyuubi's constant tests and that he was the last one to be used as Naruto's opponent. According to Kakashi, Naruto lost because he happened to focus his training more on ninjutsu and genjutsu, thus losing track of close contact abilities like taijutsu and kenjutsu. Back to Naruto and Kakashi, they were both seated on the ground, talking about Naruto's improvement in taijutsu and that Naruto would advance to advanced kenjutsu, seeing that every ANBU must learn how to properly wield the ninjutsu. Rest for a bit, Naruto, in an hour, we'll proceed to kenjutsu practice. While you're seated, use the time to ease the flow of your chakra. My Sharingan detects instability in your chakra that needs to be fixed. Meditate and circulate your chakra slowly towards the chakra pathways. While you're doing this, I'll go to the library and take some books on ANBU advanced kenjutsu style, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded and closed his eyes before remaining in solitude until Kakashi returned with the book. With kurenai, with little to nothing to do since her team wasn't under her charge anymore, Kurenai walked around Konoha for a while. Because of Shino undergoing ANBU duty, Kiba took upon himself to train hard to pass the Junin trials and Hinata followed him. The Hyuga girl was with her father, learning advanced forms of the Jukin and trying to reach the final stage of the Byakugan. Even if the Hyuga Dujutsu didn't actually had stages, the Hyuga ninja must learn how to use the Byakugan for different purposes. Like, for instance, increase the eye's reach or be able to activate in only one eye, instead of both of them, thus saving as much chakra as possible. She walked for a while until she passed by the Yamanaka flower shop and decided to buy some flowers to make a new vase and place it by the window of her apartment. Upon entering, though, Kurenai saw Ino behind the counter looking down and wondered why she was feeling sad. "Good day, Ino-san. Why are you so sad? How is Shikamaru doing?" asked Kurenai, before seeing the Yamanaka girl look even further down and made her wonder if perhaps the Nara heir did something to upset her. Upon asking, though, Ino told that she missed him. Ino and Kurenai talked about Shikamaru joining ANBU and having to train a lot in order to reach the members' level. Kurenai nodded, since she knew all about not being able to see Naruto because he was either training to death or being sent to a mission outside Konoha. However, her case was different since Naruto was already 1 year inside ANBU before they got together. Say, Ino, let's go out for lunch you and me. You and I now share one thing in common and I'd love to teach you how to deal with the fact that your boyfriend is currently in ANBU, said Kurenai, earning a smile from Ino who accepted the invitation and both went to a sushi place right in front of the flower shop. After both seated, Kurenai began explaining how Naruto, even though busy by either mission or training, would do everything he could to come visit for a while. Also, she told that he would sometimes sleep together with her. Ino, however, sighed explaining that Shikamaru was too lazy to be doing two things at the same time. Ino told that while on a mission, the lazy genius could come up with thousands ways to proceed, but when it came to dating, he didn't know what to do. Ino, I believe that as his girlfriend, you must talk to him about what you're feeling. Keeping up with ANBU is tough as hell and he'll need to know that you exist in his mind and heart as well, said Kurenai, to which Ino nodded, but wasn't entirely convinced or rather was feeling nervous to speak about this subject with the lazy. Kurenai-san, how can Naruto keep up with all this and still has time to do all the stuff he does to you? I mean, he has to split in two for that to happen, said Ino, before seeing Kurenai smile and telling her the answer. My boyfriend knows Kage Bunshin like no other ninja ever did. He usually leaves one inside the ANBU HQ and takes the time to come see me. Also, since Naruto's team often does a vast scouting mission within Konoha's walls, so he picks the side that my apartment is located so he could come greet me from time to time. I'm sure that Shikamaru will find a way to make it up to you, Ino. He is very smart after all, said Kurenai, to which Ino nodded and appreciate lunch and having this conversation. Kurenai nodded and both of them left with Ino returning to the flower shop and Kurenai returning to her apartment with a bouquet of red roses. Naruto, I'll be expecting you tonight. I'll make a surprise dinner for him. Inside ANBU HQ, after 30 minutes, Kakashi returned with a pile of material, but most of it wasn't for Naruto. When he got Shino and Shikamaru's attention, he threw a few books to each of them and told them to stop goofing off and get some training done. Shino received material for his lightning manipulation and Shikamaru received elemental initiation book as well as exercises for chakra and stamina increase. Even though I'm only training Naruto, doesn't mean I can't teach some stuff to you guys. Remember, although you are in ANBU now, you are chunin in rank, thus both of you need to constantly improve your skills, said Kakashi before he returned to the center of the training ground to where Naruto was found meditating. Using his Sharingan, Kakashi acknowledged that Naruto's flow of chakra was consistent and stable, hence showing that the blonde was ready for more action. Naruto, that's enough for meditation. Now, shall we proceed to Kenjutsu practice? This time, you'll train with a much heavier sword as well as the already existing weights on your body. Now, get up and let's get a quick run with the advanced katas for this style. Back to Shino and Shikamaru. Both of them were hiding their faces behind the books as both of them were reading every piece of material Kakashi picked up for them. Shikamaru chose to learn about Suidan manipulation, since his family's shadow manipulation was pretty much dealt with. His skills would only grow with time as his mind would be more sharpened, so his father told. Shino, for his part, was reading all about advanced Raiden manipulation and he was enjoying every sentence of the book. Turning around and leaving, he said that he would see if there was an empty training ground for him to be able to set into practice everything he learned so far, while Shikamaru thought about using the same as Naruto, since the blonde wasn't using the lagoon to practice. According to the book, for him to learn how to manipulate water, he would need to be in direct contact with it and focus on the water's properties. Shikamaru smiled upon learning that the water's nature was peaceful on the surface, but powerful below it and that he held a certain similarity with this type of personality. Focusing on a single seal, Shikamaru closed his eyes and began to mold his chakra towards the water, in hopes of managing to complete the first exercise written in the book. Back to Naruto, he was swinging left, right, up and down in all the secondary directions, while adapting to the heavy sword on his hands. Kakashi taught him about how the sword must become like an extension of the ninja's body, meaning that Naruto needed to become familiarized with handling the sword, even if Kenjutsu wasn't his style of fighting. Naruto, bend your knees at all times. You can't stretch your legs during movement. Your bones will be seriously damaged from the continuous strain you place them in. By flexing your knees, you'll have the necessary mobility for your movements. Go again, said Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto, who in turn began, now, bending his knees and acknowledging the increase in speed and mobility. With Shikamaru, he was focusing for quite some time, but just as the book said, elemental manipulation is one of the hardest ninja arts to learn. But once he learned everything, Shikamaru would be able to move water at will. Closing his eyes once again, this time focusing more chakra towards the water, Shikamaru managed to set the lagoon on edge by using his chakra to change the flow into an unstable one. When nighttime reached, Naruto was finding hard to walk from his all-day training and turned to look at Shikamaru, already able to manipulate water at will. Getting up, Naruto greeted Kakashi goodbye in hopes of seeing Kurenai tonight for some dinner. The blonde was exhausted, however, he knew he couldn't simply walk to her house, hence why he used the last of his stamina to jump through the roofs, thus reaching his lover's house in a few minutes. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door a few times before Kurenai opened with a smile on her face, kissing him on the lips and ushering him to enter inside, saying that she made some dinner for him. Needless to say, Naruto kissed Kurenai's foot in appreciation for some food. As the blonde ate his blessed meal, he and Kurenai talked about Naruto's training. After a while, Kurenai talked with Naruto about her talk with Ino and how much she missed Shikamaru, before Naruto said that the Nara was training hard to initiate Suiten manipulation. Naruto found it strange that Shikamaru didn't leave ANBU HQ since the day he entered, and he promised Kurenai to go talk to him tomorrow. After the light conversation between the couple, they ate dinner quietly, while each one looking at one another and smiling. Sometimes, words didn't express more than a look, after all. Eventually, Naruto took the opportunity to curse Kakashi-sensei for almost killing him in training, earning laughter from his lover. Kurenai always wanted to know about Naruto's limit, but now she knew that only someone like Kakashi could make him get tired like this. After dinner, Kurenai invited Naruto to take a shower with her, to which he gladly accepted, and then, both went inside the bathroom, naked. After the water-drenched Naruto's muscle straining, he felt two soft hands caressing his body, before turning and kissing Kurenai deeply. No matter how much his body suffered from pain, Kurenai's hands would always manage to heal every muscle in his body, even if she didn't know how to perform medical ninjutsu. Your hands are so soft, Kurenai-chan. I wish I could feel them forever, moaned Naruto as the couple hugged. Kurenai for her part smiled and continued to rub her hands on her boyfriend's body, while confident that Naruto enjoyed that a lot. Your muscles are so stressed up, Naruto-kun. Let me see what I can do to ease the strain, whispered Kurenai close to his ear, earning a shiver in anticipation from Kurenai's sexy voice. Grabbing the soak, Kurenai now began to smoothly pass it along Naruto's skin, while smiling at him. The woman loved to feel his body, and by doing this, her mind would go wonders. Kurenai never imagined herself to be quite driven by her hormones like this, but she couldn't help it. Every time she felt Naruto's body, she just wanted to get wild and lose all inhibitions with him. Moving her hands south, Naruto felt the immediate change in direction and wondered what her intentions were, when her hands suddenly grabbed it. Instantly, Kurenai whispered in his ear once again, Naruto-kun, I don't know why I feel like this every time I pass my hands on your body, but this feeling right now is so damn good and I don't want it to stop. Massaging her soft hair, Naruto kissed her passionately, making Kurenai's body shiver with anticipation. After the kiss, Naruto used his mouth and began sucking her neck while using his hands to massage her sexy body. Kurenai loved Naruto's lips going all over her body, and when he would reach downstairs, Kurenai had to struggle so as to not lose her mind. As he went down, Kurenai was beginning to feel the tension go away and be replaced by her hormones. When Naruto reached the area between her thighs, Kurenai went crazy and her legs trembled. Instantly, she was pushed to the wall where Naruto pretty much licked her inner walls. Her resolve was getting weaker by the minute, and she grabbed Naruto's hair with intensity while using her free hand to massage her breasts. I want you inside, Naruto. Please, I want you inside, moaned Kurenai, to which Naruto complied and stick it in gently, while seeing Kurenai's face contorting in ecstasy. Her position didn't change. She was still attached to the wall, and Naruto spread her legs a little bit and suspended her midair so as not to tire her legs and be able to continue the lovemaking. After a while in said position, Kurenai motioned for Naruto to sit down while she would get on top of his member, with her back facing Naruto's face. After sticking it in, she bended her body and laid both hands on Naruto's chest before beginning the up and down movement. It wasn't long until Naruto chose to do the movement with his waist, making Kurenai scream in pleasure. Because of Kurenai's submissive nature, someone strong and dominant like Naruto was perfect, and truth be told, she felt like being in heaven right now. After some time, both couldn't hold much longer and had their respective orgasms, thus finishing their shower in style. Soon after leaving the shower, the couple went to bed and Kurenai fell asleep soon after, resting her head on top of Naruto's chest, thus earning a smile from her lover. Inside a cave close to Tea Country. Inside the Akatsuki's hideout, Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, watched the statue that was responsible for keeping the tailed beasts at bay. He was looking at the 9 eyes of the statue, which represented the 9 cages for the demons. As he looked, he noticed only a couple that was empty, meaning that only a few demons remained out in the open. Just as he was about to turn and walk away, a huge earthquake was upon the cave, followed by a huge screaming coming out of the statue. Pain was at loss of what was occurring right now until he saw the eye that trapped the Sanbi, and it was glowing. Suddenly, out of the eye left a huge beam of light, and the next second, the eye became empty once again. Needless to say that Pain was furious at the prospect of the Biju being able to escape from the statue's grasp. He remembered that Sanbi was the only demon that wasn't extracted from a Jinchuriki and imagined if that was the reason as to why the statue couldn't contain its power. However, he needed to find the damned turtle one more time, and that was unnerving to say the least. Closing his eyes in ways to calm down, Pain summoned Zetsu and set him in charge of finding the tailed beast's whereabouts. With Naruto and Kurenai was sound asleep on her bed. However, inside his mindscape, Naruto was protecting his ears from the deafening screaming inside his head. "It's the Sanbi. He's asking for help," said Kyuubi, to which Naruto questioned about the fact that the turtle was captured by Akatsuki. Maybe he found a way to escape their grasp, but ended up using too much energy to do so. "His voice is weak right now, we must track him," said Kyuubi, but Naruto knew he couldn't just leave Konoha without a proper authorization by the Hokage. However, Kyuubi tranquilized him by saying that they didn't need to hurry since Sanbi was good at hiding and nobody knew where he was right now. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded and fell into unconscious once more. Tomorrow morning, he would need to talk to Tsunade and Yamato about what have transpired tonight. Naruto feared that Akatsuki would be all over the 3-tailed beast by now and wondered how a huge turtle was able to hide, seeing that aren't deep lakes, apart from the sea or even the ocean. The next day, he, Kurenai and his wolf companion were inside Tsunade's office, talking about what happened yesterday. Kurenai already knew since Naruto told her as soon as he woke up. Tsunade, though, was astonished with said news, but she knew that she couldn't send Naruto's team to reach the demon simply because they were ANBU and their top priority was to protect the village. Upon voicing her decision, Naruto nodded, since he expected as much. However, he told Tsunade about the fact that Sanbi managed to escape Akatsuki's grasp and maybe has information about the group. "Naruto, you shouldn't trust a demon as much as you are right now. Maybe it could be a trap from Akatsuki, we have to be careful here," said Tsunade, before seeing Naruto nodding in negative. According to the fox, Sanbi used a language only known to demons and that Akatsuki couldn't possibly know said language. "Nevertheless, I didn't say we should go there right away. The Sanbi is now hidden and won't appear until either I or another Jinchuriki appears near the designated place. I could, perhaps, go in 2 or 3 days and have a little chat with the turtle," explained Naruto, to which Tsunade concurred. "Well, okay then. You'll go, but I can't send your whole team. Kakashi and Kurenai will follow you in 3 days from now for you to be able to meet up with him. The reason as to why I'm not sending you alone is because you still didn't give me enough evidence to prove that this isn't any trap from Akatsuki to nail you and capture the Kyuubi," explained Tsunade, to which Naruto acknowledged and concurred with the Hokage's assessment, since no one truly knew what Akatsuki was able to do in order to capture all of the 9-tailed beasts. After Naruto and Co. left, Tsunade was left alone to think as to how and why Sanbi escaped from their grasp. What he intended to do and why would he contact Kyuubi for? Those questions plagued Tsunade's mind constantly. The Sanbi was captured by Akatsuki a while ago by a member of the group called Deidara, who in turn was killed by Uchiha Sasuke. At ANBU HQ, after leaving the Hokage, the group separated. Kurenai went to the Hyuga compound in order to visit Hinata, while Ace went to the Inuzuka compound to visit his pups. Naruto for his part went to work. Once inside, he found the usual training ground, only that it wasn't empty anymore. Kakashi was there together with Shikamaru and Shino. Shikamaru was obviously attempting the water dragon technique while Shino was practicing a hand seal sequence. Going over to Kakashi, Naruto explained the events that followed, more precisely, about Sanbi's possible escape from Akatsuki's grasp and calling for Kyuubi to aid him. Kakashi heard about Tsunade's authorization for Naruto to go talk to the demon, being accompanied by both Kakashi and Kurenai in 3 days. Okay then, now seeing that we still have 3 days, let's continue your Kenjutsu training, Naruto. Yesterday, you already got the hang of it, so now the only thing you need to do is get accustomed to fighting at close range, instead of relying on ninjutsu most of the time. By learning taijutsu, you now can devise a perfect sequence of attacks that can be soon followed by either ninjutsu or genjutsu. Now, get to work, I'll come to see you in just a minute, said Kakashi, before he moved towards where Shikamaru was there attempting one of his first Suiden techniques, the Suiden Suijinheki, water release, water barrier jutsu. Shino, for his time, finished the seal sequence and immediately a little thunder was created, but not so threatening as he wished it would be. Naruto, could you help Shino for me, while I take care of Shikamaru? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded and approached the Aburame, while asking which technique he was attempting to do, to which Shino responded that he was trying the Raiden Rakurai no Jutsu, lightning release, thunderbolt jutsu. Naruto saw Shino performing again and he noticed a few minor mistakes with the technique. Shino, you're not being able to separate normal from lightning chakra. Focus, purely, on lightning chakra and also try using more chakra. The strength of the jutsu is measured by how much chakra you pour into it, taught Naruto, earning a nod from Shino, who in turn, closed his eyes and made the hand seals slowly while molding the right type and right amount of chakra as per Naruto's instructions. When he opened his eyes, he saw the thunderbolt charging fast against the incoming tree and hit in dead-on, thus destroying the tree and creating the peculiar sound of thunder. Turning to Naruto, Shino appreciated the help and settled himself to master this technique before going for another one. Naruto for his part smiled and recovered his heavy sword, before continuing with the katas. After a while, Kakashi arrived and chose to just watch Naruto's movements as he murdered imaginary opponents with his sword. The blonde was coming along nicely and Kakashi wondered if there was something Naruto couldn't do. Naruto, now use chakra to increase your speed. Pure speed alone is good, but if you add chakra to the mix, you'll be much faster, thus it will be difficult for the enemy to track you, said Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto as he channeled chakra to his feet and doubled his pace. As he was performing the exercises, he couldn't help but find flaws in what Kakashi just said and voiced it while slicing the air. Kakashi-sensei, if I use chakra to increase my movements, someone with a dojutsu could see where I'm going, right? Won't that be a serious disadvantage? Said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled, seeing that the blonde had enough knowledge to sometimes doubt the orders of a superior. Yes, you're correct. However, you won't need to fight a Hyuga, and the only Sharingan user that is our enemy is Itachi, so trust me, he won't need the Sharingan to match your speed. Continue with this pace until I say so, explained Kakashi. After a while, Naruto was resting for a while on the ground when Shikamaru came to greet him. When Naruto saw the Nara air, he could see that the man didn't sleep at all, since he began his training, and he remembered about Kurenai's talk with Ino. Shikamaru, how long have you been here? Asked Naruto, earning a sigh from Shikamaru, who clearly saw this coming. Counting today, there would be 2 days now. Troublesome. Suiden manipulation is hard to perfect, mumbled Shikamaru, earning a disapproving look from the blonde. Clearly, you don't expect to master elemental manipulation in 2 days. You need to get some sleep. Also, Kurenai-chan told me about the fact that Ino misses you a lot. She hasn't seen you since you got inside HQ. I happen to know you won't get any missions until they qualify your skills worthy in battle, so go find her and then get some sleep. Your chakra control is ruined because of lack of sleep. Go and sleep for a while and then return here, you'll see that it will be easier. Suidan manipulation requires a steady chakra control in order to properly manipulate it. You can't hope to achieve that with only your mind awake and the body asleep. Explained Naruto, earning some mumbling from Shikamaru. Kakashi heard everything and concurred with Naruto. Suidan manipulation, although relatively easy to master, requires full attention. Shikamaru, for his part, wondered about Ino and felt ashamed that he completely forgot about her. He hoped she wasn't mad at him for not paying attention to her. He nodded at Naruto and left the premises to go meet with Ino and then return home to sleep for a while. Shino had to leave as well because of a family conference. After seeing both leave, Kakashi approached the blonde. Naruto, tomorrow I'll be setting you up against those two in battle, said Kakashi, earning a look in surprise from the blonde, since, clearly, he wasn't expecting this. This will be a test of your performance so far. You'll be restricted to taijutsu only while they won't have any. I'm doing this for two reasons. First is to test how far you've gotten and second is to test if those two are truly ready to fight against tough opponents, said Kakashi, to which Naruto smiled. You consider me a tough opponent, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto, earning a nod from Kakashi. Your skills are top-notch and your chakra and stamina are off the charts, I'm just stating a fact. Besides, I believe those two will end up using their family techniques, stated Kakashi before ordering Naruto to continue with the exercise and don't stop. Okay, Kakashi-sensei, but first can I expend some chakra on a jutsu? It's killing me inside, laughed Naruto, earning a nod from Kakashi. Naruto, after the authorization, began his hand seals sequence and screamed Futon Kyumu Shippu, wind release, fierce hurricane jutsu. Instantly, Kakashi was head-to-head with an immense hurricane and had to focus chakra to his feet, so as not be sent flying. Flashes of fights against Suna ninjas passed inside his mind and he wondered if Naruto would be able to pass on his ability with Futon ninjutsu. So far, only Asuma was a Futon user, but his style was more suited to his trench knives, rather than the techniques itself. While Asuma was more close-ranged fighter, Naruto's chakra capacity suited him better for medium range. Also the fact that his taijutsu is now up to par, he could adapt easily to close-ranged fighting. Okay, Naruto, now that you leveled up the entire training ground, again, let's continue with your kenjutsu practice, said Kakashi, earning a nod from the blonde who channeled chakra to his feet and dashed to the front before making a fast swing with his sword. In the ANBU commander's office. The office was similar to the Hokage's, except not as large and certainly not illuminated by sunlight, meaning no windows. The people inside were having wild discussions about Naruto's mission and Yamato never thought he would see ANBU members whine about not being able to go on a mission with the blonde. How many times have I told you to? We cannot afford to let both of you go with Hyam and leave the village unprotected. Besides, Hokage-sama already set Kakashi-senpai and Kurenai-san to accompany him, so I'm sure he'll be okay, said Yamato, before seeing Hawk and Bear look at him not particularly convinced. Yamato-sama, Bear, Black Wolf and I formed a bond together, where he goes, we go. Our team together, even before Kakashi-senpai joined, was already one of the top ANBU teams. He won't need more than a day to go and a day to return. Can't you place another ANBU team to guard the village? Asked Hawk, before seeing a thinking pose from Yamato. He thought about the situation and couldn't help but smile while seeing how easy Naruto could befriend someone, even if he was now a changed person. Perhaps it was his ability to think of others before his own life, or perhaps it was deeper than that. Of course, he could place another team for border patrol while they were gone. Yamato didn't like to contradict the Hokage's orders, but these two's insistence to follow the blonde wherever he goes was something to consider. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'll talk to the Hokage and see what she thinks about it. I'll give both you the answer shortly, offered Yamato, earning the nod of both of Naruto's comrades, before bowing in respect and vanishing via Shunshin. Well, Naruto, I guess I should stop trying to understand you. Seeing that his paperwork was pretty much done for, thanks to Moku Bunshin, Yamato thought about going to talk with the Hokage about Hawk and Bear's request. He wasn't in any kind of a hurry, so after leaving the ANBU HQ, using his trench coat and an imposing lion mask, Yamato walked casually towards the Hokage's tower. Being inside ANBU since forever, Yamato wasn't much known by the majority of the population, hence when the population turned to see him, all of them wondered who the guy behind the lion mask was. Yamato always joked that should the people of Konoha know about his Mokuton ability, tomorrow the entire elemental nations would know and be assuming something that wasn't true, like for instance, if he was a descendant of the Shodem Hokage like the Hokage is. A while later, Yamato entered the Hokage tower and immediately every shinobi halted in their tracks and saluted the ANBU commander. Those chunin or higher ranks knew of such a position, but their fear was mostly caused by someone spreading false rumors about him being ruthless and didn't stand insubordination. Upon seeing even someone that graduated the same year as him at the academy was gulping nervously, but Yamato didn't bring himself to correct those rumors, whether it was by laziness or any other thing, he didn't know. All he thought was that it wasn't worth his time, paying attention to false rumors, so he let it be. Upon entering at the corridor that led to the Hokage's office, he saw Shizune who, just like the rest of those present inside the Hokage's tower, gulped nervously. Upon seeing this, Yamato sighed in secret. The others he could accept but not her. She already saw him before on a time he had to remove the mask and participate as replacement for Kakashi in a mission towards the Uchiha's rescue. It seems, however, that the rumors reached her ears. Yamato always found Shizune to be quite pretty and even thought of inviting her for some coffee, however after he was promoted to ANBU commander, his life became the ANBU HQ and his and the ninjas below his command. After knocking and entering inside, Yamato looked at the Hokage who in turn was taking another one of her occasional nap. Shrugging it off, he just rested near the wall and looked outside for a moment. The sun was illuminating every path of the Leaf Village, looking like a city in the middle of the forest. Huge trees and gardens filled the village together with the buildings and Yamato couldn't help but smile upon seeing a couple of children playing ninja right next to the Hokage's tower. Looking up, ninjas were found jumping through rooftops, which could only mean they were in a hurry to get somewhere. Looking back to the office, he noticed a television set showing what appeared the image of a hidden camera and, unsurprisingly so, Yamato saw a leveled training field inside ANBU HQ, which could only mean one thing. Naruto, it took me way too much chakra to fix the damn training ground. You just have to use that technique once again, didn't you? Futon ninjutsu wasn't much known in Konoha, simply because wind affinity was the opposite of fire manipulation and that was more common to happen here in Fire Country. The fact that Naruto was able to manipulate wind, among other elements, showed Yamato that from here on out, Konoha could improve in this type of affinity. When he was about to wonder much further, he heard sounds of someone just getting out of bed and turned to stand in front of the Hokage, only waiting for her to see that he wants to talk to her. Tsunade's vision was blurry for a while, but she was able to identify that someone was there in front of her, who though, she couldn't figure out. It was only after a while, when her sight was normal, that she saw Yamato standing in front of her. "Yamato, what are you doing here? I thought I said to Shizune not to send anyone inside, until I said so," said Tsunade while scratching her eyes a little bit. "My apologies, Tsunade-sama. I guess she forgot to mention that you're not available right now." "She didn't say anything so I didn't know you were unavailable," explained Yamato, earning a sigh from Tsunade who always wondered why the girl behaves that way from seeing the ANBU commander. Being a Hokage, she knew of the rumors of Yamato being strict and didn't tolerate insubordination, but she, of course, knew such thing to be an unfold lie that people began spreading once one shinobi saw Yamato being pissed after hearing the news of a team under his command that went overboard and, thus failing the mission because of it. Since then, Yamato's fame, or the ANBU commander's fame was of a strict individual as well as send fear to those who pass by him. "So, what do you wish to talk about Yamato?" asked the Hokage, earning a nod from the ANBU commander who in turn began talking. "This morning, Black Wolf's comrades Hawk and Bear showed me their dissatisfaction upon knowing that they wouldn't be accompanying him on the mission to talk to the Three Tails. They asked me if I could place another team for border patrol while they could be on the mission as well," explained Yamato, earning a smile from Tsunade, who in turn concluded the same thing as Yamato did upon hearing Bear and Hawk explained before. "I assume you explained them the reason as to why I didn't let them go," said Tsunade, to which Yamato just nodded and then she continued once again. It seems the blonde managed to form yet another bond with those two. I've already promised to send kurenai as well with Naruto, not for his protection, but everything related to Bijus and Akatsuki. Worries her to death, so I sent her as well. Hawk and Bear can go. Now, I was going to pass on a mission for them, but seeing that they would be accompanying Naruto, I'll pass it on for Guy's team. It will require speed, so Lee and Guy should be able to conclude nicely. Is there anything else, Yamato? Asked the Hokage, to which the commander nodded in negative and left the office. A while later, Yamato was back inside the ANBU HQ and went to the training ground that was leveled by Naruto, only to find both Hawk and Bear watching Naruto sparring with Kakashi on Kenjutsu. The Hokage authorized both of you to accompany Naruto on his mission. Both of you are to present at the West Gate in 2 days, at 0600, said Yamato, earning a nod from Bear and Hawk, before the group turned to the spar, which, by the way, it was going on for quite a while. Kakashi was using his Sharingan in order to track Naruto's movements before he did move, but after a while, he noticed Naruto looking to Kakashi's arms instead of his face, so he smiled and remembered Guy's way of counteracting the Sharingan, by looking at the user's feet. Kakashi actually thought it was a good method, if they were fighting in close range. However, should the Uchiha use ninjutsu or genjutsu, Guy wouldn't even see the attack until it hit. Naruto's method was better and actually worked against the Uchiha. By following the opponent's arms, he could see body movements and hand seal sequences. The only problem, though, was that Sasuke and Itachi were already proficient in using genjutsu only by using their eyes, so Naruto would have to be more careful so that he wouldn't fall for the technique. It was more of a curiosity than anything, Kakashi thought, as he considered matching Naruto's eyesight and cast a genjutsu to see if he would learn how to either dispel or dodge looking directly at Kakashi's eye. Swinging his sword upwards, he knew that Naruto would defend the swing, but then Naruto would have to bend his body, thus looking forward for an instant. True to Kakashi's plan, he looked at Naruto's eyes, thus casting the genjutsu on him. Naruto, for his part, didn't date a genjutsu mistress for nothing, and he noticed Kakashi's attempt immediately, thus dispelling it almost instantly. Looking at Kakashi, he noticed Kakashi's surprised face and smiled. You can't hope to date a genjutsu master and not get to learn a few traits, Kakashi-sensei. Kurenai-chan taught me how to acknowledge a genjutsu and dispel it before the technique can ever be completed, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded, thus agreeing with the blonde. The reason as to why I did this, Naruto, was only to test your method of avoiding eye contact with the Sharingan, as well as what to do once they are able to cast a genjutsu on you by using only their eyes. As it seems, looking directly at the opponent's arm is effective, but any Uchiha is fast enough to look directly into your eyes and cast a powerful genjutsu, explained Kakashi, earning a nod from Naruto followed by a smile. Yeah, Naruto, I believe there is no reason for us to remain here any longer. Rest up for tomorrow's fight, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded and left the premises before Yamato and Co. arrived to talk to Kakashi. Senpai, Hawk and Bear will accompany you guys on the mission in 2 days as well. Now, I understand you're promoting a fight between Naruto and Shikamaru, Shino, why is that? Asked Yamato, to which Kakashi sighed, since he would hope the very ANBU commander would drop addressing as senpai. I plan to test all 3 of them. Naruto will be limited to plain taijutsu while Shino and Shikamaru will be able to use anything. I plan to see how Naruto's taijutsu could come up with a strategy against long-distance jutsus such as the Nara and Aburame's secret jutsus. Also, I plan to test Shino and Shikamaru's resolve upon fighting in ANBU Junin, explained Kakashi before seeing the commander nod and turn to leave before greeting the group. With Naruto, after leaving the ANBU HQ, he arrived at Kurenai's house only to see that she was wetting her little garden near the window. Upon turning, the woman was surprised to see Naruto home so early. Sorry if I scared you, I was released early. Kure-chan, I was thinking about visiting Ace and his pups. Care to join me? We can stop for some dinner. Afterwards, invited Naruto, earning the nod from Kurenai, who in turn placed her black short dress before the couple left towards the Inuzuka household. On the way, the couple was talking about Sanbi as well as Naruto's fight against one of her old students, Shino. On the way, the couple encountered both Ino and Shikamaru walking on the opposite directions, and both could plainly see how happy Ino was to finally meet with Shikamaru. Naruto and Kurenai thought about greeting them, but they decided to leave them be and spend some time together on their own. After passing, Kurenai asked Naruto what he talked to Shikamaru to convince him, to which Naruto explained that aside from the fact Ino misses him terribly, Naruto explained that elemental ninjutsu requires full concentration and full unity between body and mind, so if Shikamaru was tired, he wouldn't be able to learn Suiton manipulation. Kurenai was shocked to say the least. According to Asuma, Shikamaru was as lazy as he was a genius, and knowing that the man considered training instead of just going home to sleep was at least shocking. One can't help but change upon joining ANBU forces. I was shocked at first that Kakashi-sensei not only wasn't late anymore to meetings but also he stopped reading his famous books, said Naruto, earning a nod from Kurenai, who thought that Kakashi, although a very respected man, did have some very irritating hobbies. A couple minutes later, they arrived at the Inuzuka household, only to see a little wolf running away, before seeing Hana charging towards him in an attempt to not let the little fellow escape. However, once again she was beat by the little wolf's father Ace, who in turn was only waiting for his little pup to reach his position before grabbed the little guy with his mouth and walked casually back to the compound, earning a sweat drop from Kurenai, a sigh in dismay from Hana, and a smile from Naruto. Upon taking her time not worrying about the fleeing little bastard, Hana looked that both Naruto and Kurenai were there as well. Right before greeting them, she saw Ace walking inside the household with the pup on his mouth, and Hana invited them in before running towards Ace so as to not lose any more puppies. When Naruto and Kurenai entered through the main garden, they saw what appeared to be Kiba and Akamaru trying to restrain the pups, but not having too much luck. It only took Ace's barking, using futon ninjutsu, that the pups stiffed and halted like an army after the captain's command. Seeing this, both Kiba and Akamaru seated on the ground, while panting. "Geez, how much stamina these pups have?" asked Kiba, to which Ace took the front and explained that this wolves comes from the ancestors of Wind Country, therefore they are used to climbing mountains up and down and not getting tired. After hearing the explanation, Kiba nodded to their newest member of the family and nodded. However, when he sensed other familiar senses, he looked up to see his ex-sensei and a blonde person he didn't recognize. His presence, though, was familiar, but a lot stronger than before. In fact, he remembered sensing a very similar presence when his team was captured by Kumo's shinobis and were saved by Naruto. "Is that really you?" asked Kiba. He knew about Naruto's entering the ANBU for quite some time, but he never got to talk to the blonde in like almost 2 years. Upon seizing him up, Naruto was stronger, more powerful. Just his aura was enough to send fear to the enemies. How did he get so strong? How much he trained to reach this level? That's not possible. All these questions plagued Kiba's mind, and Kurenai already knew this would happen. She thought about telling Naruto about Kiba's pride, but she thought nothing really bad would happen. However, seeing her ex-student looking at Naruto like that, she feared that Kiba would try to attack Naruto, in order to test his abilities. Naruto for his part was able to hear Kiba's muscles stretching, which indicated that the stupid would attack him at any time. When he looked at Kurenai, he nodded, showing her that he wouldn't raise a finger on Kiba. Kurenai saw the sign and nodded, now only waiting for Kiba to begin. Immediately, Kiba channeled chakra to his legs and jumped, attacking Naruto, who in turn only smiled before Kiba used his claws and attacked, only for his arm to pass through Naruto's body like he was transparent. After doing a back flip and devise a better strategy, Kiba attacked again, only this time, and used both his arms in attempt to slash both sides of Naruto, but just like the first time, both his arms passed through Naruto's body. "What's happening here? Why can't I hit you, damn it?" shouted Kiba. This point in blind rage, before the Naruto in front of him disappeared and Kiba looked around only to see him standing next to what appeared to be a very pissed Kurenai. "Besides the fact that you attacked not only a fellow Konoha nin, but also a superior officer, says very little of you right now, Kiba. Also, I'm ashamed to see you falling so easy for a genjutsu even after all those times we practiced," explained Kurenai, to which Kiba nodded before looking on the ground, before seeing Naruto kneeling on the ground and begin speaking with Ace about his pups. "It seems that you're no longer a lone wolf, aren't you, Ace? You already have a family here in Konoha," said Naruto, earning a nod from the wolf, who in turn smiled and looked up to see his beloved mate feeding one of his pups. "You aren't one to say either, Naruto. You already have someone you love as well," said Ace, making Naruto nod and turn to see Kurenai smiling at him. I guess you're right. So, I guess you'll be training these pups soon, so we aren't going to see each other much. I just wanted to say that you and your family are always welcomed in my house. Take care, my friend, said Naruto before getting up and walking towards Kurenai, when suddenly, Ace called him and yelled Futon K's no Kiba, wind release. Wind claw jutsu. Thus attacking Naruto, who in turn smiled and made some hand seals for Futon K's no Yaba, wind release. Wind sword jutsu. When the attacks collided, everyone could see the 3 wind slashes against one very long one, before they both dissipated. After seeing this, both Naruto and Ace smirked at one another. Naruto, this will be our bonding seal. Don't ever forget about that, said Ace, to which Naruto nodded and walked back to Kurenai. Kiba for his part, watched the whole thing and wondered how strong Naruto really is. Genjutsu, Futon ninjutsu, what else? After a while, the couple left and Hana was alone with her stupid brother. Kiba, you damn imbecile, why would you attack him for? Shouted Hana, gaining the attention of Kiba, who only looked down in shame and walked back to his room, not even bothering to respond. But the answer was clear, at least to his sister. Naruto beat him without even lifting a finger, and now he doubted his skills. Out of a sudden, Sume walked into the garden only to see Kiba walking inside with his head down and tried to ask what was wrong until Hana came and explained what occurred. Needless to say, Sume was pissed at her son from lack of knowledge regarding subordination and attacking fellow Konoha nins just to test his skills. The next day, Naruto was standing against both Shino and Shikamaru as promised by Kakashi. Shino and Shikamaru were discussing on ways to beat the blonde, since none of them ever went against him before and none of them knew what he was capable of. They knew that Naruto would be limited with taijutsu only, so they were at an advantage since both of them happened to be long-range fighters. However, Naruto was and always have been a wild card, thus giving even Shikamaru a pain while trying to devise a strategy against the blonde. Naruto, for his part, was only waiting for them to attack. Being restricted to taijutsu, he just couldn't attack first, thus giving the enemies a lot of options to catch him with long-range attacks. This way, he wouldn't be the one to fall in an eventual trap. Back to Shikamaru, he thought of something that could work and explained to Shino, who in turn nodded, and both made hand seals. Kage main no jutsu, shadow binding technique, said Shikamaru while Shino released his bugs and stayed only waiting for Naruto to go where they wanted. Seeing the shadow approaching, Naruto summoned chakra to his feet and dodged strongly to the left, thus gaining speed when Shino threw their bugs at him. Naruto knew that they would ambush him like that, but he wasn't afraid of Shino's bugs sucking his chakra, since he had plenty to feed an entire hive and not even be winded. Summoning once again chakra to his feet, Naruto increased his speed once more and passed through the middle of the bugs, thus not allowing them to capture him, before he approached his 2 opponents. Shikamaru's Kage main was still active, but since Shikamaru couldn't control his shadow enough to dismantle the shadow beam, Naruto dodged the incoming shadow and jumped before landing a roundhouse kick right in his face, thus sending him flying. Shikamaru used the momentum and flipped his body, thus landing on his feet, before Shino warned him of Naruto's approaching once again. The blonde didn't even wanted to let them recuperate and charged in seconds, before seeing Shino making hand seals. Raiden Rakurai no Jutsu, lightning release. Thunderbolt Jutsu, thus sending the lightning strike straight at Naruto, who in turn jumped just in time and did a backflip, before landing on the ground and eyeing his opponents once again. Shino and Shikamaru had to be the most intelligent ninjas of their generation, and Naruto knew they would be tough to beat. Charging once again, he saw Shikamaru doing hand seals for what seemed to be Suiden Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon jutsu, and prepared to his plan. Suddenly, a huge water dragon attacked Naruto, but the blonde dodged at the last minute to the right, before channeling chakra to his feet and increasing his speed, before attacking Shino right between his legs, before flipping and aiming an uppercut kick right at Shino's chin, thus sending him flying. Naruto didn't have time to see Shino's trajectory because Shikamaru was using the opportunity to capture Naruto with his shadow, which he almost succeeded had Naruto didn't look backwards that exact moment. Focusing on another hand seal, Shikamaru screamed Kage Nui no Jutsu, shadow sewing technique, and the shadow instantly left the land and began to attack Naruto, who didn't waste time and kept dodging until he had a clearance of movement and summoned chakra to his feet, once more, to leave Shikamaru's field of sight for a moment, before using chakra once again to approach Shikamaru, thus using his fist this time and landing a straight punch right at the left side of Shikamaru's face. This time, Naruto waited for his opponents to get up and wait to see what they would do, when suddenly Shino's bugs left him once again, forming another Shino, and Shikamaru used Cage Bunshin and created a duplicate, thus surprising Naruto a lot, considering that Shikamaru still had energy left to split his chakra. However, now Naruto would face 4 enemies instead of 2, and now it would one hell of a challenge. Meanwhile, the ones in the audience saw Naruto's taijutsu and couldn't help but applaud the blonde. Using his high chakra capacity, he could channel chakra to his feet, thus earning a boost in speed and approaching the enemy from his or her blind spot. Kakashi smiled upon seeing his student putting his training to fruition. Also, all of them acknowledged Shino and Shikamaru's teamwork against Naruto, but truly, they wished to see the aftermath of this fight. Now it was 4 against Naruto, and all of them knew it would be hard. Looking once again, this time Naruto attacked them first, thus the 4 scattered to different corners and Naruto chose one to attack. Of course, it would be Shikamaru, since he was losing chakra fast and wouldn't be able to keep up with the Cage Bunshin. Seeing this coming, Shino and his clone advanced in terms of stopping Naruto before he landed a hit on the shadow clone from fear of sending Shikamaru straight to chakra exhaustion. The real Shikamaru knew about the weakness in this technique, but he didn't know that Naruto would be the one attacking this time. Yes, Naruto was a wildcard, indeed. When Naruto landed a swift kick at the clone's stomach, it vanished and Naruto turned to see a panting Shikamaru. The fight was over since one of the fighters wasn't able to fight any longer. However, they passed the test with flying colors and Shino and Shikamaru were now able to attend ANBU level missions. Naruto received his sensei's approval before going to Shikamaru and tending to his comrade. Needless to say, Shikamaru smiled at Naruto, offering help to lift him up, to which he accepted. "You did improve your chakra capacity, Shikamaru. I never expected you to be able to do the Cage Bunshin," said Naruto, to which Shikamaru nodded and said that even though he did, that wasn't enough to even land a hit on the blonde. "Forget about it, let's just say that I had more time to train than you and we can leave it at that," offered Naruto, to which Shikamaru nodded and then went to the nurse to have a little chakra incision. Sanbi's mission day. ANBU Team 5 was waiting patiently for the mission's last member to arrive. Because Kurenai would be following an ANBU team, it didn't make sense for her to go as a regular Junin, since it would show too much attention. So, Kurenai went to change her attire and put on an ANBU armor suit, before looking at the mirror and admiring her appearance. A while later, upon her appearance at the meeting place, while everyone turned towards their destination, Naruto kept staring at his girlfriend for a while. Kurenai, already picturing this, simply walked past him, before whispering to his ear some naughty conversation, making Naruto tremble inside, thus giving the victory to Kurenai this time. She loved competing against Naruto to see who gets to tease the other more, and the count was even before, but now it seemed Kurenai just gained a point in her favor, thus winning the competition for now. Instantly, images flashed inside Naruto's mind, but he threw them away for now, in hopes of focusing on the mission, but he smiled, though, upon looking at Kurenai while thinking of ways to even the numbers once again. Revenge would be sweet. Chapter 16. Another one bites the dust. Fire Country is blessed by nature by many ways that other countries become rather envious about. The temperature wasn't as high as Wind Country and its water supply was 10 times as much. It didn't have dangerous storms like Lightning Country, although it rains just the necessary amount to supply the flora and fauna with fresh air and water to cool the temperature. Also, where all you can see is wide set of forest around, in Earth Country, there is nothing but rocks scattered around the place. The day-to-day couldn't be better. It was spring and the temperature wasn't too hot, allowing a cool wind breeze to swing by and cool off 5 Konoha nins that happened to be stopping near a lake in order to drink some water. Naruto and his ANBU team along with Kurenai had been traveling close to 5 hours now, so they stopped for a while. Normally, being in ANBU that wasn't such a thing as getting time to rest, however this mission wasn't considered a normal one. Tracking a tailed beast was hard enough, also the team could expect to run into Akatsuki once more, so saving as much chakra and stamina was the best course of action, considering they knew little to nothing of what they would expect once arrival. Kakashi was wondering if they would find some new members of that organization and feared for the worst. Apart from the ones already taken care of, the only one Konoha knew of was Uchiha Itachi, and if such a foe appeared, Kakashi would be hard-pressed not to feel like his group is outmatched, even if it would be 5 against 1. Aside from Itachi, the other members were a secret, and even Jiraiya couldn't find the rest. The silver-haired man was currently filling up his canteen when he turned to see the black-masked ANBU next to him, doing pretty much the same thing. Kakashi couldn't help but smile upon seeing the level both of maturity and skills that Naruto was able to reach in so little time. It seemed just yesterday that he was chosen to be the Junin sensei of Team 7, and hearing the blonde screaming to the heavens everything that came out of his mouth. Right now, though, the blonde was anything but hyperactive. On the contrary, Naruto canalized his pent-up energy into chakra and is, then, able to withstand longer fights and long training regimes. Naruto, for his part, was filling up his canteen before he closed the bottle and went back to see how Kurenai was doing. Said woman was panting a lot from overexertion, but she knew following an ANBU team was hard work, so she didn't complain. Right now, she was massaging her legs a little bit, while waiting for her boyfriend to come back with some water for her. Upon looking up, she saw the black-masked ANBU approaching, before he stretched his arm, thus offering the woman some water, before settling down next to his girlfriend. "How are you feeling?" asked Naruto, to which Kurenai responded by saying that her legs stopped aching, but her chakra flow was unstable right now, which meant that she couldn't use it, otherwise it would be depleted soon enough. "Relax for a while, according to the fox. We are still maybe a couple of hours away from our destination, so we'll take another short stop, before meeting with the Sanbi. Rest up a bit, Kure-chan," said Naruto, caressing her shoulders a little bit, since he couldn't take off her mask, and got up to check on Bear and Hawk for a while. Even though he was the one guiding the team through their destination, Hawk was the team leader and captain, so he was calling the shots. Naruto arrived on what was some discussion between Bear and Hawk regarding their mission. Bear was about to reply what Hawk said about maybe encountering other enemy villages, before greeting Black Wolf. "Ah, Black Wolf, me and Hawk Taiko here were discussing about our possible opposition in reaching the Sanbi. What are your thoughts about it?" asked the big-sized man, to which Naruto turned to think for a while before responded. The call for help could only be heard from those of the beast's kind, hence how Kyuubi managed to hear it. Other than me, it's fair to say that other Jinchurikis must have heard it as well, so it wouldn't be a surprise if we encountered a Jinchuriki. The problem is, though, that is said Jinchuriki did the same thing as I did, then I guess his or her village would send ninja backup. Not only that, but if Akatsuki learned of the tailed beast's position, then we'd have to face them as well, stated Naruto, before Kakashi arrived at the group and exposed his line of thought. Our top priority is to battle Akatsuki, but should any other village appear, I also fear that they could attempt to use Sanbi as means to have a new Jinchuriki, and that is something we cannot allow. According to Black Wolf, the Sanbi is weak from using too much energy to escape their grasp, so it wouldn't be hard to use Fuinjutsu and seal him for good, explained Kakashi, to which the group nodded, before Naruto turned and walked up to Kurenai, before seating next to her once more. Although her mask was on, Naruto knew that something was up and couldn't shake the feeling that Kurenai was afraid of something. "What is in your mind, Kure-chan?" asked Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled behind her mask. She was really surprised that her boyfriend knew her so well, despite her face being covered by her mask. "I'm sure is nothing, don't worry about me. It's just that Bijus and Akatsuki sort of became a tough subject for me to handle. They are after you and I'm worried that something might happen. I don't want to lose you," said Kurenai, earning a sigh in worry from Naruto. He knew where this was coming from, since Akatsuki's drive was rather annoying to say the least, but he wanted to comfort his girlfriend enough that she feels safe around him, so he asked for her to cast a genjutsu on the both of them, so they could take face to face. Kurenai nodded and made a couple of hand seals before both Naruto and Kurenai became invisible, thus allowing them to remove their masks. Upon seeing Kurenai's face, Naruto's heart began to ache immediately. She was looking down and the sign of past tears was plainly visible. Naruto didn't want to lose her either, also he didn't want to see that face of hers ever again. It clutched his heart too, although indirectly, be the cause of her sadness and moved to give her a strong and comforting hug. Kurenai welcomed the hug and shoved her face on his chest. After the hug was over, Naruto moved to kiss her lips softly for a while, before looking at her red eyes and smiling. "Kurenai-chan, there is no kunai or powerful jutsu that could hurt me more than seeing you cry," said Naruto before he grabbed Kurenai's hands and looked at her eyes once more, before continuing. "My enemies, although powerful, doesn't even match the power of my allies. No matter what happens, I'll always come back for you, Red Rose," finished Naruto, before kissing her once again under the sunlight. Kurenai was always taken aback by how lovely her boyfriend is and how with just a few words, he could comfort her in more ways than no one ever did. In a moment, she felt silly for worrying too much and voiced it to Naruto. The blonde smiled, in return, and assured her to talk to him every time she need to. "I want to be there for you, Kurenai-chan," said Naruto, earning a nod from Kurenai before she hugged him once more and then got up from the ground. Once the genjutsu was dispelled, the group could see both Naruto and Kurenai there unharmed, so they were relieved. Before sensing Kurenai's chakra, both Hawk and Bear turned to see, but they were already gone. Kakashi, however, smiled at the scene played in front of him, since his Sharingan couldn't be fooled by the genjutsu. Naruto knew how to calm Kurenai down. He thought and wondered about the couple's future. After everything was sorted up, the group initiated their course of action. Inside a cave, Orochimaru, of course, wasn't known throughout the elemental nations as being a rather ruthless individual. So it was safe to say he didn't have any sort of attachment to anyone. He was staring at the body of his second-in-command Yakushi Kabuto, completely trashed with marks that came from what seemed to be a lightning attack. From the spy he sent to check on his experiments with the cursed seal, he came to know that Kabuto's corpse was located inside a huge crater, and Orochimaru wondered which attack would be potent enough to kill Kabuto as well as dig so deep the land. It wouldn't matter though, as Orochimaru had some ideas about how to use Kabuto's healing ability and finally perfect the cursed seal level 3. The only goddamn problem was finding a new host for him, though. The last time he had to switch was over 2.5 years ago, so he'd have to find someone worthy to do it, so that he could attempt to finalize the operation on advancing his ultimate creation, the cursed seal. The man did have the courtesy to curse, though, as his top subjects were utterly destroyed by what seemed to be ninjas from Konoha, and after Orochimaru heard the spy's info, he seriously wondered if the ANBU was responsible. Surprisingly, Orochimaru was made aware of one ANBU team being able to accomplish quite many things together, and one of them was defeating Akatsuki member Hoshikage Kisame. Orochimaru even knew that Itachi chose to flee at the time, and that was saying something. Just thinking about the elder Uchiha made the snake face snarl in anger. The Sharingan was his ultimate goal, and when Itachi joined Akatsuki, Orochimaru once tried to possess the Dujutsu. However, he couldn't do squat against the Uchiha's unlimited potential in Genjutsu, which in turn trapped Orochimaru in place, stopping him for whatever moves he intended at the time. Orochimaru thought about using Sasuke once again, but then remembered not sensing his cursed seal being used at all after the damn Kyuubi brat managed to take him away. It was like Sasuke managed, somehow, to suppress the will of the cursed seal and learned to control his emotions, which in turn stopped the fuel for the cursed seal. Few actually knew this, but the secret of the cursed seal is that it was to be fed with negative emotions such as anger, insecurity, and hatred. That's why Sasuke couldn't get rid of the cursed seal before, from being so focused on hatred and anger towards Itachi, hence feeding the seal every time. The snake face, even with all his wisdom, was acknowledging his lack of options right now. He was now alone to do everything since Kabuto passed away, and he didn't, yet, have a suitable body to pass on to in 6 months. No matter, though, the man's drive was too much to simply give up now. He knew it would be a long shot, but if he manages to complete the curse seal level 3, then he could find a suitable body for him, in order to either steal Itachi or Sasuke's Sharingan. In Konoha, more precisely the ANBU HQ, 2 of their members were fighting each other. Shino and Shikamaru, after their fight against Naruto, started evaluating their techniques and how much they could improve them. Shikamaru remembered about how Naruto managed to get passed by his shadow and went to ask his father about creating ramifications for the shadow possession technique. Needless to say, his father was impressed and immediately taught his son how to do such advanced shadow manipulation, which in turn was called Kage Nui no Jutsu, shadow sewing jutsu. Shika also remembered how much chakra he had to endure for the Kage Bunshin and wondered what he could do to increase his chakra reserves. Shino, for his part, concluded that his speed in ninjutsu must be refined. Between making the needed hand seals for the technique and its execution, Shino lost precious time and thus, allowing Naruto to see the technique being created and also allowing him room to dodge. The two of them were now on straight taijutsu match in hopes of raising their stamina and increasing the force of the blows. Another thing about Naruto's fight was that each punch or kick that Naruto hit them with were more like being hit by a ton of bricks, so they wondered if Naruto's ability to use chakra isn't suited only for ninjutsu and genjutsu, but also for taijutsu. For once, his agility rose tenfold when he applied chakra for better propulsion. "Say, Shino, what don't we change into ninjutsu training?" asked Shikamaru, earning a nod from Shino, who in turn began making hand seals for a technique he learned from the library. "Raiden Akatsuki Nami, lightning release, thunder wave jutsu," said Shino as he released the attack on Shikamaru, before seeing the Nara air jump, thus dodging the incoming wave, before making hand seals on the air for Suiden Suigaden no Jutsu, water release, water fang jutsu. The attack was charging quickly against Shino, who in turn used his clan technique called Mushi Cabe no Jutsu, insect wall jutsu, which consisted of his bugs surrounding the Aburame, flying at incredible speeds, thus forming a protective vortex. The technique blocked the water attack, but Shikamaru didn't have to guess the next attack and moved for an attack on his own. Just after landing on the ground, Shikamaru made a large series of hand seals for Suiden Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon jutsu, before sending the humongous water dragon at Shino. The bugs stopped the wall and returned to Shino, so he was too damn late to raise any defense, thus resorting to academy-level evasion technique using his bugs as decoy. After Shino escaped the technique, he began some hand seals once more, this time for the first technique he learned called Raiden Rakurai no Jutsu, lightning release, thunderbolt jutsu, before he sent the lightning attack straight at Shikamaru. The technique was too fast to dodge in time, so Shikamaru used the water barrier and let the lightning be conducted up to where the barrier was formed, thus leaving him out of harm's way. Right after the water barrier, Shikamaru kneeled on the ground panting hard. He had been training non-stop in taijutsu, so even if he only used 3 or 4 jutsus, he was, of course, tired. Shino was as well, since he was in the same boat as Shikamaru. Plus the fact that his hive absorbed some of his chakra from time to time, so it was safe to say he felt depleted right now. Nevertheless, Shino knew his ninjutsu improved and that his speed with seals doubled since last time. "I think it would be better to just rest a little bit. My chakra is nearly depleted and we have a mission in about 2 hours, said Shino, earning a nod from Shikamaru, who in turn lied down for a while and looked up in order to see the clouds, but instead all he could find was the place's ceiling. "I kind of miss watching the clouds. This ANBU job takes a lot out of me, so troublesome. How can Naruto do it and still have time for other stuff?" thought Shikamaru as he closed his eyes for a second and recollected his fight against the blonde. Naruto pretty much beat the crap out of him and he was only limited to taijutsu. The narrate couldn't help but flinch from wondering about Naruto's ninjutsu. Shikamaru sighed in dismay thinking about how tough it must be to fight someone like Naruto and wondered if he would get to face such opponents on ANBU missions. Both he and Shino were more reserved shinobi, not focusing much on brute strength, but instead focusing in the art of deception. In a one-on-one fight, they were nearly unstoppable, but against a group, he wouldn't be able to do much. Naruto, on the other hand, had both the chakra capacity and the technique necessary to deal with not only groups of people, but also individual fights, hence why Shikamaru believed that Naruto to be one of the best shinobis within Konoha. He could just hope that things wouldn't be too hard to control and that his life could go on without much troublesome situations. Shino, for his part, wondered about the blonde as well as his abilities so far. Shino believed himself to be on par with what the ANBU could throw at him. He had his bugs to aid him, plus his Raiden abilities really helped. Nevertheless, he felt that Naruto was so far up his level that the bug user, often wondered if Naruto really was the one that graduated together with. His power was higher than most Junins around, and even his genjutsu ability was top-notch. Not to mention that Naruto's ninja abilities such as infiltration were out of this world. Shino remembered Naruto's ANBU Junin test and how tough it was to complete it. The bug user oftentimes wondered if he would be able to complete a task where he wasn't allowed to use chakra at all. Just as other of Konoha's clans, Shino just couldn't suppress his chakra because of the Kakaichu bugs inside of him. I wonder if I'll ever reach your level, Naruto. With Naruto and company jumping through the trees, Naruto warned Hawk of their proximity to the target. Hawk nodded and ordered everyone to stop for a while and gather their energy in order to fight any eventual opposition. The group nodded and rested for a while, with each of them sitting on the ground and having a conversation with each other, in order to pass the time a little bit. A few distance away from the target, Naruto could already hear Sanbi screaming of some language inside his head, but since he didn't understand a word of what he was saying, he waited for Kyuubi to translate. "We are close, he can already feel my presence, so he's greeting me in demon language." He also said that the ones that captured him would certainly send in one member to try and capturing him again. However, he warned us to speed things up because it would take a while for his energy to come back and he doesn't know if he could hold his own against this group, translated Kyuubi, though Naruto could hear the fox mumbling about how much of a coward the other demon was. How much energy he must have used, that he is taking so long to recover? Asked Naruto, though he heard Kyuubi give him a snort in amusement, making it sound like a stupid question to ask. "Our energy doesn't need time to recover, fool. For Sanbi to take this long to recover, it means that in order to escape Akatsuki, he must have sacrificed something. For us demons, our power is measured by the number of our tails. The turtle has 3 tails, however we can sacrifice one of our tails in favor of using momentary strength burst. My best guess is that he did just that," explained Kyuubi, earning a nod from Naruto, who, after closing his eyes, was back to real world, looking at the group talking about how to approach the beast. Kakashi, because of the Sharingan, acknowledged Naruto's inner communication with the demon and asked him about what the fox said. "We are close, the lake is a few miles north from here, but I have to approach the lake alone, I'm afraid," said Naruto, earning looks of worry from the others, before he explained better. Sanbi is rather afraid of enemy trying to capture him again, since he's low on energy right now. Therefore, he'll only make himself visible if Kyuubi approaches. Sanbi can feel the fox inside of me, so if I approach him, he'll show up. However, if all of you stand before me, he will keep hiding until I'm to be left alone," explained Naruto, earning a nod from those present, before Hawk stated that they will be guarding Black Wolf from the shore. "In case of any trouble, he will use his intercom and call us in," stated Hawk. Minutes later, the group got up once more and charged towards their destination. With Akatsuki, Zetsu was considered to be the best tracker in all of the elemental nations. With his ability to travel below the ground and through the trees, he could be anywhere instantly. Also, he had the ability to trace chakra from a considerable distance, so it wouldn't be hard to track a fleeing tailed beast. However, as best as his abilities of tracking, apparently Sanbi holds the same mastery in hiding. So far, the half-plant half-human shinobi couldn't find trace of the demon's chakra or anything that could lead to his whereabouts. He was about to change directions when he sensed up to 10 chakra signatures heading towards the same distance. He could feel that all 10 of the chakra signatures were high Junin level and immediately began to process the information. Zetsu wasn't ignorant to the fact that tailed beasts were and still are every hidden village's dream to control. So it wouldn't surprise the veteran shinobi if he encountered either one of the 5 hidden villages attempting to seal the Sanbi inside a born child to serve the respective village. Of course, Zetsu considered going back to the hideout and express this new discovery, simply because extracting the demon out of the Jinchuriki was much easier than sealing the demon itself. Nonetheless, Zetsu pretty much knew that he just couldn't assume things, simply because of his sensory perception. He was still due to consider that just like he was in trouble finding the demon, then the other presences share the same predicament. After all, being an S-ranked shinobi, there wasn't many with that could rival his abilities. Sinking below the ground once again, Zetsu traveled towards the destination in order to scout the enemy's intentions. With Naruto. As Naruto and gang traveled towards the destination, Kyuubi was getting more uneasy by the second. It was the same time when Naruto went face to face with Gaara and Naruto feared the encounter of another Jinchuriki. Naruto strived to become a strong shinobi, but he refused to rely on Kyuubi's chakra to win battles. However, while he was denying his inner demon, there was a slight chance that his counterpart doesn't think the same way, which would get the team in whole lot of trouble. Trouble would be an understatement, I'm afraid. If the one I'm sensing is who I think it is, you won't be able to beat him, without my aid, talked Kyuubi for the first time, speaking with Naruto casually. Which demon are you talking about? Asked Naruto, before Kyuubi explained. The only one besides me who wasn't captured yet. The Hachibi, 8 tails, although less powerful than me by a slow margin, can easily kill everyone by simply lifting one of his tails. The good news is that he's not as bloodthirsty as I am, explained Kyuubi, though Naruto was not satisfied with what was about to happen. So, you mean to tell me that 3-tailed beasts will have a little reunion? What are the odds of a full-out confrontation between me and the Hachibi Jinchuriki? Asked Naruto, though slightly afraid of the answer. Just don't piss him off and maybe he won't resort to using the Hachibi's power. However, if he's 100% dependent on the demon, well, safe to say you're screwed, stated Kyuubi, earning a sigh in dismay from Naruto, who in the real world, looked at kurenai and was instantly worried about her well-being. Man, it was a bad decision to come here. Maybe it isn't. It all depends on the Jinchuriki's state of mind, said Kyuubi, earning a look in more disappointment from Naruto, who was still due to meet one Jinchuriki in their right state of mind, or at least kept their respective sanity. Gaara was a lunatic that happened to kill with the purpose of confirming his existence. Somehow, Naruto was relieved upon not knowing any other Jinchuriki besides the now case cage, so he at least hoped beyond hope that the Hachibi Jinchuriki wouldn't be controlled by his or her demon. I believe it's better to let your team know of this and make the right decision, advised Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and told everything to his team. Kurenai flinched at the mention of facing another Jinchuriki, but the rest of them began to process the information from a professional point of view. It would be safe to assume that the Hachibi Jinchuriki came accompanied by backup, just as we're accompanying Naruto, so if we reach our destination, we'll have to engage them, and Black Wolf, you'd have to face the Jinchuriki. I'm sorry about it, but in terms of power, you'd be the only one who could match him. We'll deal with the remaining opposition, ordered Hawk, earning a nod from the group. After a few more minutes, the Konoha group arrived in what seemed to be a lake surrounded by heavy mist, thus blocking the view entirely. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, noticed something weird with the mist. It appeared that a large genjutsu was casted throughout the area, so anyone could fall for the illusion. Be careful with this mist, everyone. My Sharingan detects a large genjutsu affecting this area, said Kakashi, while looking around the site in order to find the opposition. Naruto, for his part, offered to blow the mist away with a jutsu, but Hawk advised otherwise. It would alert the enemy to our presence, therefore they needed to approach with caution and not be influenced by the illusion mist. After a few steps towards the lake, the members were all caught in the illusion, but none of them thought highly of it and continued to walk towards the lake, where according to the fox, there is where Sanbi would be expecting Naruto. Looking back at his comrades, Naruto saw Kakashi and Kurenai nod for him to continue his path and have a chat with the turtle. However, just as he was about to place his right foot on the water, he heard the sound of shurikens flying and jumped backwards in time to avoid it. Landing next to his team, the Konoha's team were surprised to face what appeared to be 6 members of Kumo's Thunder ANBU team. Kyuubi did already pointed out the Hachibi Jinchuriki, and Naruto looked to see a rather big man, roughly the size of bear, and Naruto was unnerved to see not 1 but 8 swords strapped to the man's body. As if the whole team knew who the man was, everyone was focusing on the ANBU's 8 swords, as well as the fact that his chakra had a different feeling that of those around him. What's the meaning of this attack? Attacking a ninja from another village can lead to war, shouted Hawk, but none of the Kumo nen said anything, until the one with the 8 swords approached and stood face to face with the black-masked ANBU. And I don't have a clue on how to create rap lines, so I will save the readers from my pathetic attempts at doing so. Naruto just stood there, unmoving. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, instead just watching his every move and analyzes him if possible. The man was collected, so Naruto presumed he was in control of his actions. The swords alone were already intimidating, But Naruto had the mask to hide his anxiety. I've already seen you before, but I can't quite put it. Your mask is familiar, though, said the big man, but Naruto didn't say anything. It was better for his foe not to know about his reputation as well as his abilities. I'm just a junior ANBU member, sir. And I believe my commander here is waiting for an answer as to why your team deliberately attacked us, stated Naruto, before looking at Hawk and giving him a nod to confirm it. The Hachibi Jinchuriki was intrigued. He knew he saw that mask somewhere, but he couldn't remember. Also, there was the fact that he felt a familiar presence inside the guy and wondered if he was exactly like him. It was at this point that he remembered seeing the newest additions to Kumo's bingo book, and he saw what appeared to be a black-masked ANBU from Konoha, stating that the man was responsible for killing one fair share of Kumo nins and was ranked as a B-ranked shinobi, with the order to kill in sight. Ah, now I know where I saw you. Konoha's Shippuu Ukami, Hurricane Wolf. I'm kind of disappointed, though. I expected someone rather taller and more aggressive, stated the ANBU, making Naruto flinch at being caught and silently cursed Tsunade for inventing the goddamn nickname. I guess is no use hiding that fact from you, is there? However, you are still due to respond my commander's question, stated Naruto, now being ready for an eventual battle. The man for his part turned to his associates and nodded. Oh, nothing major really. Our objective here is of no concern to Konoha, and as for attacking you, I kind of felt like it, said the man before doing a back flip and throwing all his swords up to the air in unison. That was the signal for attacking, and the Kumo's Thunder ANBU took of their swords as well and fell into a fighting stance. I'll take the big one, you guys scramble with the others. Haim, stay with dog, please, said Naruto as he began a series of hand seals. Futon Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. The group, afterwards, scattered and each went against one of them. The Kumo nins didn't have the time to move before the huge gust of wind sent them flying, well except for the one who recognized him as he stood there. Naruto smirked thought, as the man's swords weren't as heavy as him, so they were sent flying as well. Somehow, I got the feeling that you're the most dangerous of the group, said Naruto as he took his ninjutsu and positioned himself for the battle. The man smiled behind his mask and knew the meaning behind this foe's words. I know you don't know me, and only those within Kumo's village knows of my condition. Besides them, the only one who could spot what I carry inside of me could only be another with the same condition, isn't that right, Jinchuriki? Asked the man, earning a nod from Naruto. I kind of figured that another one would come for the Sanbi, but I never would believe to meet the Hachibi Jinchuriki in person. It's really a pleasure, said Naruto, as he charged the enemy with superior speed, surprising the enemy who in turn managed to collect one of his swords and managed to block the incoming attack before watching the blonde use his footing to stop the movement and eye the opponent. I must applaud you regarding your sword ability. You sure take care of it a lot to be able to move like that. I really wanted for my students to move as gracefully as you do. But unfortunately I have my 8 swords now and you only have 1. No one can beat the 8, said the enemy, before charging Naruto this time. However, instead of slicing Naruto's body entirely, the Kumo nin passed by him as if the man was transparent. Naruto didn't want to waste this opportunity and used the lake near him as a weapon. After a large series of hand seals for Suiden Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon jutsu. One large water dragon came out of the water and charged towards Naruto's enemy. The enemy for his turn looked up only to see the huge water dragon approaching and placed his arms in front of him, in order to brace the impact. Naruto didn't rest though, he knew the man wouldn't be defeated like this and stood ready for a possible attack. True to his worries, the enemy appeared right next to him with an inhuman speed and began spinning with his 8 swords, before Naruto substituted himself with a nearby stone which was sliced in multiple pieces. You have the skills, I give you that. But you can't hope to beat me without using your demon's power. Only one truly tuned with his demon would be able to go on par with me. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hachi Kira, brother of the current Raikage and Jinchuriki of the Hachibi and now, your executioner, stated Kira, to which Naruto nodded and presented himself. I have no desire of telling you my name since it would be irrelevant at this point, and I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, said Naruto, though wanting to see the man's face when he realizes that his demon was far more powerful than the Hachibi. Kira, true to Naruto's words, stiffened a bit. True, he was tuned with his demon and all, but Kyuubi had 9 tails of power while the Hachibi had 8. Surely, he was in disadvantage. Inside his mind, Kira could only listen. This boy speaks the truth. I can feel Kyuubi-sama's presence within him, even if it's not being used at the moment. Perhaps would be wise to deal with him without my aid, stated the Hachibi before Kira protested. Fool, you damn well know that Kyuubi is stronger than me, and also should we battle, this world or at least a very large area would cease to exist. Therefore, we cannot confront each other, said Hachibi, earning a nod from Kira. It seems that my demon is a little bit reluctant to lend me his power. No matter though, I'll beat you and bring your head to Kumo. Also, since I'm unable to use my demon, you must have the same restriction, said Kira, earning a nod from Naruto. Unlike you, I'm not reliant on my demon. Let's see who is the better ANBU, said Naruto, before vanishing once again, using chakra to increase the speed of his movements. As he approached, Kira used 4 of his swords for defensive, however Naruto wasn't stupid as to attack with his sword alone, so he focused wind chakra and channeled through the metal, thus increasing the power of the attack. The impact between Naruto's sword and Kira's 4 echoed throughout the entire area, and Kira was surprised to see that Naruto's attack required all 4 of them to defend. I believe that the bingo book underestimated you a little bit, ANBU. I believe I have to go tough on you, said Kira, before throwing his swords up once again and positioning his body as to position his swords between every joint in his body and 2 in his hands. This is my perfect stance. There is no attack that could penetrate nor defense that could uphold my attacks. Prepare yourself, said Kira, before vanishing and appearing right in front of Naruto, instantly. The blonde for his part, was taken by surprise and barely managed to avoid being sliced, however he suffered 2 cuts on his left arm, thus stopping him from using Kenjutsu. Placing the sword on his back, Naruto began to make some hand seals before whispering Futon Suidu no Tatsumaki, wind release, tornado tunnel jutsu. Kira noticed the hurricane forming, but rather instead of going up, it was moving straight forward. Kira never knew of this wind technique, and safe to say, he never stood up to a tornado like this before. As the attack approached, Kira began spinning his body, thus using the sword's movements to block the incoming wind. When the attack landed, though, Kira was taken aback by the difference. While in a normal hurricane, only a part of the hurricane would hit, whereas now, Kira had to defend himself against an entire tornado. Naruto for his part knew of a tornado's weakness. If the opponent possessed enough knowledge, he could alter the hurricane's direction, thus making it go another way, so Naruto used his creation, since it would be impossible for this Kira to stop the entire force of the hurricane. True enough, Kira was doing everything he could to get rid of the hurricane and was cursing himself for underestimating the technique and taking it head on. He was getting tired of this damn technique and immediately used Hachibi's chakra and disrupted the attack. Naruto found this opportunity to be rather surprising. I thought it was you who said not to use our demon's power, said Naruto as he saw a slightly similar aura surround Kira's body. The man snarled at his counterpart. Naruto was there crossing his arms, in a real attempt to mock the opponent. Tell me something, why didn't you embrace your demon? Without it, we are just like everybody else, don't you want to be special? Shouted Kira, earning a look in wonder from Naruto. Why was the man so focused on knowing this? I don't know how hard it was for you growing up, but I can tell you for sure, that being a Jinchuriki doesn't make you special, not in the least. On the contrary, they are ostracized since birth for something he or she didn't cause it. I happen to be an example of that, as was the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed demon Shikaku. Our childhood was anything but ordinary. People look at you with so much anger on their faces, and no matter what you do, you'll end up being the village's scapegoat for all the damage Kyuubi himself inflicted on Konoha almost 17 years ago. Jinchuriki are known to be each village's most prized weapon, and they seek to capture the demons and control them. It takes a lot of determination not to be controlled by the demon inside of you. Every night, I would wake up in the middle of the night, sweating in fear from sights of destruction and blood that happened to be caused by the same demon whose home is inside your belly, explained Naruto, earning looks of total shock by Kira. This was not his life at all. Kira always had at least someone to look out for him, and never once did people look at him with hate, while growing up. He at some point believed that was all because of the fact that his brother was next in line for the Raikage's position, but seeing another Jinchuriki explaining a life completely different than his, He could understand why this fellow wouldn't rely on the Kyuubi for power. The demon fox, of course, made his life a living hell. But Naruto wasn't done explaining. Nevertheless, while I don't embrace its power, that doesn't mean I didn't take responsibility for what happened to the village. For numerous times, I faced on my free will the punishment that the shinobis back home wanted to inflict at Kyuubi. I took them all without even a blink. Kyuubi is, after all, a part of my being, no matter how much people I care about say otherwise. No matter what I do, he will always be around, so it would be worthless to deny it, said Naruto, earning a nod in astonishment from Kira. What are you telling me this? You don't even know me, asked Kira, before looking intently at Naruto's mask to study the man's eyes, but surprisingly, no sadness reaction were visible. Kira expected this man to open up his life and then begin crying, but instead, Naruto's eyes were as passive as a trained shinobi was during a mission. I just wanted to show you why I don't intend to use the Kyuubi's chakra, and while he's a part of my being, I don't have to rely on him to win battles. I have my own strength to deal with Konoha's enemies, explained Naruto. Kira couldn't help but smile at the man in front of him. Hearing the man's history, one could presume that he became as evil as the devil inside of him, but no. Naruto was not strong physically but in spirit as well. This fight was over. There wasn't any reason to fight in the first place. Their mission was to talk to the Sanbi, and that was all. You earned my respect, Anbu-san. I never thought to hear a guy with such strong resolution. My quarrel with you was only for pure pride of my abilities. As to why I'm here, I think we share the same mission, said Kira, to which Naruto nodded, before hearing something. Naruto, be aware. I sensed some high chakra signature nearby, and it certainly resembles one from Akatsuki, said Kyuubi. Kira, I'm afraid we have to deal with a common enemy. Kyuubi said to me that someone from Akatsuki is observing us. Could you help me deal with this guy? Asked Naruto, to which Kira nodded, before using Hachibi's power to further improve his senses. Immediately, his eyesight was improved and he could very well see the black robe with red clouds looking at them. Before we do this, how can I address you? Asked Kira, to which Naruto smirked and asked to be called Black Wolf. Okay, Black Wolf, a few miles that way is a guy that looks like a giant plant. He happens to be using their clothes, said Kira, earning a nod from Naruto, who explained his plan. With Zetsu, the giant plant man got somehow lucky that he managed to spot the Hachibi's vessel. Apparently, he was an ANBU from Kumo and was fighting an ANBU from Konoha. He couldn't be too close to hear the conversation from fear of being discovered. But the fact remained that he found the Hachibi and would do everything to capture him for the group. Suddenly, Zetsu felt the use of chakra nearby and got ready for everything. He didn't know he could be traced, but he was prepared to defend himself if needed be. Looking around, he realized much too late that he was being trapped inside a minor genjutsu that would change his surroundings, hence the fact that when Naruto appeared behind him, Zetsu was actually seeing a couple of foes in front of him approaching. Naruto, seeing the opportunity to once again use his illusion fist style, focused chakra to his feet and slammed it on Zetsu's back, thus sending him flying towards the lake where Naruto and Kira were fighting earlier. Zetsu, though, being the experienced shinobi he was, used the momentum and flipped his body in order to land safely on the ground. However, before he could actually land, a giant hand suddenly grabbed him and lifted the whole way up for Zetsu to be face to face with the Hachibi himself. So, I was meaning to get my hand on at least one of you weaklings. You're unlucky since I happen to be herbivore. Therefore I normally feed myself from plants, said the Hachibi, before placing the unfortunate S-ranked missing nin inside his mouth, before eating the damn plant. Meanwhile, both Naruto and Kira were looking at the hug demon as he killed one of the Akatsuki in the worst way possible. Just after the demon swallowed, it vanished and returned inside Kira. Seconds before everyone appeared once again, panting from extreme exhaustion. Both sides were pretty much even and no one would land a decent blow on the other. Both the groups decided to join forces with their missing members, however all of them looked that their missing members were crossing their arms, while just talking. Black Wolf, what's the meaning of this? He is our enemy, shouted Hawk, slightly agitated that Black Wolf was just standing there while he and the others were doing the fighting. However, he saw that while Naruto's ANBU armor was unscathed, he couldn't say the same for Kira. Sorry Hawk Taiko, we engaged against one another in battle, However, I'm afraid Akatsuki decided to meddle in our fight, hence why we stopped and took care of him," said Naruto like it was nothing. However, the shock of his words soon was visible and everyone began questioning how and who. "I don't know who the guy was or what his name was. What I do know is that he appeared to be like a plant and was spying on us, and he was a missing nin from Kusa. I managed to see his crossed Hite 8. Well, long story short, my friend here ate the damn plant and is now digesting it as we speak," explained Naruto, earning laughter from Kira and a look of disgust from Kurenai. So, after calming the group down, Kira explained to the Konoha nins that he was here to talk with the Sanbi, since the turtle called in to him for help. Naruto chose not to reveal that he was here for the same thing from fear of exposing his position as Jinchuriki, so he explained that Konoha's mission was to do some recon of this area and blamed the heavy mist as the reason. Naruto's team were highly experienced and knew not to contradict him, and Kira, having already heard Naruto's plea not to divulge his vessel, nodded in understanding. The group of Kumo nins said for Kira to step things up with his objective while they would be resting a bit on their camp they made not so far. So Naruto was relieved as hell, since he couldn't go with Kira to meet the Sanbi. Looking at one another, Naruto and Kira nodded and walked towards the lake, in order to meet up with the three-tailed demon, while Naruto's group stood guard at the lake shore. After a while of walking, both Kira and Naruto felt the strong presence before the entire lake began to glow a golden color. Both of them were startled at first, but their respective demons calmed them, saying that the turtle was just coming out of hiding. Looking from above, only Naruto and Kira were visible. However, a sudden shadow below the water appeared small and begins growing as it was submerging. It wasn't long until the turtle's body became fully submerged and he was facing both Naruto and Kira. "Greetings, Kyuubi-sama, Hachibi-sama," stated Sanbi, before the images of both the 8-tailed ox and the 9-tailed fox appeared behind their respective Jinchurikis. Chapter 17, Akatsuki's Secret. Although Sanbi did greet the Kyuubi and the Hachibi, the scene could be better described as Sanbi facing Naruto and Hachikira. The demon was speaking to the two of them, but he was referring to their inside demons since they were able to communicate freely. Because of that, Naruto and Kira ended up being only the ones who brought their demons for a little conversation. As he heard Kyuubi speaking in mind in some random language he never heard of, he instantly assumed it was what the fox had referred to as demon language. Having nothing to do but wait, Naruto wondered how his team fared against Kumo's Thunder ANBU team. "You know, since we have nothing to do but wait, we could talk for a little while? What do you say? I'm most interested to get to know a fellow ANBU Jinchuriki. There aren't many left these days, you know," asked Kira as he turned to Naruto and adjusted one of his sword's handles from blinding his vision a bit. Naruto looked at the man and wondered a bit. He wanted to be quiet for a while as he heard the demons talking, but seeing as the man did propose some side activity to pass the time, he guessed he could grant him a couple of words. The truth of the matter was that Naruto had only met one Jinchuriki before, and it was Gaara of the Sand. He heard of one Jinchuriki in Kumo, who happened to be captured by the Akatsuki, but that was about it. Maybe it would be good to get to know a second person who happened to share the same fate as him. "I guess we can talk for a while. I never knew that demons talked so much and it quite freaked me out as well," said Naruto, earning a snicker from Kira followed by three demons grumbling, before returning to their conversation. "I'm very curious as to the treatment you received in Konoha as a Jinchuriki. In Kumo, there was another one like us, but unfortunately she was captured. Nevertheless, both she and I weren't as badly treated as you were. Why is that?" asked Kira before looking as the blonde furrowed his head in thought. "I guess how the Hachibi appeared in Kumo isn't in any way similar to how Kyuubi did. 17 years ago the fox was responsible for almost leveling the entire village. He killed many, both civilians and shinobi, and, by consequence, all of their families who mourned their deaths developed a deep and subconscious hatred for the fox. If they had known that the fourth Hokage killed the beast instead of sealing it inside me, I might have had a normal life. Or at least the normal life of an orphan, as I never knew my parents. They died just not long after I was born. As a result of these events I was treated as the village's scapegoat for all their subconscious rage and anger," explained Naruto before he continued. "Ah, you said that in Kumo there was another one like us? Tell me something about her. I heard rumors about Kumo having the Nibi as well?" asked Naruto, to which Kira nodded and began to explain. Yugito Ni was considered the best kunoichi that ever joined Kumo's ranks. Of course, her demon Nibi no Nekomata was a serving demon, so it loaned the energy whenever Yugito needed it. The Yondaime Raikage trained us from the beginning to deal with life and death situations, thus sending us on a to S-ranked missions all the time. She was an orphan just like you, but the Raikage acted both as her teacher and her caretaker. In the end though, she was up against two of the Akatsuki and was easily captured for unknown reasons. She was a kunoichi with much promise, but unfortunately they caught her and captured the Nibi, thus killing her as a result. Said Kira, though Naruto could sense the last part was spoken with clear sadness, which meant that he was close to this Yugito. You sound as the two of you were close to each other, asked Naruto, earning a sad nod from Kira. We were promised to each other since birth for marriage. Although it would be a forced marriage, in theory, both of us fell in love with each other as time passed. I still remember the last thing she said to me before I went on a mission. Said Kira as he remembered what happened. Flashback on. The sun in Kumo was almost setting and both Kira and Ni were sitting on top of the Thunder Cage's monument located at the highest mountain in a similar way to Konoha. Yugito was resting her head on Kira's shoulder with her eyes closed and a smile on one face. The scene couldn't be more perfect to her. They were scheduled to get married in a week from today, and while it was already settled before they became shinobis, both of them longed for the day to come. Suddenly a Chunin arrived and called Kira for a meeting with the Raikage for a mission towards the capital city of Lightning Country. Kira nodded sadly and awakened his soon-to-be wife, who had dozed off, to tell her the news. When he left her in her house she called him and spoke. Come back safe my love, when you return from your mission, we'll be able to live our lives with happiness and my heart will, for the first time, feel true warmth of being loved, said Yugito after they shared a kiss. At the time Kira smiled and promised to come back to her no matter what. He didn't know however that this was the last time he would see his beloved and soon-to-be wife. Flashback off. After I came back from my mission, the Yondaime Raikage gave me the news of Yugito's capture by Akatsuki. It took my brother, the Godem Raikage and a couple of my ANBU team to keep me from releasing the Hachibi and destroying the entire Hokage tower. It didn't matter though, as my dear Yugito was dead and I wouldn't see her again, explained Kira before looking to the lake water and saw the reflection of Yugito smiling at him. Naruto could sympathize with the man. Even if the woman of his dreams wasn't dead, he had felt like he lost her when he saw Kurenai together with Asuma. Naruto was afraid to imagine what he would do if he knew Kurenai passed away. I'm terribly sorry for your loss. I have a girlfriend in Konoha and I care for her a lot. I wouldn't know what to do if she suffered the same fate as your beloved Yugito. May Kami have her soul right now, said Naruto, earning an appreciated nod from Kira. After hearing Naruto's words, Kira couldn't help but smile upon hearing that at least, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki found happiness in his life. However, the fact remained that he missed his wife and nothing would change that. It's good to hear you found someone. My advice to you is to protect her at all times and do not let her go. Trust me, the pain I felt for losing her doesn't even compare to the pain I felt for not being able to do anything to prevent it from happening, said Kira, earning a nod from Naruto, who knew about this all too well. For all the power both you and I have because of our inner demons, and to not being able to save those you care for is the most brutal punishment anyone in our position could receive. Because of my position back in the village, I could count with both my hands the number of people who don't hold a grudge against what I carry inside me, and if I was unable to save these precious few, then I would rather kill myself because the pain would be unbearable, explained Naruto. Kira was beginning to lose control of his emotions and instantly blocked everything. Yugito's death hurt him a lot and he just knew that he wouldn't get over it anytime soon. Anbu-san, for the sake of my insanity I'd rather stop talking about my beloved Yugito. I'm not prepared to deal with this yet. Now, tell me something. Your fighting skills were very impressive back there. I was wondering about that speed of yours. You must have trained really hard? Asked Kira, to which Naruto nodded and explained. Having an abundance of chakra to use, I can channel large portions of chakra and channel it through my legs, earning the necessary propulsion. Not to mention those damn weights I had to get used to. What about you? I never saw anyone using 8 swords at the same time before. Why use so many? Asked Naruto, though this time, he wondered if he was asking confidential information to the man. After all, a ninja's best ally is his secrets. Kira, however, didn't believe so as he explained about the 8 style of Kenjutsu that he invented with the aid of his inner demon who happened to be the 8-tailed demon. Naruto learned that it took Kira nearly 4 years to develop the style into perfection, and until today, no one managed to face him in battle and not get sliced like a lemon because of it. You know, I once defeated one of the legendary swordsmen of the mist. Kisame, I think was his name. It happened about 10 years ago while he was still a member of Mist's ranks. His Samahata wasn't powerful enough to hold against my 8 swords. I'll tell you though, that shark was one tough opponent to beat, not to mention that it wasn't a complete win, since I had to flee with my team back then, but it was a nice fight, though, said Kira as he remembered that shark-like sword almost shattering his swords. Naruto too remembered engaging Kisame along with Hawk. Kisame was indeed a worthy opponent. It took me and another ANBU to take him down, said Naruto, quite expecting Kira to break his neck from turning so fast, but instead the man just slowly turned and looked at him in wonder, before Naruto explained. Kisame was from the same group as that plant guy we beat was. He and his partner, Uchiha Itachi, came looking for me in hopes of capturing the fox, however they had to face Konoha ANBU's finest, hence how we managed to kill Kisame. Itachi however escaped our clutches, explained Naruto, earning a nod from Kira before the fox called their attention. Naruto, our conversation is over and Sanbi here has news regarding the technique behind the demon extraction seal. It consists of a fuinjutsu technique that requires 9 sources of power to extract the demon at the same time. What Sanbi didn't mention is that even with some of the members dead they can still continue with the procedure. Explained Kyuubi, earning a thinking pose from Naruto and Kira. Naruto was considering the information known so far and tried to assimilate everything. It required 9 sources of chakra to maintain the sealing technique, but if more than half of the members are dead, then how would they be able to extract demons? Suddenly Kira voiced his thoughts. I couldn't say I met all of them to verify some pattern, but the plant guy named Zetsu wore a ring with a kanji engraved on it. There is a possibility that each member wears one different, and those rings, together, are responsible for the technique, advised Kira before Naruto continued the line of thought. If that's true, then I believe Konoha may be of assistance, said Naruto, earning the attention of Kira and the voices of 3 demons asking what he talking about. Naruto remembered that Kisami's body was still due to be analyzed before being sent to Kiri for the bounty on his head. So the ring must still be on Kisami's body. One of their members was killed by ANBU forces some time ago, and I happen to know it would take a while to examine him before sending his head to Kiri for the bounty. His ring must still be attached to his hand. I bet Jiraiya could analyze it and finish the missing piece of their technique, explained Naruto. Kira and the demons acknowledged that possibility, and the demons now considered meeting once more in the future to discuss further developments. Sanbi was to hide at the bottom of the lake until told otherwise, and Naruto and Kira would return to their home villages. Kira-san, we'll meet again to discuss this issue and hope to eliminate this group once and for all, said Naruto before turning and focused chakra to his legs. However, when he was about to jump towards the shore when Kira called him. Wait, I told you my name, and since we're together on this, please tell me yours, asked Kira, earning a look of suspicion from Naruto. He wanted to leave without having to blow his identity. However, Naruto saw no ill intent coming from Kira, so it would be fair to do this. Uzumaki Naruto, said Naruto, earning a nod from Kira, who appreciated and vanished. At the Hokage's office. 2 days later, Naruto and his team reported their mission to meet the Sanbi and explained about the fuinjutsu technique that was used to extract the demons. Jiraiya was also there and became intrigued with such a technique. The pervert asked for the ring and Tsunade agreed to give it to him, with one condition. The condition was that the pervert had to remain within the village walls, while studying the ring, because it was a now valuable object. Being the free spirit that he was, of course, Jiraiya first objected to the idea. However, the possibility of stopping the group from sealing the last 2-tailed demons made him think twice and accepted the restriction. Naruto, I understand you engaged against the Hachibi Jinchuriki? Are his skills enough to avoid being captured? Asked Tsunade, earning a nod from Naruto, who began to explain. Hachi Kira is, unlike me, almost 100% reliant on the 8-tailed demon. In fact, his entire fighting style revolves around the demon. I engaged him, sure, but for some reason, he didn't use the demon's power against me, but in human terms, I managed to beat him. It was then that Zetsu appeared and we had to deal with him. As to his abilities, I'm sure he wouldn't be captured so easily. Just seeing his wife's killer would send his blood boil, I know mine would. Explained Naruto with his arms crossed, but everyone could see he was looking down towards the ground. Kurenai saw this and became worried about her lover. Ever since they took the trip back to Konoha, Naruto was behaving like this and it scared her too. She was determined to ask what was on his mind. Eventually, Tsunade dismissed the team since there was something she needed to discuss with Jiraiya, so the group nodded and vanished, thus leaving the two Sannin alone. What do you think has happened? Asked Tsunade, to which Jiraiya turned to think for a bit. Since Naruto joined the ANBU forces, not even a single hint of emotion could be seen from the blonde. Beats me. I stopped trying to understand the real enigma that is Uzumaki Naruto. What I'm worried about right now is studying the ring and get to find a countermeasure in case they tried using the rings again, stated Jiraiya, earning a nod from Tsunade. This seal will grant you authority to see Kisami's corpse and extract the ring from his hand. We need to find something really fast. Get on it, ordered Tsunade before seeing Jiraiya nod and vanish. Inside Naruto's place. After leaving Tsunade's office, Hawk, Bear and Dog went to the ANBU HQ while Naruto and Kurenai went to the blonde's apartment, seeing as the whole team got a day to rest from the fights that occurred. Just after Kurenai closed his door, she saw Naruto taking off his mask and sit on his couch while still looking down in thought. Kurenai, sometimes, couldn't understand her boyfriend's feelings and it concerned her to no end. She wanted to be there for him, and now either he didn't want to talk about what happened or it could be one of those deep secrets that exist regarding Naruto. Naruto, please talk to me. I want to know why you're feeling so sad. I want to help you, begged Kurenai as she sat down near him, but he still didn't look at her. Ever since he heard Kira talking about Yugito, Naruto began to imagine what would happen if Kurenai suffered the same fate. Needless to say, he didn't want to think about, but the more he saw Kurenai, the worse the feelings got. Kurenai, though, was resolved to get through to her boyfriend no matter what. Naruto, you can trust me with whatever it is you're feeling right now, said Kurenai, looking at his cerulean blue eyes while trying to predict the subject of his grief before he began muttering a few words. Kure-chan, said Naruto before seeing Kurenai smile and nod for him to continue. The Hachibi Jinchuriki told me that Akatsuki led his fiancé, and I didn't want to think about it, but then I started thinking of what I'd do if I lost you. I'd lose my mind completely, Kure-chan. I wouldn't know what to do. Sniffed Naruto, but Kurenai placed her fingers on his mouth and did a gentle whisper, "Shush," to calm him down before she hugged the fierce Shippu Ukamis, who had tears falling freely on his face. Now that she knew what Naruto thinking about, it filled her heart with warmth hearing Naruto's feelings for her. However, she needed to assure him of her capabilities as a Junin. Smiling, Kurenai positioned Naruto's face in order to maintain eye contact before smashing her lips on his with passion. Naruto returned the kiss and hugged her for dear life, for this was one of the rarest moments in his life that a ninja could afford to lower his guard and just be human. Minutes later, Kurenai broke the kiss and just stared at his endless cerulean blue eyes that hold great love for her. Rest assured, my love, I'm one of Konoha's top Junin kunoichis. There is no way Akatsuki would try something without at least me being able to call for backup. Aside from Itachi, no one can use genjutsu against me, and that gives me leverage in battle. Besides, the one the fierce Shippu Ukami chose as companion can't be called weak, now can't she? Asked Kurenai, earning a snicker from Naruto, who by now dried all the pent-up tears. Thank you, Kurenai-chan, for everything, said Naruto before falling to unconsciousness right on Kurenai's lap. The woman was stunned for a while, but then she smiled like never before. Seeing a ninja such as Naruto being this comfortable around her meant only one thing: unconditional trust and confidence that she would be there for him no matter what happened. Then, she just sat there, passing one hand through his golden locks and the other was gently caressing his face until she touched near the whisker marks and saw his body get relaxed. You're sensitive around this area, aren't you, Naru-kun? Smiled Kurenai, while never stopping to caress his hair and face, feeling more and more love for the blonde that captured her heart for good. Inside Naruto's mindscape, after he blacked out, Naruto instantly appeared inside his mindscape and faced the almighty Kyuubi no Yoko. He felt Kurenai's hands rubbing his whisker marks and smiled in relaxation while being able to hear her gentle voice. You know, I'm not much for sentimentality here, but I can see how you feel for your mate and she does for you, said Kyuubi as he was lying down with his paws crossed and his tails flipping side by side. After Kira's story, I couldn't help but think that they would kill her to get to me, but I should have more faith in her abilities as a Junin and hope to be there for her. Now, why did you feel the need to contact me, Kyuubi? Asked Naruto, earning a look in interest from the fox who didn't think the blonde would figure this out from pure body language. You became perceptive with time, I see. Yes, I have something urgent to discuss and is regarded to your abilities. I know that your sensei helped you with close contact fighting, but we need to see to that you could cover all your grounds. I happened to find a suitable opponent from your memories that will be able to cover all types of fighting, going from close to long-range fighting. Meet Uchiha Itachi, said Kyuubi, before Sasuke's brother suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, earning a look in wonder from the blonde. You're kidding with me, right? Not even Kakashi-sensei and the Hokage could deal with him and you expect me to win this battle? Objected Naruto, but Kyuubi wouldn't hear it and instead decided to speak through Itachi. You'll have to face me sooner or later, Naruto. It's better you face me and here where you don't need to worry about him capturing you and endangering us. Itachi will have two purposes. One will be to see if you could top an experienced Uchiha in a fight, and two will be to understand how Itachi fights and possibly study the Sharingan a little better, explained Kyuubi, earning a snarl from Naruto from seeing a simple stare of those accursed eyes. But how can you replicate this Itachi's Sharingan and its abilities? Asked Naruto, though he feared he now asked too much since seconds after he shut his mouth, dead silence enveloped the area. The blonde didn't know what happened. It appeared to be a simple question. But when Kyuubi remained quiet soon afterwards, it somehow became clear to Naruto that maybe there was a connection between the accursed eyes and the fox in front of him. History told that the Uchiha were born because of one member of the Hyuga clan who made a pact with a demon in exchange from obtaining a new form of Dujutsu named the Sharingan. Sighing in realization, Naruto looked to Itachi, knowing he would be talking to the fox. I see it now, you're the one who created the accursed eye, didn't you, Kyuubi? Asked Naruto before being able to see a slight nod from Itachi and smiling in contemplation. You don't seem to bother much after learning the truth, Naruto, why so? Asked the fox, earning a nod from Naruto, who turned to explain his thoughts. Why would this bother me at all? The Sharingan was cursed, but the ones that came from the Uchiha clan were so as well. Both Itachi and Sasuke were driven by pure desire for power for reasons I rather don't judge. In the end, both did things that were referred to as being evil. Itachi murdered his clan for unknown reasons, and Sasuke betrayed Konoha once in order to kill the one who murdered his family. In the end, it wasn't because of the eye, but rather their corrupted thinking, who, even though they possess the all-seeing eye, are blinded to those around them. The Sharingan can be a good weapon for those who know how to use it, like Kakashi-sensei. However, for those with weak minds, the Sharingan overrules their judgment on things and see them as being less important. The events that happened because of the Sharingan couldn't, in no way, shape or form, return to the creator. So, why would I bother to know it was you who granted the Uchiha the accursed eye? Explained Naruto, earning a nod from Itachi followed by a smile. Well, enough of the Sharingan, seeing that it doesn't bother you. Itachi will be fighting against you, but he won't use the Mangenkyu Sharingan. The reason being that he could use techniques that, no matter your abilities, you wouldn't have a chance in hell of defeating them, well, not unless you have me to help. But in this case, you're on your own, so we'll begin the fight immediately. Remember, even without the Mangenkyu, Itachi was your superior at the age of 13, so his skills aren't limited to the kaleidoscope form of the Sharingan. Where do you wish the fight to happen? Asked Kyuubi before seeing Naruto think for a while. Konoha's training ground number 7, Kyuubi. We need an open field in order to test everything we have up our sleeves, said Naruto, earning a nod from the fox, who immediately used his powers to create the image of them facing each other at the same place Naruto's Genin team had their true Genin test. The sun was scorching hot, which could only attest for Kyuubi's creativity while recreating live scenarios. After observing the place for a while, Naruto looked at Itachi, now with his ANBU armor and a ninjutsu strapped on his back. Naruto never got to see Itachi's sword because of the stupid black cloak that he wear all the time. Looking closely, Naruto could plainly see the red eyes with 3 tomo, which indicated that Itachi was ready for Naruto's first move. While making hand seals, Naruto didn't object to Itachi using the Sharingan to know the technique he would be using to start the fight. Futon Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. Instantly, a huge gust of wind charged against Itachi, who in turn, with calm and tranquility, made the hand signs needed for the Kaiden Gukaku no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball jutsu, and exhaled a huge ball of fire. The techniques, upon contact, nullified one another and created a lot of smoke that covered the field, thus giving Naruto the necessary leverage of Itachi having to resort to his instincts. Taking his sword off the handle, Naruto focused some chakra on his feet for the necessary propulsion and got into the heavy smoke. After leaving, he saw Itachi already halfway through, holding his own ninjutsu in preparation for Naruto's swing. The blonde smiled and swung his sword from the right side downwards to upwards, in hopes of attacking Itachi with a diagonal strike. However, this time Itachi easily blocked the attack, because of the Sharingan, and moved his sword to the left in order to attack Naruto's supposedly exposed side. Seeing the attack, Naruto dodged almost constantly because of his initiative. He positioned his sword to block the strike, before using the momentum of the 2 swords clashing to land a kick on Itachi's chest. Itachi wondered what happened since his Sharingan should have seen the kick. However, he realized that Naruto's eyes weren't focused on aiming his kick. Instead, they were locked at the 2 swords while they were at stalemate, meaning that Naruto had a good grasp on how to counter the Sharingan's abilities. Nicely done, Naruto. However, this is just getting started, said Kyuubi, and in an instant Itachi made hand seals with speed that could rival the Sandaime Hokage back in his prime. After the final tiger seal, Itachi whispered Kaiden Karyu Enden, fire release. Fire Dragon Missile Jutsu. What happened afterwards? A white layered fire was expelled from Itachi's mouth and charged straight at Naruto, who in turn, didn't have other choice but to use a jutsu to defend himself. Suiden Suijin Heki, water release. Water barrier jutsu, shouted Naruto while looking at the incoming flames, before a huge wall of water appeared in front of him, thus defending him from the blast. Shifting sideways, Naruto made some fast hand seals before focusing on Raiden Kusari Raiko, lightning release, lightning chain jutsu. Since Itachi was focusing on his fire technique, he didn't have enough time to see Naruto hand seals before a huge dark cloud appeared on top of him and began destroying the field with lightning bolts. Quickly evading the consecutive attacks, he didn't even see Naruto coming directly from behind and landing a punch straight on Itachi's face, which sent him flying. However, the Itachi he hit was replaced by a murder of crows, indicating that Naruto was under a genjutsu. The crows, then, proceeded to attack Naruto with fury before Naruto made the famous dispelling technique and disrupted the genjutsu, but he wasn't fast enough to prevent a punch on the face from Itachi. Flipping his body, Naruto landed safely a few feet away and observed Itachi for a while. He managed to cast a genjutsu on the blonde by exchanging looks for 1 second. The elder Uchiha's reputation preceded him after all, Naruto thought. Looking for a while, Naruto observed that a few of the lightnings had ended up hitting Itachi if the bruises on his arms were any indication, which meant that his best alternative was to stick to surprise attacks. The stunt Naruto pulled with the surprise Raiden attack could happen again, but now with a much stronger attack. If Naruto managed to use the same tactic and make Itachi use an offensive jutsu, he could use a defensive one, followed by a powerful offensive technique. However, that would be a plan for other time. Charging another time, this time with straight taijutsu, Naruto moved to punch Itachi but was blocked as Itachi, then, aimed for a middle kick on Naruto's side stomach before Naruto grabbed the man's foot and threw him away. Naruto then used a couple of shurikens and threw them at Itachi. The Uchiha flipped his body fast enough and used a kunai to stop the projectiles from reaching his body before throwing the kunai at Naruto and made some hand seals for Ninpo Kage Kunai no Jutsu. Ninja art. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, 1 kunai became 10 and all of them pierced Naruto's skin before transforming into a log. As soon as Naruto was about to attack once again, he heard Kyuubi ending the fight. "That will be enough. I'm satisfied with your abilities. You managed to overcome your shortcomings regarding close contact fighting. Now, it's about time for you wake up. said Kyuubi, earning a nod from Naruto, who then vanished from his mindscape and opened his eyes to see his beloved looking at him. Slept well, Naruto-kun? You could rest a while longer if you wish. I know I wouldn't mind caressing your hair some more, stated Kurenai before seeing Naruto laugh for a bit and got up from her lap. Actually, even if Naruto spent some good half an hour inside his mindscape, the notion of time is seriously reduced in the real world, hence why Naruto slept nothing more than 10 minutes. Seeing that it was already late, the couple soon went to sleep. Next day at Training Ground 15. The next day, Azuki Yugo was standing in the middle of training ground waiting for her genin team to arrive. Fully dressed with the Junin attire and with a katana strapped on her back, she was staring at 3 ninjutsu stuck in the ground. Her genin team was composed of 2 girls and a boy. All 3 of them came from regular families, not one of them linked to Konoha's major clans. Actually, she kind of asked the Hokage to not set her up with anyone from a major clan. The reason being that in this way she could develop their abilities from scratch without having to worry about sharing their training with the clan. And that was precisely why she would teach them the way of the sword. In Konoha, not many ninjas choose to learn the art of kenjutsu, so it was safe to say, it became a lost art. Kids these days all wanted to know about flashy jutsu and beating the crap out of the opponents, but very few understand the need of learning to use a weapon, and Azuki Yugo intended to change that. Today would be her team's first official day as genin since 2 days ago. Yugo made all 3 of them run a little test of skills. She didn't believe in the second exam the academy students had to pass, so it was only a test to see where she needed to help them improve and which subjects she could teach her students. Just when she was about to wonder any further, she heard footsteps coming and looked to the source's direction before smiling upon seeing her 3 genin. Morning everyone, 2 days ago, you were tested and I made some notes regarding the areas that needs improvement. Aside from that, we're going to focus heavily on both chakra control and kenjutsu, said Yugo, earning a look in wonder from her 3 genin at the mention of the word kenjutsu. Upon seeing this, Yugo could only sigh in dismay as the genin didn't have a clue on what kenjutsu means. Kenjutsu means the art of the sword, and it consists of using the sword as an extension to the ninja's body, making him or her feared by the enemy. In front of you are 3 ninjutsu that will be used on your training and missions. Ninjutsu are used for precise attacks and agility in combat. Its smaller form allows the ninja an advantage of speed and better focus while attacking as well as in defense. Go ahead. Each of you take one and start to get familiarized with your sword, explained Yugo before seeing them take the ninjutsu out of its sheath and admiring it. In time, I'll teach you guys to use these blades as an extension of your body, as well as other supplementary ninja arts in order to implement your skills. Now about them, I used our last encounter as a way to determine a more suitable training for each of you, said Yugo as she looked at each one until she began with the boy. Yutaro, your ninjutsu is your strength, and I know from your files that you already able to use Doden techniques. Doden manipulation, while is the easiest element there is to learn, is quite handy in battle. It serves both as offense and defense. I happen to know a few techniques you could learn, but not until we improve your chakra control a bit. Compared to your teammates, your chakra control is minimal, but that's because your chakra reserve is much bigger, so it's understandable, said Yugo before seeing Yutaro nod. Looking at the first girl, Sasama, Yugo smiled and explained. Sasama, your chakra control is perfect, but we'll need to boost those chakra reserves and throw in a little stamina training. Your speed is considered one of the best of your generation and we'll train it. Also, you seem to have some knowledge on genjutsu as well, so we'll work on that as well. Last, but not least, Misao. Your abilities rely on taijutsu mostly, so kenjutsu will be a second close contact art for you. Also, you have the ability to channel chakra through your body, and that's fantastic ability to have. All of you have the ability to grow strong and rise the ranks. Now we'll start with some laps around the training ground. Move it, shouted Yugo, earning a surprised nod from the genin before they began to run, with their swords strapped on their backs, in order to be accustomed to the feeling. At Tsunade's office, looking through some documents, Tsunade found a mission request coming from a High Lord from Fang Country requesting a document retrieval mission from some Iwa missing nins who happened to break into his castle and stole it from him. Immediately, Tsunade began writing below the request, the shinobi part, like the rank type and what skills would be needed to complete this task. Iwa missing nins automatically raised the mission bar to at least B ranked, so no one under Junin or high-level Chunin would be called for this. Next, the type of skills needed to find the missing nins, beat them to a pulp and recover the stolen documentation. Plus the fact that the man is of high nobility, Tsunade was hard-pressed not to remote the list to mid to high-level Junin-level ninjas to fulfill this mission. So, it would either elite Junins or ANBU members to perform the mission. Unfortunately, all Junins were on missions right now, leaving only a few low-level ones and a lot of Chunins. Therefore, it would be ANBU then. Taking an envelope inside one of the drawers, she began to scan the names of ANBU operatives that would be best suited for the mission. Okay, then, Hawk, Bear and Dog were sent together with the ANBU commander for a mission towards Kumo. Shikamaru would definitely be on this mission because of his intellect, and Shino will be as well. Both managed to surprise a lot of people because of their teamwork in missions. Now, I believe sending 2 ANBU-level shinobi will prove to be wrong, since I don't know how many missing nins there are. It's better to put a powerhouse on the group to be able to take on many opponents at once, and I can't think of no one better suited for this position than Naruto, thought Tsunade as she placed the mission specifics and reached for Shizune to call the names listed on the paper. Within minutes, the 3 of them appeared inside Tsunade's office before saluting the Hokage. Good timing. Now, as so you know, I'm issuing an A-ranked mission towards Fang Country. A high official from the daimyo's castle contracted us to retrieve a document that was stolen by Iwa missing nins for reasons he didn't state in the letter. Your mission is to track the Iwa missing nins down and retrieve the document. We don't know how many are there, so proceed with care. Black Wolf will be the leader of the team. You are all to leave in half an hour. Godspeed to all of you and return safe, said Tsunade before seeing the 3 vanish via Shunshin. The 3 ANBU appeared on the top of the Hokage's office. Shikamaru, with the deer mask, turned to Naruto and looked at him for a while. So, Naruto, we're finally working together on a mission, huh? I felt kind of bad to be on different teams, but now we get to run a mission together, said Shikamaru, earning a nod from Naruto, who took off his mask and smiled to his partner. I was also wanting to see how you guys would fare against a fair number of opponents. I trust you're better prepared than before, if Yamato's reports are any indication. You finally mastered Suiden manipulation, Shikamaru, and Yoshino managed Raiden manipulation. I'm pretty sure we will be able to nail these guys and sent the bounty to Iwa. Meet me in half an hour at the North Gate, we're going hunting, said Naruto before he vanished within a small typhoon, thus leaving Shino and Shikamaru alone to look at each other. Shino was quite pleased to work alongside Naruto as well, and the thought of seeing the blonde performing some heavy artillery jutsus against the Iwa missing nins. Both of them were eager to see Naruto in action. Naruto, after leaving Shikamaru and Shino, decided to scout throughout Konoha in order to locate his beloved. If he remembered correctly, she said that she would meet Anko for some lunch at the Dango restaurant. So when Naruto arrived inside, he was surprised to see not only the 2, but also Ino there as well. The girls, upon seeing the black-masked ANBU, got different reactions. Kurenai smiled broadly seeing her boyfriend, and Anko smiled too from already knowing the black-masked ANBU. Ino, though, couldn't remember when she saw such an imposing mask before, but she had to admit it was scary to say the least. Seeing her uneasiness, Kurenai smiled. Ino-chan, you don't need to be scared. It's just my boyfriend coming to greet me, said Kurenai as she got up from the table and approached the black-masked ANBU before hugging him with affection. Kure-chan, I'm about to go on a mission now with Shikamaru and Shino towards Fang Country. The mission is due to end shortly, so I won't be gone for long, said Naruto, earning a nod followed by a kiss on his cheeks, after removing his mask a bit. You be careful out there, okay, and come back to me, said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled and assured her once again that no matter what, he'd always come back to her. He kissed her one more time and was about to leave when Ino called to him and asked if Shikamaru would be going as well, to which Naruto nodded. Okay then, could you take care of him for me, Naruto? He's been doing these tough missions non-stop right now, and I fear that something might happen to him. He's not trained to battle multiple opponents like you, asked Ino, but was interrupted by Kurenai, who advised Ino to trust Shikamaru's abilities. Don't worry, Ino. Shikamaru has improved a lot in battle. He will be just fine, besides he got both Shino and me to look out for each other, we'll do fine. Now, Kure-chan, I have to go now, I'm supposed to meet them in 10 minutes, said Naruto, earning a nod from Kurenai, who whispered praise of good luck to his ear and landed a gentle kiss on his cheek before Naruto vanished. At the gate, Shikamaru and Shino were already there waiting for their ANBU captain to arrive. Shikamaru was now thinking about the irony of the situation. 5 years ago, he wouldn't even think of Naruto being a mission leader, but now the blonde changed so much, it was like a totally different person. He was about to wander more but was interrupted when Naruto arrived and issued their strategy towards the client's house. In seconds, the group were already traveling through the trees heading for Fang Country. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Lone Wolf, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Anime Enthusiast, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.